Section 1 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 1, Chapter 24, Part 1. Henry VII. The victory which the Earl of Richmond gained at Bosworth was entirely decisive, being attended as well with the total rout and dispersion of the royal army as with the death of the king himself. Joy for this great success suddenly prompted the soldiers in the field of battle to bestow on their victorious general the appellation of king, which he had not hitherto assumed, and the acclamations of "Long live Henry VII." by a natural and unpremeditated movement resounded from all quarters. To bestow some appearance of formality on this species of military election, Sir William Stanley brought a crown of ornament which Richard wore in battle, and which had been found among the spoils, and he put it on the head of the victor. Henry himself remained not in suspense, but immediately, without hesitation, accepted of the magnificent present which was tendered him. He was come to the crisis of his fortune, and being obliged suddenly to determine himself, amidst great difficulties which he must have frequently revolved in his mind, he chose that part which his ambition suggested to him, and to which he seemed to be invited by his present successes. There were many titles on which Henry could found his right to the crown, but no one of them free from great objections, if considered with respect either to justice or to policy. During some years Henry had been regarded as heir to the house of Lancaster by the party attached to that family, but the title of the house of Lancaster itself was generally thought to be very ill founded. Henry IV., who had first raised it to royal dignity, had never clearly defined the foundation of his claim, and while he plainly invaded the order of succession, he had not acknowledged the election of the people. The Parliament, it is true, had often recognized the title of the Lancastrian princes, but these votes had little authority, being considered as instances of complaisance towards a family in possession of present power, and they had accordingly been often reversed during the late prevalence of the House of York. Prudent men also, who had been willing for the sake of peace to submit to any established authority, desired not to see the claims of that family revived, claims which must produce many convulsions at present, and which disjointed for the future the whole system of hereditary right. Besides allowing the title of the House of Lancaster to be legal, Henry himself was not the true heir of that family, and nothing but the obstinacy natural to faction, which never without reluctance will submit to an antagonist, could have engaged the Lancastrians to adopt the Earl of Richmond as their head. His mother, indeed, Margaret, Countess of Richmond, was sole daughter and heir of the Duke of Somerset, sprung from John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, but the descent of the Somerset line was itself illegitimate, and even adulterous. And though the Duke of Lancaster had obtained the legitimation of his natural children by a patent from Richard II., confirmed in Parliament, it might justly be doubted whether this deed could bestow any title to the crown, since in the patent itself all the privileges conferred by it are fully enumerated, and the succession to the kingdom is expressly excluded. In all settlements of the crown made during the reigns of the Lancastrian princes, the line of Somerset had been entirely overlooked, and it was not till the failure of the legitimate branch that men had paid any attention to their claim. And to add to the general dissatisfaction against Henry's title, his mother, from whom he derived all his right, was still alive, and evidently preceding him in the order of succession. His title of the House of York, both from the plain reason of the case, and from the late popular government of Edward IV., had universally obtained the preference in the sentiments of the people, and Henry might engraft his claim on the rights of that family by his intended marriage with the Princess Elizabeth, the heir of it, a marriage which he had solemnly promised to celebrate, and to the expectation of which he had chiefly owed all his past successes. But many reasons dissuaded Henry from adopting this expedient. Were he to receive the crown only in right of his consort, his power, he knew, would be very limited, and he must expect rather to enjoy the bare title of king by a sort of courtesy, than possess the real authority which belongs to it. Should the princess die before him without issue, he must descend from the throne and give place to the next in succession. And even if his bed should be blessed with offspring, it seemed dangerous to expect that filial piety in his children would prevail over the ambition of obtaining present possession of regal power. An act of parliament, indeed, might easily be procured to settle the crown on him during life; but Henry knew how much superior the claim of succession by blood was to the authority of an assembly, which had always been overborne by violence in the shock of contending titles, and which had ever been more governed by the conjunctures of the times than by any consideration derived from reason or public interest. There was yet a third foundation on which Henry might rest his claim, the right of conquest, by his victory over Richard, the present possessor of the crown. But besides that Richard himself was deemed no better than a usurper, the army which fought against him consisted chiefly of Englishmen, and a right of conquest over England could never be established by such a victory. Nothing also would give greater umbrage to the nation than a claim of this nature, which might be construed as an abolition of all their rights and privileges, and the establishment of absolute authority in the sovereign. William himself, the Norman, though at the head of a powerful and victorious army of foreigners, had at first declined the invidious title of conqueror; and it was not till the full establishment of his authority that he had ventured to advance so violent and destructive a pretension. But Henry was sensible that there remained another foundation of power, somewhat resembling the right of conquest, namely, present possession; and that this title, guarded by vigor and abilities, would be sufficient to secure perpetual possession of the throne. He had before him the example of Henry IV., who, supported by no better pretension, had subdued many insurrections, and had been able to transmit the crown peaceably to his posterity. He could perceive that this claim, which had been perpetuated through 3 generations of the family of Lancaster, might still have subsisted, notwithstanding the preferable title of the House of York, had not the sceptre devolved into the hands of Henry VI., which were too feeble to sustain it. Instructed by this recent experience, Henry was determined to put himself in possession of regal authority, and to show all opponents that nothing but force of arms and a successful war should be able to expel him. His claim as heir to the House of Lancaster he was resolved to advance, and never allow it to be discussed; and he hoped that this right, favored by the partisans of that family and seconded by present power, would secure him a perpetual and an independent authority. These views of Henry are not exposed to much blame, because founded on good policy, and even on a species of necessity; but there entered into all his measures and counsels another motive which admits not of the same apology. The violent contentions which, during so long a period, had been maintained between the rival families, and the many sanguinary revenges which they had alternately taken on each other, had inflamed the opposite factions to a high pitch of animosity. Henry himself, who had seen most of his near friends and relations perish in battle or by the executioner, and who had been exposed in his own person to many hardships and dangers, had imbibed a violent antipathy to the York party, which no time or experience were ever able to efface. Instead of embracing the present happy opportunity of abolishing these fatal distinctions, of uniting his title with that of his consort, and of bestowing favor indiscriminately on the friends of both families, he carried to the throne all the partialities which belong to the head of a faction, and even the passions which are carefully guarded against by every true politician in that situation. To exalt the Lancastrian party, to depress the adherents of the House of York, were still the favorite objects of his pursuit, and through the whole course of his reign he never forgot these early prepossessions. Incapable, from his natural temper, of a more enlarged and more benevolent system of policy, he exposed himself to many present inconveniences, by too anxiously guarding against that future possible event, which might disjoin his title from that of the princess whom he espoused. And while he treated the Yorkists as enemies, he soon rendered them such, and taught them to discuss that right to the crown which he so carefully kept separate, and to perceive its weakness and invalidity, To these passions of Henry, as well as to his suspicious politics, we are to ascribe the measures which he embraced 2 days after the battle of Bosworth. Edward Plantagenet, Earl of Warwick, son of the Duke of Clarence, was detained in a kind of confinement at Sheriff Hutton, in Yorkshire, by the jealousy of his uncle Richard, whose title to the throne was inferior to that of the young prince. Warwick had now reason to expect better treatment, as he was no obstacle to the succession either of Henry or Elizabeth, and from a youth of such tender years no danger could reasonably be apprehended. But Sir Robert Willoughby was dispatched by Henry with orders to take him from Sheriff Hutton, to convey him to the Tower, and to detain him in close custody. The same messenger carried directions that the Princess Elizabeth, who had been confined to the same place, should be conducted to London in order to meet Henry and there celebrate her nuptials. Henry himself set out for the capital, and advanced by slow journeys. Not to arouse the jealousy of the people, he took care to avoid all appearance of military triumph, and so to restrain the insolence of victory, that everything about him bore the appearance of an established monarch, making a peaceable progress through his dominions, rather than of a prince who had opened his way to the throne by force of arms. The acclamations of the people were everywhere loud and no less sincere and hearty. Besides that a young and victorious prince, on his accession, was naturally the object of popularity, the nation promised themselves great felicity from the new scene which opened before them. During the course of near a whole century, the kingdom had been laid waste by domestic wars and convulsions, and if at any time the noise of arms had ceased, the sound of faction and discontent still threatened new disorders. Henry, by his marriage with Elizabeth, seemed to ensure a union of the contending titles of the two families, and having prevailed over a hated tyrant, who had anew disjointed the succession even of the House of York, and had filled his own family with blood and murder, he was everywhere attended with the unfeigned favor of the people. Numerous and splendid troops of gentry and nobility accompanied his progress. The mayor and companies of London received him as he approached the city. The crowds of people and citizens were zealous in their expressions of satisfaction. But Henry, amidst this general effusion of joy, discovered still the stateliness and reserve of his temper, which made him scorn to court popularity. He entered London in a closed chariot, and would not gratify the people with the sight of their new sovereign. But the king did not so much neglect the favor of the people, as to delay giving them assurances of his marriage with the Princess Elizabeth, which he knew to be so passionately desired by the nation. On his leaving Brittany, he had artfully dropped some hints that, if he should succeed in his enterprise and obtain the crown of England, he would espouse Anne, the heir of that duchy. And the report of this engagement had already reached England, and had begotten anxiety in the people, and even in Elizabeth herself. Henry took care to dissipate these apprehensions, by solemnly renewing, before the council and principal nobility, the promise which he had already given to celebrate his nuptials with the English princess. But though bound by honor, as well as by interest, to complete this alliance, he was resolved to postpone it till the ceremony of his own coronation should be finished, and till his title should be recognized by Parliament. Still anxious to support his personal and hereditary right to the throne, he dreaded lest a preceding marriage with the princess should imply a participation of sovereignty in her, and raise doubts of his own title by the house of Lancaster. There raged at that time in London, and other parts of the kingdom, a species of malady unknown to any other nation or age, the sweating sickness, which occasioned the sudden death of great multitudes, though it seemed not to be propagated by any contagious infection, but aroused from the general disposition of the air and of the human body. In less than 24 hours the patient commonly died or recovered. But when the pestilence had exerted its fury for a few weeks, it was observed, either from alterations in the air, or from a more proper regimen which had been discovered, to be considerably abated. Preparations were then made for the ceremony of Henry's coronation. In order to heighten the splendor of that spectacle, he bestowed the rank of Knight Banneret on 12 persons, and he conferred peerages on 3. Jasper, Earl of Pembroke, his uncle, was created Duke of Bedford. Thomas Lord Stanley, his father-in-law, Earl of Derby, and Edward Courtenay, Earl of Devonshire. At the coronation likewise there appeared a new institution, which the king had established for security as well as pomp, a band of 50 archers, who were termed yeomen of the guard. But lest the people should take umbrage at this unusual symptom of jealousy in the prince, as if it implied a personal diffidence of his subjects, he declared the institution to be perpetual. The ceremony of coronation was performed by Cardinal Bourchier, Archbishop of Canterbury. The Parliament being assembled at Westminster, the majority immediately appeared to be devoted partisans of Henry, all persons of another disposition either declining to stand in those dangerous times, or being obliged to dissemble their principles and inclinations. The Lancastrian party had everywhere been successful in the elections, and even many had been returned who, during the prevalence of the House of York, had been exposed to the rigor of law, and had been condemned by sentence of attainder and outlawry. Their right to take seats in the House being questioned, the case was referred to all the judges, who assembled in the Exchequer Chamber in order to deliberate on so delicate a subject. The opinion delivered was prudent, and contained a just temperament between law and expediency. The judges determined that the members attainted should forbear taking their seat till an act were passed for the reversal of their attainder. There was no difficulty in obtaining this act, and in it were comprehended 107 persons of the king's party. But a scruple was started of a nature still more important. The king himself had been attainted, and his right of succession to the crown might thence be exposed to some doubt. The judges extricated themselves from this dangerous question by asserting it as a maxim, that the crown takes away all defects and stops in blood, and that from the time the king assumed royal authority, the fountain was cleared, and all attainders and corruptions of blood discharged. Besides that the case, from its urgent necessity, admitted of no deliberation, the judges probably thought that no sentence of a court of judicature had authority sufficient to bar the right of succession; that the heir of the crown was commonly exposed to such jealousy as might often occasion stretches of law and justice against him; and that a prince might even be engaged in unjustifiable measures during his predecessor's reign, without meriting on that account to be excluded from the throne, which was his birthright. With a parliament so obsequious, the king could not fail of obtaining whatever act of settlement he was pleased to require. He seems only to have entertained some doubt within himself on what claim he should found his pretensions. In his speech to the parliament, he mentioned his just title by hereditary right; but lest that title should not be esteemed sufficient, he subjoined his claim by the judgment of God, who had given him victory over his enemies. And again, lest this pretension should be interpreted as assuming a right of conquest, he ensured to his subjects the full enjoyment of their former properties and possessions. The entail of the crown was drawn according to the sense of the king, and probably in words dictated by him. He made no mention in it of the Princess Elizabeth, nor of any branch of her family; but in other respects the act was compiled with sufficient reserve and moderation. He did not insist that it should contain a declaration or recognition of his preceding right, as, on the other hand, he avoided the appearance of a new law or ordinance. He chose a middle course which, as is generally unavoidable in such cases, was not entirely free from uncertainty and obscurity. It was voted that the inheritance of the crown should rest, remain, and abide in the king, but whether as rightful heir, or only as present possessor, was not determined. In like manner, Henry was contented that the succession should be secured to the heirs of his body; but he pretended not, in case of their failure, to exclude the House of York, or to give the preference to that of Lancaster. He left that great point ambiguous for the present, and trusted that, if it should ever become requisite to determine it, future incidents would open the way for the decision. But even after all these precautions, the king was so little satisfied with his own title, that in the following year he applied to papal authority for a confirmation of it; and as the court of Rome gladly laid hold of all opportunities which the imprudence, weakness, or necessities of princes afforded it to extend its influence, Innocent VIII., the reigning pope, readily granted a bull in whatever terms the king was pleased to desire. All Henry's titles by succession, marriage, parliamentary choice, even conquest, are there enumerated, and to the whole the sanction of religion is added. Excommunication is denounced against everyone who should either disturb him in the present possession or the heirs of his body in the future succession of the crown; and from this penalty no criminal, except in the article of death, could be absolved but by the Pope himself or his special commissioners. It is difficult to imagine that the security derived from this bull could be a compensation for the defect which it betrayed in Henry's title, and for the danger of thus inviting the Pope to interpose in these concerns. It was natural and even laudable in Henry to reverse the attainders which had passed against the partisans of the house of Lancaster; but the revenges which he exercised against the adherents of the York family, to which he was soon to be allied, cannot be considered in the same light. Yet the parliament, at his instigation, passed an act of attainder against the late king himself, against the Duke of Norfolk, the Earl of Surrey, Viscount Lovel, the Lords Zouche and Ferrars of Chartley, Sir Walter and Sir James Harrington, Sir William Berkeley, Sir Humphrey Stafford, Catesby, and about 20 other gentlemen who had fought on Richard's side in the battle of Bosworth. How men could be guilty of treason by supporting the king in possession against the Earl of Richmond, who assumed not the title of king, it is not easy to conceive; and nothing but a servile complaisance in the parliament could have engaged them to make this stretch of justice. Nor was it a small mortification to the people in general to find that the king, prompted either by avarice or resentment, could in the very beginning of his reign so far violate the cordial union which had previously been concerted between the parties, and to the expectation of which he had plainly owed his succession to the throne. The king, having gained so many points of consequence from the parliament, thought it not expedient to demand any supply from them, which the profound peace enjoyed by the nation, and the late forfeiture of Richard's adherents, seemed to render somewhat superfluous. The parliament, however, conferred on him during life the duty of tonnage and poundage, which had been enjoyed in the same manner by some of his immediate predecessors, and they added, before they broke up, other money bills of no great moment. The king, on his part, made returns of grace and favor to his people. He published his royal proclamation, offering pardon to all such as had taken arms, or formed any attempts against him, provided they submitted themselves to mercy by a certain day, and took the usual oath of fealty and allegiance. Upon this proclamation many came out of their sanctuaries, and the minds of men were everywhere much quieted. Henry chose to take wholly to himself the merit of an act of grace so agreeable to the nation, rather than communicate it with the parliament, as was his first intention, by passing a bill to that purpose. The Earl of Surrey, however, though he had submitted, and delivered himself into the king's hands, was sent prisoner to the Tower. End of Section 1. Chapter 24. Part 1. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. Section 2 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 2, Chapter 24, Part 2. During this Parliament, the king also bestowed favours and honours on some particular persons who were attached to him. Edward Stafford, eldest son of the Duke of Buckingham, attainted in the late reign, was restored to the honours of his family, as well as to his fortune, which was very ample. This generosity, so unusual in Henry, was the effect of his gratitude to the memory of Buckingham, who had first concerted the plan of his elevation, and who by his own ruin had made way for that great event. Chandos of Brittany was created Earl of Bath, Sir Giles Daubeny, Lord Daubeny, and Sir Robert Willoughby, Lord Broke. These were all the titles of nobility conferred by the king during this session of parliament. But the ministers whom Henry most trusted and favored were not chosen from among the nobility, or even from among the laity. John Morton and Richard Fox, two clergymen, persons of industry, vigilance, and capacity, were the men to whom he chiefly confided his affairs and secret counsels. They had shared with him all his former dangers and distresses, and he now took care to make them participate in his good fortune. They were both called to the privy council. Morton was restored to the bishopric of Ely. Fox was created bishop of Exeter. The former, soon after, upon the death of Bourchier, was raised to the see of Canterbury. The latter was made privy seal, and successively bishop of Bath and Wales, Durham and Winchester. For Henry, as Lord Bacon observes, loved to employ and advance prelates, because, having rich bishoprics to bestow, it was easy for him to reward their services, and it was his maxim to raise them by slow steps, and make them first pass through the interior seas. He probably expected that, as they were naturally more dependent on him than the nobility, who during that age enjoyed possessions and jurisdictions dangerous to royal authority, so the prospect of further elevation would render them still more active in his service and more obsequious to his commands. In presenting the bill of tonnage and poundage, the parliament, anxious to preserve the legal undisputed succession to the crown, had petitioned Henry, with demonstrations of the greatest zeal, to espouse the Princess Elizabeth; but they covered their true reason under the dutiful pretence of their desire to have heirs of his body. He now thought in earnest of satisfying the minds of his people in that particular. His marriage was celebrated at London, and that with greater appearance of universal joy than either his first entry or his coronation. Henry remarked with much displeasure this general favor borne to the house of York. The suspicions which arose from it not only disturbed his tranquillity during his whole reign, but bred disgust towards his consort herself, and poisoned all his domestic enjoyments. Though virtuous, amiable, and obsequious to the last degree, she never met with a proper return of affection, or even of complaisance, from her husband; and the malignant ideas of faction still, in his soul and mind, prevailed over all the sentiments of conjugal tenderness. The king had been carried along with such a tide of success ever since his arrival in England, that he thought nothing could withstand the fortune and authority which attended him. He now resolved to make a progress into the north, where the friends of the house of York, and even the partisans of Richard, were numerous, in hopes of curing, by his presence and conversation, the prejudices of the malcontents. When he arrived at Nottingham, he heard that Viscount Lovel, with Sir Humphrey Stafford, and Thomas his brother, had secretly withdrawn themselves from their sanctuary at Gloucestershire. But this news appeared not to him of such importance as to stop his journey, and he proceeded forward to York. He there heard that the Staffords had levied an army, and were marching to besiege the city of Worcester, and that Lovel, at the head of 3,000 or 4,000 men, was approaching to attack him in York. Henry was not dismayed with this intelligence. His active courage, full of resources, immediately prompted him to find the proper remedy. Though surrounded with enemies in these disaffected counties, he assembled a small body of troops, in whom he could confide, and he put them under the command of the Duke of Bedford. He joined to them all his own attendants; but he found that this hasty armament was more formidable by their spirit and their zealous attachment to him, than by the arms or military stores with which they were provided. He therefore gave Bedford orders not to approach the enemy, but previously to try every proper expedient to disperse them. Bedford published a general promise of pardon to the rebels, which had a greater effect on their leader than on his followers. Lovel, who had undertaken an enterprise that exceeded his courage and capacity, was so terrified with the fear of desertion among his troops, that he suddenly withdrew himself, and after lurking some time in Lancashire, he made his escape into Flanders, where he was protected by the Duchess of Burgundy. His army submitted to the king's clemency, and the other rebels, hearing of this success, raised the siege of Worcester and dispersed themselves. The Staffords took sanctuary in the church of Cloynham, a village near Babington; but as it was found that this church had not the privilege of giving protection to rebels, they were taken thence. The elder was executed at Tyburn. The younger, pleading that he had been misled by his brother, obtained a pardon. Henry's joy for this success was followed some time after by the birth of a prince, to whom he gave the name of Arthur, in memory of the famous British king of that name, from whom it was pretended the family of Tudor derived its descent. Though Henry had been able to defeat this hasty rebellion raised by the relics of Richard's partisans, his government had become, in general, unpopular. The source of public discontent arose chiefly from his prejudices against the House of York, which was generally beloved by the nation, and which, for that very reason, became every day more the object of his hatred and jealousy. Not only a preference on all occasions, it was observed, was given to the Lancastrians, but many of the opposite party had been exposed to great severity, and had been bereaved of their fortunes by acts of attainder. A general resumption likewise had passed of all grants made by the princes of the House of York; and though this rigor had been covered under the pretence that the revenue was become insufficient to support the dignity of the crown, and though the grants during the later years of Henry VI. Were resumed by the same law, yet the York party, as they were the principal sufferers by the resumption, thought it chiefly levelled against them. The severity exercised against the Earl of Warwick begat compassion for youth and innocence exposed to such oppression, and his confinement in the Tower, the very place where Edward's children had been murdered by their uncle, made the public expect a like catastrophe for him, and led them to make a comparison between Henry and that detested tyrant. And when it was remarked that the queen herself met with harsh treatment, and even after the birth of a son was not admitted to the honor of a public coronation, Henry's prepossessions were then concluded to be inveterate, and men became equally obstinate in their disgust to his government. Nor was the manner and address of the king calculated to cure these prejudices contracted against his administration, but had in everything a tendency to promote fear, or at best reverence, rather than goodwill and affection. While the high idea entertained of his policy and vigor retained the nobility and men of character in obedience, the effects of his unpopular government soon appeared by incidents of an extraordinary nature. There lived in Oxford one Richard Simon, a priest, who possessed some subtlety, and still more enterprise and temerity. This man had entertained the design of disturbing Henry's government by raising a pretender to his crown, and for that purpose he cast his eyes on Lambert Simnel, a youth of 15 years of age, who was son of a baker, and who, being endowed with understanding above his years and address above his condition, seemed well fitted to personate a prince of royal extraction. A report had been spread among the people, and received with great avidity, that Richard, Duke of York, second son of Edward IV., had, by a secret escape, saved himself from the cruelty of his uncle, and lay somewhere concealed in England. Simon, taking advantage of this rumor, had at first instructed his pupil to assume that name, which he found to be so fondly cherished by the public; but hearing afterwards a new report that Warwick had made his escape from the Tower, and observing that this news was attended with no less general satisfaction, he changed the plan of his imposture, and made Simnel personate that unfortunate prince. Though the youth was qualified by nature for the part which he was instructed to act, yet it was remarked that he was better informed in circumstances relating to the royal family, particularly in the adventures of the Earl of Warwick, than he could be supposed to have learned from one of Simon's condition; and it was thence conjectured that persons of higher rank, partisans of the House of York, had laid the plan of this conspiracy, and had conveyed proper instructions to the actors. The Queen Dowager herself was exposed to suspicion, and it was indeed the general opinion, however unlikely it might seem, that she had secretly given her consent to the imposture. This woman was of a very restless disposition. Finding that, instead of receiving the reward of her services and contributing to Henry's elevation, she herself was fallen into absolute insignificance, her daughter treated with severity, and all her friends brought under subjection, she had conceived the most violent animosity against him, and had resolved to make him feel the effects of her resentment. She knew that the impostor, however successful, might easily at last be set aside; and if a way could be found at his risk to subvert the government, she hoped that a scene might be opened, which, though difficult at present exactly to foresee, would gratify her revenge, and be on the whole less irksome to her than that slavery and contempt to which she was now reduced. But whatever care Simon might take to convey instruction to his pupil Simnel, he was sensible that the imposture would not bear a close inspection, and he was therefore determined to open the first public scene of it in Ireland. That island, which was zealously attached to the house of York, and bore an affectionate regard to the memory of Clarence, Warwick's father, who had been their lieutenant, was improvidently allowed by Henry to remain in the same condition in which he found it; and all the councillors and officers who had been appointed by his predecessor still retained their authority. No sooner did Simnel present himself to Thomas Fitzgerald, Earl of Kildare, the deputy, and claim his protection as the unfortunate Warwick, than that credulous nobleman, not suspecting so bold an imposture, gave attention to him, and began to consult some persons of rank with regard to this extraordinary incident. These he found even more sanguine in their zeal and belief than himself; and in proportion as the story diffused itself among those of lower condition, it became the object of still greater passion and credulity, till the people in Dublin with one consent tendered their allegiance to Simnel as to the true Plantagenet. Fond of a novelty which flattered their natural propension, they overlooked the daughters of Edward IV., who stood before Warwick in the order of succession. They paid the pretended prince attendance as their sovereign, lodged him in the castle of Dublin, crowned him with a diadem taken from the statue of the Virgin, and publicly proclaimed him king by the appellation of Edward VI. The whole island followed the example of the capital, and not a sword was anywhere drawn in Henry's quarrel. When this intelligence was conveyed to the king, it reduced him to some perplexity. Determined always to face his enemies in person, he yet scrupled at present to leave England, where he suspected the conspiracy was first framed, and where he knew many persons of condition, and the people in general were much disposed to give it countenance. In order to discover the secret source of this contrivance, and take measures against this open revolt, he held frequent consultations with his ministers and councillors, and laid plans for a vigorous defence of his authority and the suppression of his enemies. The first event which followed these deliberations gave surprise to the public. It was the seizure of the Queen Dowager, the forfeiture of all her lands and revenue, and the close confinement of her person in the nunnery of Bermondsey. The act of authority was covered with a very thin pretence. It was alleged that, notwithstanding the secret agreement to marry her daughter to Henry, she had yet yielded to the solicitations and menaces of Richard, and had delivered that princess and her sisters into the hands of the tyrant. This crime, which was now become obsolete and might admit of alleviations, was therefore suspected not to be the real cause of the severity with which she was treated; and men believed that the king, unwilling to accuse so near a relation of a conspiracy against him, had cloaked his vengeance or precaution under colour of an offence known to the whole world. They were afterwards the more confirmed in this suspicion, when they found that the unfortunate queen, though she survived this disgrace several years, was never treated with any more lenity, but was allowed to end her life in poverty, solitude, and confinement. The next measure of the king's was of a less exceptional nature. He ordered that Warwick should be taken from the Tower, be led in procession through the streets of London, be conducted to St. Paul's, and there exposed to the view of the whole people. He even gave directions that some men of rank attached to the house of York, and best acquainted with the person of this prince, should approach him and converse with him; and he trusted that these, being convinced of the absurd imposture of Simnel, would put a stop to the credulity of the populace. The expedient had its effect in England, but in Ireland the people still persisted in their revolt, and zealously retorted on the king the reproach of propagating an imposture, and of having shown a counterfeit Warwick to the public. Henry had soon reason to apprehend that the design against him was not laid on such slight foundations as the absurdity of the contrivance seemed to indicate. John, Earl of Lincoln, son of John de la Pole, Duke of Suffolk, and of Elizabeth, eldest sister to Edward IV., was engaged to take part in the conspiracy. This nobleman, who possessed capacity and courage, had entertained very aspiring views, and his ambition was encouraged by the known intentions of his uncle Richard, who had formed a design, in case he himself should die without issue, of declaring Lincoln successor to the crown. The king's jealousy against all eminent persons of the York party, and his rigor towards Warwick, had further struck Lincoln with apprehensions, and made him resolve to seek for safety in the most dangerous counsels. Having fixed a secret correspondence with Sir Thomas Broughton, a man of great interest in Lancashire, he retired to Flanders, where Lovel had arrived a little before him, and he lived during some time in the court of his aunt the Duchess of Burgundy, by whom he had been invited over. Margaret, widow of Charles the Bold, Duke of Burgundy, not having any children of her own, attached herself with an entire friendship to her daughter-in-law, married to Maximilian, Archduke of Austria, and after the death of that princess, she persevered in her affection to Philip and Margaret her children, and occupied herself in the care of their education and of their persons. By her virtuous conduct and demeanor, she had acquired great authority among the Flemings, and lived with much dignity, as well as economy, upon that ample dowry which she inherited from her husband. The resentments of this princess were no less warm than her friendships, and that spirit of faction, which it is so difficult for a social and sanguine temper to guard against, had taken strong possession of her heart, and entrenched somewhat on the probity which shone forth in the other parts of her character. Hearing of the malignant jealousy entertained by Henry against her family, and his oppression of all its partisans, she was moved with the highest indignation, and she determined to make him repent of that enmity to which so many of her friends, without any reason or necessity, had fallen victims. After consulting with Lincoln and Lovel, she hired a body of 2,000 veteran Germans, under the command of Martin Stuart, a brave and experienced officer, and sent them over together with these two noblemen to join Simnel in Ireland. The countenance given by persons of such high rank, and the accession of this military force, much raised the courage of the Irish, and made them entertain the resolution of invading England, where they believed the spirit of disaffection as prevalent as it appeared to be in Ireland. The poverty also under which they labored made it impossible for them to support any longer their new court and army, and inspired them with a strong desire of enriching themselves by plunder and preferment in England. Henry was not ignorant of these intentions of his enemies, and he prepared himself for defense. He ordered troops to be levied in different parts of the kingdom, and put them under the command of the Duke of Bedford and Earl of Oxford. He confined the Marquis of Dorset, who, he suspected, would resent the injuries suffered by his mother, the Queen Dowager, and to gratify the people by an appearance of devotion, he made a pilgrimage to Our Lady of Walsingham, famous for miracles, and there offered up prayers for success and for deliverance from his enemies. Being informed that Simnel was landed at Foudry in Lancashire, he drew together his forces, and advanced towards the enemy as far as Coventry. The rebels had entertained hopes that the disaffected counties in the north would rise in their favor, but the people in general, averse to join Irish and German invaders, convinced of Lambert's imposture, and kept in awe by the king's reputation for success and conduct, either remained in tranquillity or gave assistance to the royal army. The Earl of Lincoln, therefore, who commanded the rebels, finding no hopes but in victory, was determined to bring the matter to a speedy decision; and the king, supported by the native courage of his temper, and emboldened by a great accession of volunteers, who had joined him under the Earl of Shrewsbury and Lord Strange, declined not the combat. The hostile armies met at Stoke, in the county of Nottingham, and fought a battle which was bloody, and more obstinately disputed than could be expected from the inequality of their force. All the leaders of the rebels were resolved to conquer or to perish, and they inspired their troops with like resolution. The Germans also, being veteran and experienced soldiers, kept the event long doubtful; and even the Irish, though ill armed and almost defenceless, showed themselves not defective in spirit and bravery. The king's victory was purchased with loss, but was entirely decisive. Lincoln, Broughton, and Swart perished in the field of battle, with 4,000 of their followers. As Lovel was never more heard of, he was believed to have undergone the same fate. Simnel, with his tutor Simon, was taken prisoner. Simon, being a priest, was not tried at law, and was only committed to close custody. Simnel was too contemptible to be an object either of apprehension or resentment to Henry. He was pardoned, and made a scullion in the king's kitchen, whence he was afterwards advanced to the rank of falconer. Henry had now leisure to revenge himself on his enemies. He made a progress into the northern parts, where he gave many proofs of his rigorous disposition. A strict inquiry was made after those who had assisted or favored the rebels. The punishments were not all sanguinary. The king made his revenge subservient to his avarice. Heavy fines were levied upon the delinquents. The proceedings of the courts, and even the courts themselves, were arbitrary. Either criminals were tried by commissioners appointed for the purpose, or they suffered punishment by sentence of a court martial. And as a rumor had prevailed before the battle of Stoke that the rebels had gained the victory, that the royal army was cut in pieces, and that the king himself had escaped by flight, Henry was resolved to interpret the belief or propagation of this report as a mark of disaffection, and he punished many for that pretended crime. But such in this age was the situation of the English government, that the royal prerogative, which was but imperfectly restrained during the most peaceable periods, was sure in tumultuous or even suspicious times, which frequently recurred, to break all bounds of law and to violate public liberty. After the king had gratified his rigor by the punishment of his enemies, he determined to give contentment to the people in a point which, though a mere ceremony, was passionately desired by them. The queen had been married near 2 years, but had not yet been crowned, and this affection of delay had given great discontent to the public, and had been one principal source of the disaffection which prevailed. The king, instructed by experience, now finished the ceremony of her coronation, and to show a disposition still more gracious, he restored to liberty the Marquis of Dorset, who had been able to clear himself of all the suspicions entertained against him. End of Section 2, Chapter 24, Part 2. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. Section 3 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 3, Chapter 25, Part 1. Henry VII. The king acquired great reputation throughout Europe by the vigorous and prosperous conduct of his domestic affairs. But as some incidents about this time invited him to look abroad, and exert himself in behalf of his allies, it will be necessary, in order to give a just account of his foreign measures, to explain the situation of the neighboring kingdoms, beginning with Scotland, which lies most contiguous. The kingdom of Scotland had not yet attained that state which distinguishes a civilized monarchy, and which enables the government, by the force of its laws and institutions alone, without any extraordinary capacity in the sovereign, to maintain itself in order and tranquillity. James III., who now filled the throne, was a prince of little industry and of a narrow genius, and though it behooved him to yield the reins of government to his ministers, he had never been able to make any choice which could give contentment both to himself and to his people. When he bestowed his confidence on any of the principal nobility, he found that they exalted their own family to such a height as was dangerous to the prince, and gave umbrage to the state. When he conferred favor on any person of meaner birth, on whose submission he could more depend, the barons of his kingdom, enraged at the power of an upstart minion, proceeded to the utmost extremities against their sovereign. Had Henry entertained the ambition of conquest, a tempting opportunity now offered of reducing that kingdom to subjection. But as he was probably sensible that a warlike people, though they might be overrun by reason of their domestic divisions, could not be retained in obedience without a regular military force, which was then unknown in England, he rather intended the renewal of the peace with Scotland, and sent an embassy to James for that purpose. But the Scots, who never desired a durable peace with England, and who deemed their security to consist in constantly preserving themselves in a warlike posture, would not agree to more than a 7 years' truce, which was accordingly concluded. The European states on the continent were then hastening fast to the situation in which they have remained, without any material alteration, for near 3 centuries, and began to unite themselves into one extensive system of policy which comprehended the chief powers of Christendom. Spain, which had hitherto been almost entirely occupied within herself, now became formidable by the union of Aragon and Castile in the persons of Ferdinand and Isabella, who, being princes of great capacity, employed their force in enterprises the most advantageous to their combined monarchy. The conquest of Granada from the Moors was then undertaken, and brought near to a happy conclusion. And in that expedition the military genius of Spain was revived, honor and security were attained, and her princes, no longer kept in awe by a domestic enemy so dangerous, began to enter into all the transactions of Europe, and make a great figure in every war and negotiation. Maximilian, king of the Romans, son of the Emperor Frederick, had, by his marriage with the heiress of Burgundy, acquired an interest in the Netherlands; and though the death of his consort had weakened his connections with that country, he still pretended to the government as tutor to his son Philip, and his authority had been acknowledged by Brabant, Holland, and several other provinces. But as Flanders and Hainault still refused to submit to his regency, and even appointed other tutors to Philip, he had been engaged in long wars against that obstinate people, and never was able thoroughly to subdue their spirit. That he might free himself from the opposition of France, he had concluded a peace with Louis XI, and had given his daughter Margaret, then an infant, in marriage to the Dauphin, together with Artois, Franche-Comte, and Charlot, as her dowry. But this alliance had not produced the desired effect. The Dauphin succeeded to the crown of France by the appellation of Charles VIII, but Maximilian still found the mutinies of the Flemings fomented by the intrigues of the court of France. France, during the 2 preceding reigns, had made a mighty increase in power and greatness, and had not other states of Europe at the same time received an accession of force, it had been impossible to have retained her within her ancient boundaries. Most of the great fiefs, Normandy, Champagne, Anjou, Dauphiny, Guinan, Provence, and Burgundy, had been united to the crown. The English had been expelled from all their conquests, the authority of the prince had been raised to such a height as enabled him to maintain law and order, a considerable military force was kept on foot, and the finances were able to support it. Louis XI, indeed, from whom many of these advantages were derived, was dead, and had left his son, in early youth and ill educated, to sustain the weight of the monarchy; but having entrusted the government to his daughter Anne, Lady of Beaujeu, a woman of spirit and capacity, the French power suffered no check or decline. On the contrary, this princess formed the great project, which at last she happily effected, of uniting to the crown Brittany, the last and most independent fief of the monarchy. Francis II, Duke of Brittany, conscious of his own incapacity for government, had resigned himself to the direction of Peter Landais, a man of mean birth, more remarkable for abilities than for virtue or integrity. The nobles of Brittany, displeased with the great advancement of this favorite, had even proceeded to disaffection against their sovereign, and after many tumults and disorders, they at last united among themselves, and in a violent manner seized, tried, and put to death the obnoxious minister. Dreading the resentment of the prince for this invasion of his authority, many of them retired to France. Others, for protection and safety, maintained a secret correspondence with the French ministry, who, observing the great dissensions among the Bretons, thought the opportunity favorable for invading the duchy, and so much the rather as they could cover their ambition under the specious pretence of providing for domestic security. Louis, Duke of Orleans, first prince of the blood, and presumptive heir of the monarchy, had disputed the administration with the Lady of Beaujeu, and though his pretensions had been rejected by the states, he still maintained cabals with many of the grandees, and laid schemes for subverting the authority of that princess. Finding his conspiracies detected, he took to arms and fortified himself in Beaugenais; but as his revolt was precipitated, before his confederates were ready to join him, he had been obliged to submit, and to receive such conditions as the French ministry were pleased to impose upon him. Actuated, however, by his ambition, and even by his fears, he soon retired out of France, and took shelter with the Duke of Brittany, who was desirous of strengthening himself against the designs of the Lady of Beaujeu by the friendship and credit of the Duke of Orleans. This latter prince also, perceiving the ascendant which he soon acquired over the Duke of Brittany, had engaged many of his partisans to join him at that court, and had formed the design of aggrandizing himself by a marriage with Anne, the heir of that opulent duchy. The barons of Brittany, who saw all favor engrossed by the Duke of Orleans and his train, renewed a stricter correspondence with France, and even invited the French king to make an invasion on their country. Desirous, however, of preserving its independence, they had regulated the number of succors which France was to send them, and had stipulated that no fortified place in Brittany should remain in the possession of that monarchy, a vain precaution, where revolted subjects treat with a power so much superior. The French invaded Brittany with forces 3 times more numerous than those which they had promised to the barons, and advancing into the heart of the country, laid siege to Ploermel. To oppose them, the Duke raised a numerous but ill-disciplined army, which he put under the command of the Duke of Orleans, the Count of Dunois, and others of the French nobility. The army, discontented with this choice and jealous of their confederates, soon disbanded, and left their prince with too small a force to keep the field against his invaders. He retired to Vannes, but being hotly pursued by the French, who had now made themselves masters of Ploermel, he escaped to Nantes, and the enemy having previously taken and garrisoned Vannes, Dinant, and other places, laid close siege to that city. The barons of Brittany, finding their country menaced with total subjection, began gradually to withdraw from the French army, and to make peace with their sovereign. This desertion, however, of the Bretons discouraged not the court of France from pursuing her favorite project of reducing Brittany to subjection. The situation of Europe appeared favorable to the execution of this design. Maximilian was indeed engaged in close alliance with the Duke of Brittany, and had even opened a treaty for marrying his daughter; but he was on all occasions so indigent, and at that time so disquieted by the mutinies of the Flemings, that little effectual assistance could be expected from him. Ferdinand was entirely occupied in the conquest of Granada, and it was also known that if France would resign to him Roussillon and Carnan, to which he had pretensions, she could at any time engage him to abandon the interest of Brittany. England alone was both enabled by her power and engaged by her interest to support the independency of that duchy, and the most dangerous opposition was therefore by Anne of Beaujeu expected from that quarter. In order to cover her real designs, no sooner was she informed of Henry's success against Simnel and his partisans than she dispatched ambassadors to the court of London, and made professions of the greatest trust and confidence in that monarch. The ambassadors, after congratulating Henry on his late victory, and communicating to him in the most cordial manner, as to an intimate friend, some successes of their master against Maximilian, came in the progress of their discourse to mention the late transactions in Brittany. They told him that the Duke, having given protection to French fugitives and rebels, the king had been necessitated, contrary to his intention and inclination, to carry war into that duchy; that the honor of the crown was interested not to suffer a vassal so far to forget his duty to his liege lord; nor was the security of the government less concerned to prevent the consequences of this dangerous temerity; that the fugitives were no mean or obscure persons, but among others the Duke of Orleans, first prince of the blood, who, finding himself obnoxious to justice for treasonable practices in France, had fled into Brittany, where he still persevered in laying schemes of rebellion against his sovereign; that the war being thus, on the part of the French monarch, entirely defensive, it would immediately cease when the Duke of Brittany, by returning to his duty, should remove the causes of it; that their master was sensible of the obligations which the Duke in very critical times had conferred on Henry; but it was known also that in times still more critical, he or his mercenary counsellors had deserted him, and put his life in the utmost hazard; that his sole refuge in these desperate extremities had been the court of France, which not only protected his person, but supplied him with men and money, with which, aided by his own valor and conduct, he had been able to mount the throne of England. That France in this transaction had, from friendship to Henry, acted contrary to what, in a narrow view, might be esteemed her own interest; since, instead of an odious tyrant, she had contributed to establish on a rival throne a prince endowed with such virtue and abilities; and that, as both the justice of the cause and the obligations conferred on Henry thus preponderated on the side of France, she reasonably expected that, if the situation of his affairs did not permit him to give her assistance, he would at least preserve a neutrality between the contending parties. This discourse of the French ambassadors was plausible; and to give it greater weight, they communicated to Henry, as in confidence, their master's intention, after he should have settled the differences with Brittany, to lead an army into Italy, and make good his pretensions to the kingdom of Naples; a project which, they knew, would give no umbrage to the court of England. But all these artifices were in vain employed against the penetration of the king. He clearly saw that France had entertained the view of subduing Brittany; but he also perceived that she would meet with great, and, as he thought, insuperable difficulties in the execution of her project. The native force of that duchy, he knew, had always been considerable, and had often, without any foreign assistance, resisted the power of France. The natural temper of the French nation, he imagined, would make them easily abandon any enterprise which required perseverance; and as the heir of the crown was confederated with the Duke of Brittany, the ministers would be still more remiss in prosecuting a scheme which must draw on them his resentment and displeasure. Should even these internal obstructions be removed, MaximilIan, whose enmity to France was well known, and who now paid his addresses to the heiress of Brittany, would be able to make a diversion on the side of Flanders. Nor could it be expected that France, if she prosecuted such ambitious projects, would be allowed to remain in tranquillity by Ferdinand and Isabella. Above all, he thought the French court could never expect that England, so deeply interested to preserve the independency of Brittany, so able by her power and situation to give effectual and prompt assistance, would permit such an accession of force to her rival. He imagined, therefore, that the ministers of France, convinced of the impracticability of their scheme, would at last embrace pacific views, and would abandon an enterprise so obnoxious to all the potentates of Europe. This reasoning of Henry was solid, and might justly engage him in dilatory and cautious measures; but there entered into his conduct another motive, which was apt to draw him beyond the just bounds, because founded on a ruling passion. His frugality, which by degrees degenerated into avarice, made him averse to all warlike enterprises and distant expeditions, and engaged him previously to try the expedient of negotiation. He despatched Urswic, his almoner, a man of address and abilities, to make offer of his mediation to the contending parties; an offer which, he thought, if accepted by France, would soon lead to a composure of all differences; if refused or eluded, would at least discover the perseverance of that court in her ambitious projects. Urswic found the lady of Beaujeu, now Duchess of Bourbon, engaged in the siege of Nantes, and had the satisfaction to find that his master's offer of mediation was readily embraced, and with many expressions of confidence and moderation. That able princess concluded that the Duke of Orleans, who governed the court of Brittany, foreseeing that every accommodation must be made at his expense, would use all his interest to have Henry's proposal rejected, and would by that means make an apology for the French measures, and draw on the Bretons the reproach of obstinacy and injustice. The event justified her prudence. When the English ambassador made the same offer to the Duke of Brittany, he received for answer, in the name of that prince, that having so long acted the part of protector and guardian to Henry during his youth and adverse fortune, he had expected from a monarch of such virtue more effectual assistance in his present distresses than a barren offer of mediation, which suspended not the progress of the French arms; that if Henry's gratitude were not sufficient to engage him in such a measure, his prudence, as king of England, should discover to him the pernicious consequences attending the conquest of Brittany and its annexation to the crown of France; that that kingdom, already too powerful, would be enabled by so great an accession of force to display, to the ruin of England, that hostile disposition which had always subsisted between those rival nations. That Brittany, so useful an ally, which by its situation gave the English an entrance into the heart of France, being annexed to that kingdom, would be equally enabled from its situation to disturb, either by piracies or naval armaments, the commerce and peace of England; and that if the duke rejected Henry's mediation, it proceeded neither from an inclination to a war, which he experienced to be ruinous to him, nor from a confidence in his own force, which he knew to be much inferior to that of the enemy, but on the contrary, from a sense of his present necessities, which must engage the king to act on the part of his confederate, not that of a mediator. When this answer was reported to the king, he abandoned not the plan which he had formed. He only concluded that some more time was requisite to quell the obstinacy of the Bretons, and make them submit to reason. And when he learned that the people of Brittany, anxious for their duke's safety, had formed a tumultuary army of 60,000 men, and had obliged the French to raise the siege of Nantes, he fortified himself the more in his opinion, that the court of France would at last be reduced, by multiple obstacles and difficulties, to abandon the project of reducing Brittany to subjection. He continued, therefore, his scheme of negotiation, and thereby exposed himself to be deceived by the artifices of the French ministry, who, still pretending pacific intentions, sent Lord Bernard Daubeny, a Scotchman of quality, to London, and pressed Henry not to be discouraged in offering his mediation to the court of Brittany. The king, on his part, dispatched another embassy, consisting of Urswick, the abbot of Babington, and Sir Richard Tunstall, who carried new proposals for an amicable treaty. No effectual succors meanwhile were provided for the distressed Bretons. Lord Woodville, brother to the queen dowager, having asked leave to raise underhand a body of volunteers, and to transport them into Brittany, met with a refusal from the king, who was desirous of preserving the appearance of a strict neutrality. That nobleman, however, still persisted in his purpose. He went over to the Isle of Wight, of which he was governor, levied a body of 400 men, and having at last obtained, as is supposed, the secret permission of Henry, sailed with them to Brittany. This enterprise proved fatal to the leader, and brought small relief to the unhappy duke. The Bretons rashly engaged in a general action with the French at St. Aubin, and were discomfited. Woodville and all the English were put to the sword, together with a body of Bretons who had been accoutred in the garb of Englishmen, in order to strike a greater terror into the French, to whom the martial prowess of that nation was always formidable. The Duke of Orleans, the Prince of Orange, and many other persons of rank were taken prisoners, and the military force of Brittany was totally broken. The death of the duke, which followed soon after, threw affairs into still greater confusion, and seemed to threaten the state with a final subjection. Though the king did not prepare against these events, so hurtful to the interest of England, with sufficient vigor and precaution, he had not altogether overlooked them. Determined to maintain a pacific conduct, as far as the situation of affairs would permit, he yet knew the warlike temper of his subjects, and observed that their ancient and inveterate animosity to France was now revived by the prospect of this great accession to her power and grandeur. He resolved, therefore, to make advantage of this disposition, and draw some supplies from the people, on pretence of giving assistance to the Duke of Brittany. He had summoned a parliament at Westminster, and he soon persuaded them to grant him a considerable subsidy. But this supply, though voted by parliament, involved the king in unexpected difficulties. The counties of Durham and York, always discontented with Henry's government, and therefore provoked by the late oppressions under which they had labored, after the suppression of Simnel's rebellion, resisted the commissioners who were appointed to levy the tax. The commissioners, terrified with this appearance of sedition, made application to the Earl of Northumberland, and desired of him advice and assistance in the execution of their office. That nobleman thought the matter of importance enough to consult the king, who, unwilling to yield to the humors of his discontented populace, and foreseeing the pernicious consequence of such a precedent, renewed his orders for strictly levying the imposition. Northumberland summoned together the justices and chief freeholders, and delivered the king's commands in the most imperious terms, which, he thought, would enforce obedience. but which tended only to provoke the people, and make them believe him the adviser of those orders which he delivered to them. They flew to arms, attacked Northumberland in his house, and put him to death. Having incurred such deep guilt, their mutinous humor prompted them to declare against the king himself; and being instigated by John Achamber, a seditious fellow of low birth, they chose Sir John Egremond their leader, and prepared themselves for a vigorous resistance. Henry was not dismayed with an insurrection so precipitate and ill supported. He immediately levied a force, which he put under the command of the Earl of Surrey, whom he had freed from confinement and received into favor. His intention was to send down these troops, in order to check the progress of the rebels, while he himself should follow with a greater body, which would absolutely ensure success. But Surrey thought himself strong enough to encounter alone a raw and unarmed multitude, and he succeeded in the attempt. The rebels were dissipated, John Achamber was taken prisoner, and afterwards executed with some of his accomplices. Sir John Egremond fled to the Duchess of Burgundy, who gave him protection. The greater number of the rebels received a pardon. End of Section 3, Chapter 25, Part 1. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. Section 4 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 4, Chapter 25, Part 2. Henry had probably expected, when he obtained this grant from Parliament, that he should be able to terminate the affair of Brittany by negotiation, and that he might thereby fill his coffers with the money levied by the imposition. But as the distresses of the Bretons still multiplied, and became every day more urgent, he found himself under the necessity of taking more vigorous measures in order to support them. On the death of the Duke, the French had revived some antiquated claims to the dominion of the duchy, and as the Duke of Orleans was now captive in France, their former pretence for hostilities could no longer serve as a cover to their ambition. The king resolved therefore to engage as auxiliary to Brittany, and to consult the interest as well as desires of his people by opposing himself to the progress of the French power. Besides entering into a league with Maximilian and another with Ferdinand, which were distant resources, he levied a body of troops to the number of 6,000 men, with an intention of transporting them into Brittany. Still anxious, however, for the repayment of his expenses, he concluded a treaty with the young Duchess, by which she engaged to deliver into his hands 2 seaport towns, there to remain till she should entirely refund the charges of the armament. Though he engaged for the service of these troops during the space of 10 months only, yet was the Duchess obliged, by the necessity of her affairs, to submit to such rigid conditions, imposed by any ally so much concerned in interest to protect her. The forces arrived under the command of Lord Willoughby of Broke, and made the Bretons, during some time, masters of the field. The French retired into their garrisons, and expected by dilatory measures to waste the fire of the English and disgust them with the enterprise. The scheme was well laid, and met with success. Lord Broke found such discord and confusion in the councils of Brittany, that no measures could be concerted for any undertaking. No supply obtained, no provisions, carriages, artillery, or military stores procured. The whole court was rent into factions. No one minister had acquired the ascendant, and whatever project was formed by one was sure to be traversed by another. The English, disconcerted in every enterprise by these animosities and uncertain counsels, returned home as soon as the time of their service was elapsed, leaving only a small garrison in those towns which had been consigned into their hands. During their stay in Brittany, they had only contributed still further to waste the country, and by their departure they left it entirely at the mercy of the enemy. So feeble was the succor which Henry in this important conjuncture afforded his ally, whom the invasion of a foreign enemy, concurring with domestic dissensions, had reduced to the utmost distress. The great objection of the domestic dissensions in Brittany was the disposal of the young duchess in marriage. The Maréchal Rieux, favored by Henry, seconded the suit of Lord d'Albret, who had led some forces to her assistance. The Chancellor Montauban, observing the aversion of the duchess to this suitor, insisted that a petty prince, such as d'Albret, was unable to support Anne in her present extremities, and he recommended some more powerful alliance, particularly that of Maximilian, king of the Romans. This party at last prevailed. The marriage with Maximilian was celebrated by proxy, and the duchess thenceforth assumed the title of Queen of the Romans. But this magnificent appellation was all she gained by her marriage. Maximilian, destitute of troops and money, and embarrassed with the continual revolts of the Flemings, could send no succor to his distressed consort, while d'Albret, enraged at the preference given to his rival, deserted her cause, and received the French into Nantes, the most important place in the duchy, both for strength and riches. The French court now began to change their scheme with regard to the subjection of Brittany. Charles had formerly been affianced to Margaret, daughter of Maximilian, who, though too young for the consummation of her marriage, had been sent to Paris to be educated, and at this time bore the title of Queen of France. Besides the rich dowry which she brought the king, she was, after her brother Philip, then in early youth, heir to all the dominions of the house of Burgundy, and seemed in many respects the most proper match that could be chosen for the young monarch. These circumstances had so blinded both Maximilian and Henry that they never suspected any other intentions in the French court, nor were they able to discover that engagements, seemingly so advantageous and so solemnly entered into, could be infringed and set aside. But Charles began to perceive that the conquest of Brittany, in opposition to the natives and to all the great powers of Christendom, would prove a difficult enterprise, and that even if he should overrun the country and make himself master of the fortresses, it would be impossible for him long to retain possession of them. The marriage alone of the duchess could fully reannex that fief to the crown, and the present and certain enjoyment of so considerable a territory seemed preferable to the prospect of inheriting the dominions of the house of Burgundy, a prospect which became every day more distant and precarious. Above all, the marriage of Maximilian and Anne appeared destructive to the grandeur and even security of the French monarchy, while that prince, possessing Flanders on the one hand and Brittany on the other, might thus, from both quarters, make inroads into the heart of the country. The only remedy for these evils was therefore concluded to be the dissolution of the two marriages, which had been celebrated but not consummated, and the espousal of the Duchess of Brittany by the King of France. It was necessary that this expedient, which had not been foreseen by any court in Europe, and which they were all so much interested to oppose, should be kept a profound secret, and should be discovered to the world only by the full execution of it. The measures of the French ministry in the conduct of this delicate enterprise were wise and political. While they pressed Brittany with all the rigors of war, they secretly gained the Count of Dunois, who possessed great authority with the Bretons, and having also engaged in their interest the Prince of Orange, cousin german to the Duchess, they gave him his liberty and sent him into Brittany. These partisans, supported by other emissaries of France, prepared the minds of men for the great revolution projected, and displayed, though still with many precautions, all the advantages of a union with the French monarchy. They represented to the barons of Brittany that their country, harassed during so many years with perpetual war, had need of some repose, and of a solid and lasting peace with the only power that was formidable to them, that their alliance with Maximilian was not able to afford them even present protection, and by closely uniting them to a power which was rival to the greatness of France, fixed them in perpetual enmity with that potent monarchy, that their vicinity exposed them first to the inroads of the enemy, and the happiest event which in such a situation could befall them would be to attain a peace, though by a final subjection to France, and by the loss of that liberty transmitted to them from their ancestors, and that any other expedient, compatible with the honor of the state and their duty to their sovereign, was preferable to a scene of such disorder and devastation. These suggestions had influence with the Bretons, but the chief difficulty lay in surmounting the prejudices of the young Duchess herself. That princess had imbibed a strong prepossession against the French nation, particularly against Charles, the author of all the calamities which, from her earliest infancy, had befallen her family. She had also fixed her affections on Maximilian, and as she now deemed him her husband, she could not, she thought, without incurring the greatest guilt, and violating the most solemn engagements, contract a marriage with any other person. In order to overcome her obstinacy, Charles gave the Duke of Orleans his liberty, who, though formerly a suitor to the Duchess, was now contented to ingratiate himself with the king by employing in his favor all the interests which he still possessed in Brittany. Maréchal Rieux and Chancellor Montauban were reconciled by his mediation, and these rival ministers now concurred with the Prince of Orange and the Count of Dunois in pressing the conclusion of a marriage with Charles. By their suggestion, Charles advanced with a powerful army, and invested Rennes, at that time the residence of the Duchess, who assailed on all hands, and finding none to support her in her inflexibility, at last opened the gates of the city and agreed to espouse the King of France. She was married at Langeais in Touraine, conducted to Saint Denis, where she was crowned, thence made her entry into Paris amidst the joyful acclamations of the people, who regarded this marriage as the most prosperous event that could have befallen the monarchy. The triumph and success of Charles was the most sensible mortification to the King of the Romans. He had lost a considerable territory, which he thought he had acquired, and an accomplished princess, whom he had espoused. He was affronted in the person of his daughter Margaret, who was sent back to him, after she had been treated during some years as Queen of France. He had reason to reproach himself with his own supine security, in neglecting the consummation of his marriage, which was easily practicable for him, and which would have rendered the tie indissoluble. These considerations threw him into the most violent rage, which he vented in very indecent expressions, and he threatened France with an invasion from the united arms of Austria, Spain, and England. The King of England had also just reason to reproach himself with misconduct in this important transaction; and though the affair had terminated in a manner which he could not precisely foresee, his negligence, in leaving his most useful ally so long exposed to the invasion of superior power, could not but appear on reflection the result of timid caution and narrow politics. As he valued himself on his extensive foresight and profound judgment, the ascendant acquired over him by a raw youth such as Charles could not but give him the highest displeasure, and prompt him to seek vengeance, after all remedy for his miscarriage was become absolutely impracticable. But he was further actuated by avarice, a motive still more predominant with him than either pride or revenge; and he sought, even from his present disappointments, the gratification of this ruling passion. On pretence of a French war, he issued a commission for levying a benevolence on his people, a species of taxation which had been abolished by a recent law of Richard III. This violence, for such it really was, fell chiefly on the commercial part of the nation, who were possessed of the ready money. London alone contributed to the amount of near £10,000. Archbishop Morton, the chancellor, instructed the commissioners to employ a dilemma, in which every one might be comprehended. If the persons applied to lived frugally, they were told that their parsimony must necessarily have enriched them. If their method of living were splendid and hospitable, they were concluded to be opulent on account of their expenses. This device was called by some Chancellor Morton's fork, by others his crutch. So little apprehensive was the king of a parliament on account of his levying this arbitrary imposition, that he soon after summoned the assembly to meet at Westminster, and he even expected to enrich himself further by working on their passions and prejudices. He knew the displeasure which the English had conceived against France on account of the acquisition of Brittany, and he took care to insist on that topic in the speech which he himself pronounced to the parliament. He told them that France, elated with her late successes, had even proceeded to a contempt of England, and had refused to pay the tribute which Louis XI. had stipulated to Edward IV. That it became so warlike a nation as the English to be roused by this indignity, and not to limit their pretensions merely to repelling the present injury; that for his part, he was determined to lay claim to the crown itself of France, and to maintain by force of arms so just a title transmitted to him by his gallant ancestors; that Crécy, Poitiers, and Agincourt were sufficient to instruct them in their superiority over the enemy. nor did he despair of adding new names to the glorious catalogue. That a king of France had been prisoner in London, and a king of England had been crowned at Paris, events which should animate them to an emulation of like glory with that which had been enjoyed by their forefathers. That the domestic dissensions of England had been the sole cause of her losing these foreign dominions, and her present internal union would be the effectual means of recovering them. That where such lasting honor was in view, and such an important acquisition, it became not brave men to repine at the advance of a little treasure. And that, for his part, he was determined to make the war maintain itself, and hoped by the invasion of so opulent a kingdom as France to increase rather than diminish the riches of the nation. Notwithstanding these magnificent vaunts of the king, all men of penetration concluded, from the personal character of the man, and still more from the situation of affairs, that he had no serious intention of pushing the war to such extremities as he pretended. France was not now in the same condition as when such successful inroads had been made upon her by former kings of England. The great fiefs were united to the crown. The princes of the blood were desirous of tranquillity. The nation abounded with able captains and veteran soldiers, and the general aspect of her affairs seemed rather to threaten her neighbors than to promise them any considerable advantages against her. The levity and vainglory of Maximilian were supported by his pompous titles, but were ill seconded by military power, and still less by any revenue proportioned to them. The politic Ferdinand, while he made a show of war, was actually negotiating for peace, and rather than expose himself to any hazard, would accept of very moderate concessions from France. Even England was not free from domestic discontents, and in Scotland the death of Henry's friend and ally, James III., who had been murdered by his rebellious subjects, had made way for the succession of his son, James IV., who was devoted to the French interest, and would surely be alarmed at any important progress of the English arms. But all these obvious considerations had no influence on the Parliament. Inflamed by the ideas of subduing France, and of enriching themselves by the spoils of that kingdom, they gave into the snare prepared for them, and voted the supply which the king demanded. 2/15 were granted him, and the better to enable his vassals and nobility to attend him, an act was passed empowering them to sell their estates without paying any fines for alienation. The nobility were universally seized with a desire of military glory, and having credulously swallowed all the boasts of the king, they dreamed of no less than carrying their triumphant banners to the gates of Paris, and putting the crown of France on the head of their sovereign. Many of them borrowed large sums or sold off manors that they might appear in the field with greater splendor, and lead out their followers in more complete order. The king crossed the sea and arrived at Calais on the 6th of October, with an army of 25,000 foot and 1,600 horse, which he put under the command of the Duke of Bedford and the Earl of Oxford. But as some inferred, from his opening the campaign in so late a season, that peace would soon be concluded between the crowns, he was desirous of suggesting a contrary inference. He had come over, he said, to make an entire conquest of France, which was not the work of one summer. It was therefore of no consequence at what season he began the invasion, especially as he had Calais ready for winter quarters. As if he had seriously intended this enterprise, he instantly marched into the enemy's country, and laid siege to Boulogne. But notwithstanding this appearance of hostility, there had been secret advances made towards peace above 3 months before, and commissioners had been appointed to treat of the terms. The better to reconcile the minds of men to this unexpected measure, the king's ambassadors arrived in the camp from the Low Countries, and informed him that Maximilian was in no readiness to join him, nor was any assistance to be expected from that quarter. Soon after, messengers came from Spain, and brought news of a peace concluded between that kingdom and France, in which Charles had made a cession of the counties of Roussillon and Carnage to Ferdinand. Though these articles of intelligence were carefully dispersed throughout the army, the king was still apprehensive lest a sudden peace, after such magnificent promises and high expectations, might expose him to reproach. In order the more effectually to cover the intended measures, he secretly engaged the Marquis of Dorset, together with 23 persons of distinction, to present him a petition for agreeing to a treaty with France. The pretence was founded on the late season of the year, the difficulty of supplying the army at Calais during winter, the obstacles which arose in the siege of Boulogne, the desertion of those allies whose assistance had been most relied on, events which might, all of them, have been foreseen before the embarkation of the forces. In consequence of these preparatory steps, the Bishop of Exeter and Lord Daubeny were sent to confer at Estaples with the Maréchal de Cordes, and to put the last hand to the treaty. A few days sufficed for that purpose. The demands of Henry were wholly pecuniary, and the King of France, who deemed the peaceable possession of Brittany an equivalent for any sum, and who was all on fire for his projected expedition into Italy, readily agreed to the proposals made him. He engaged to pay Henry 745,000 crowns. Near £400,000 sterling of our present money, partly as a reimbursement of the sums advanced to Brittany, partly as arrears of the pension due to Edward IV. And he stipulated a yearly pension to Henry and his heirs of 25,000 crowns. Thus the king, as remarked by his historian, made profit upon his subjects for the war, and upon his enemies for the peace. And the people agreed that he had fulfilled his promise, when he said to the parliament that he would make the war maintain itself. Maximilian was, if he pleased, comprehended in Henry's treaty, but he disdained to be in any respect beholden to an ally, of whom, he thought, he had reason to complain. He made a separate peace with France, and obtained restitution of Artois, Franche-Comté, and Charleroi, which had been ceded as the dowry of his daughter when she was affianced to the King of France. The peace concluded between England and France was the more likely to continue, because Charles, full of ambition and youthful hopes, bent all his attention to the side of Italy, and soon after undertook the conquest of Naples, an enterprise which Henry regarded with the greater indifference, as Naples lay remote from him, and France had never, in any age, been successful in that quarter. The king's authority was fully established at home, and every rebellion which had been attempted against him had hitherto tended only to confound his enemies, and consolidate his power and influence. His reputation for policy and conduct was daily augmenting. His treasures had increased even from the most unfavorable events. The hopes of all pretenders to his throne were cut off, as well by his marriage as by the issue which it had brought him. In this prosperous situation, the king had reason to flatter himself with the prospect of durable peace and tranquillity. But his inveterate and indefatigable enemies, whom he had wantonly provoked, raised him an adversary, who long kept him in inquietude, and sometimes even brought him into danger. The Duchess of Burgundy, full of resentment for the depression of her family and its partisans, rather irritated than discouraged by the ill success of her past enterprises, was determined at least to disturb that government which she found it so difficult to subvert. By means of her emissaries, she propagated a report that her nephew, Richard Plantagenet, Duke of York, had escaped from the Tower when his elder brother was murdered, and that he still lay somewhere concealed. And finding this rumor, however improbable, to be greedily received by the people, she had been looking out for some young man proper to personate that unfortunate prince. There was one Osbec, or Warbeck, a renegade Jew of Tournay, who had been carried by some business to London in the reign of Edward IV, and had there a son born to him. Having had opportunities of being known to the king, and obtaining his favor, he prevailed with that prince, whose manners were very affable, to stand godfather to his son, to whom he gave the name of Peter, corrupted after the Flemish manner into Peterkin or Perkin. It was by some believed that Edward, among his amorous adventures, had a secret commerce with Warbeck's wife, and people thence accounted for that resemblance which was afterwards remarked between young Perkin and that monarch. End of Section 4. Chapter 25, Part 2. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. Section 5 of Volume 1C of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dustin Tuttle. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 5, Chapter 25, Part 3. Some years after the birth of this child, Warwick returned to Tournay, where Perkin his son did not long remain, but by different accidents was carried from place to place, and his birth and fortunes became thereby unknown and difficult to be traced by the most diligent inquiry. The variety of his adventures had happily favored the natural versatility and sagacity of his genius, and he seemed to be a youth perfectly fitted to act any part, or assume any character. In this light he had been represented to the Duchess of Burgundy, who, struck with the concurrence of so many circumstances suited to her purpose, desired to be made acquainted with the man, on whom she already began to ground her hopes of success. She found him to exceed her most sanguine expectations. So comely did he appear in his person, so graceful in his air, so courtly in his address, so full of docility and good sense in his behaviour and conversation. The lessons necessary to be taught him in order to his personating the Duke of York were soon learned by a youth of such quick apprehension. But as the season seemed not then favourable for their enterprise, Margaret, in order the better to conceal him, sent him under the care of Lady Brampton into Portugal, where he remained a year unknown to all the world. The war which was then ready to break out between France and England seemed to afford a proper opportunity for the discovery of this new phenomenon, and Ireland, which still retained its attachments to the House of York, was chosen as the proper place for his first appearance. He landed at Cork, and immediately assuming the name of Richard Plantagenet, drew to him partisans among that credulous people. He wrote letters to the Earls of Desmond and Kildare, inviting them to join his party. He dispersed everywhere the strange intelligence of his escape from the cruelty of his uncle Richard, and men, fond of everything new and wonderful, began to make him the general subject of their discourse, and even the object of their favour. The news soon reached France, and Charles, prompted by the secret solicitations of the Duchess of Burgundy, and the intrigues of one Fryon, a secretary of Henry's, who had deserted his service, sent Perkin an invitation to repair to him at Paris. He received him with all the marks of regard due to the Duke of York, settled on him a handsome pension, assigned him magnificent lodgings, and in order to provide at once for his dignity and security, gave him a guard for his person, of which Lord Consegral accepted the office of captain. The French courtiers readily embraced a fiction which their sovereign thought it his interest to adopt. Perkin, both by his deportment and personal qualities, supported the prepossession which was spread abroad of his royal pedigree, and the whole kingdom was full of the accomplishments, as well as the singular adventures and misfortunes of the young Plantagenet. Wonders of this nature are commonly augmented at a distance. From France the admiration and credulity diffused themselves into England. Sir George Neville, Sir John Taylor, and above 100 gentlemen more came to Paris in order to offer their services to the supposed Duke of York and to share his fortunes. And the impostor had now the appearance of a court attending him, and began to entertain hopes of final success in his undertakings. When peace was concluded between France and England at Estaples, Henry applied to have Perkin put into his hands. But Charles, resolute not to betray a young man of whatever birth whom he had invited into his kingdom, would agree only to dismiss him. The pretended Richard retired to the Duchess of Burgundy, and craving her protection and assistance, offered to lay before her all the proofs of that birth to which he laid claim. The princess affected ignorance of his pretensions, even put on the appearance of distrust, and having, as she said, been already deceived by Simnel, she was determined never again to be seduced by any impostor. She desired before all the world to be instructed in his reasons for assuming the name which he bore, seemed to examine every circumstance with the most scrupulous nicety, put many particular questions to him, affected astonishment at his answers, and at last, after long and severe scrutiny, burst out into joy and admiration at his wonderful deliverance, embraced him as her nephew, the true image of Edward, the sole heir of the Plantagenets, and the legitimate successor to the English throne. She immediately assigned him an equipage suited to his pretended birth, appointed him a guard of 30 halberdiers, engaged every one to pay court to him, and on all occasions honoured him with the appellation of the White Rose of England. The Flemings, moved by the authority which Margaret, both from her rank and personal character enjoyed among them, readily adopted the fiction of Perkin's royal descent. No surmise of his true birth was as yet heard of. Little contradiction was made to the prevailing opinion, and the English, from their great communication with the Low Countries, were every day more and more prepossessed in favour of the impostor. It was not the populace alone of England that gave credit to Perkin's pretensions. Men of the highest birth and quality, disgusted at Henry's government, by which they found the nobility depressed, began to turn their eyes towards the new claimant, and some of them even entered into a correspondence with him. Lord Fitzwater, Sir Simon Montfort, Sir Thomas Thwaites, betrayed their inclination towards him. Sir William Stanley himself, Lord Chamberlain, who had been so active in raising Henry to the throne, moved either by blind credulity or restless ambition, entertained the project of a revolt in favour of his enemy. Sir Robert Clifford and William Barley were still more open in their measures. They went over to Flanders, were introduced by the Duchess of Burgundy to the acquaintance of Perkin, and made him a tender of their services. Clifford wrote back to England that he knew perfectly the person of Richard, Duke of York, that this young man was undoubtedly that prince himself, and that no circumstance of his story was exposed to the least difficulty. Such positive intelligence, conveyed by a person of rank and character, was sufficient with many to put the matter beyond question, and excited the attention and wonder even of the most indifferent. The whole nation was held in suspense. A regular conspiracy was formed against the king's authority, and a correspondence settled between the malcontents in Flanders and those in England. The king was informed of all these particulars, but agreeably to his character, which was both cautious and resolute, he proceeded deliberately, though steadily, in counterworking the projects of his enemies. His first object was to ascertain the death of the real Duke of York, and to confirm the opinion that had always prevailed with regard to that event. 5 persons had been employed by Richard in the murder of his nephews, or could give evidence with regard to it. Sir James Tyrrell, to whom he had committed the government of the Tower for that purpose, and who had seen the dead princes; Forrest, Dighton, and Slater, who perpetrated the crime, and the priest who buried the bodies. Tyrrell and Dighton alone were alive, and they agreed in the same story. But as the priest was dead, and as the bodies were supposed to have been removed by Richard's orders from the place where they were first interred, and could not now be found, it was not in Henry's power to put the fact, so much as he wished, beyond all doubt and controversy. He met at first with more difficulty, but was in the end more successful in detecting who this wonderful person was that thus boldly advanced pretensions to his crown. He dispersed his spies all over Flanders and England. He engaged many to pretend that they had embraced Perkin's party. He directed them to insinuate themselves into the confidence of the young man's friends. In proportion as they conveyed intelligence of any conspirator, he bribed his retainers, his domestic servants, nay, sometimes his confessor, and by these means traced up some other confederate. Clifford himself he engaged, by the hope of rewards and pardon, to betray the secrets committed to him. The more trust he gave to any of his spies, the higher resentment did he feign against them. Some of them he even caused to be publicly anathematized, in order the better to procure them the confidence of his enemies. And in the issue, the whole plan of the conspiracy was clearly laid before him, and the pedigree, adventures, life, and conversation of the pretended Duke of York. This latter part of the story was immediately published for the satisfaction of the nation. The conspirators he reserved for a slower and surer vengeance. Meanwhile, he remonstrated with the Archduke Philip, on account of the countenance and protection which was afforded in his dominions to so infamous an impostor, contrary to treaties subsisting between the sovereigns, and to the mutual amity which had so long been maintained by the subjects of both states. Margaret had interest enough to get his application rejected, on pretence that Philip had no authority over the demesnes of the Duchess Dowager; and the king, in resentment of this injury, cut off all commerce with the Low Countries, banished the Flemings, and recalled his own subjects from these provinces. Philip retaliated by like edicts, but Henry knew that so mutinous a people as the Flemings would not long bear, in compliance with the humours of their prince, to be deprived of the beneficial branch of commerce which they carried on with England. He had in his power to inflict more effectual punishment on his domestic enemies, and when his projects were sufficiently matured, he failed not to make them feel the effects of his resentment. Almost in the same instant he arrested Fitzwater, Montfort, and Thwaites, together with William Daubeny, Robert Rateliff, Thomas Cresnor, and Thomas Astwood. All these were arraigned, convicted, and condemned for high treason, in adhering and promising aid to Perkin. Mountfort, Ratcliffe, and Daubeny were immediately executed. Fitzwater was sent over to Calais, and detained in custody; but being detected in practising on his keeper for an escape, he soon after underwent the same fate. The rest were pardoned, together with William Worsley, Dean of St. Paul's, and some others, who had been accused and examined, but not brought to public trial. Greater and more solemn preparations were deemed requisite for the trial of Stanley, Lord Chamberlain, whose authority in the nation, whose domestic connections with the king, as well as his former services, seemed to secure him against any accusation or punishment. Clifford was directed to come over privately to England, and to throw himself at the king's feet while he sat in council, craving pardon for past offences, and offering to atone for them by any services which should be required of him. Henry then told him that the best proof he could give of penitence, and the only service he could now render him, was the full confession of his guilt, and the discovery of all his accomplices, however distinguished by rank or character. Encouraged by this exhortation, Clifford accused Stanley, then present, as his chief abettor, and offered to lay before the council the full proof of his guilt. Stanley himself could not discover more surprise than was affected by Henry on the occasion. He received the intelligence as absolutely false and incredible, that a man to whom he was in a great measure beholden for his crown and even for his life, a man to whom by every honor and favor he had endeavored to express his gratitude, whose brother, the Earl of Derby, was his own father-in-law, to whom he had even committed the trust of his person, by creating him Lord Chamberlain, that this man, enjoying his full confidence and affection, not actuated by any motive of discontent or apprehension, should engage in a conspiracy against him. Clifford was therefore exhorted to weigh well the consequences of his accusation, but as he persisted in the same positive asseverations, Stanley was committed to custody, and was soon after examined before the council. He denied not the guilt imputed to him by Clifford. He did not even endeavour much to extenuate it, whether he thought that a frank and open confession would serve as an atonement, or trusted to his present connections and his former services for pardon and security. But princes are often apt to regard great services as a ground of jealousy, especially if accompanied with a craving and restless disposition in the person who has performed them. The general discontent also, and the mutinous humour of the people, seemed to require some great example of severity; and as Stanley was one of the most opulent subjects in the kingdom, being possessed of above £3,000 a year in land, and 40,000 marks in plate and money, besides other property of great value, the prospect of so rich a forfeiture was deemed no small motive for Henry's proceeding to extremities against him. After 6 weeks' delay, which was interposed in order to show that the king was restrained by doubts and scruples, the prisoner was brought to his trial, condemned, and presently after beheaded. Historians are not agreed with regard to the crime which was proved against him. The general report is, that he should have said in confidence to Clifford, that if he were sure the young man who appeared in Flanders was really son to King Edward, he never would bear arms against him. The sentiment might disgust Henry, as implying a preference of the house of York to that of Lancaster, but could scarcely be the ground, even in those arbitrary times, of a sentence of high treason against Stanley. It is more probable, therefore, as is asserted by some historians, that he had expressly engaged to assist Perkin, and had actually sent him some supply of money. The fate of Stanley made great impression on the kingdom, and struck all the partisans of Perkin with the deepest dismay. From Clifford's desertion, they found all their secrets were betrayed; and as it appeared that Stanley, while he seemed to be living in the greatest confidence with the king, had been continually surrounded by spies, who reported and registered every action in which he was engaged, nay, every word which fell from him, a general distrust took place, and all mutual confidence was destroyed, even among intimate friends and acquaintance. The jealous and severe temper of the king, together with his great reputation for sagacity and penetration, kept men in awe, and quelled not only the movements of sedition, but the very murmurs of faction. Libels, however, crept out against Henry's person and administration, and being greedily propagated by every secret art, showed that there still remained among the people a considerable root of discontent, which wanted only a proper opportunity to discover itself. But Henry continued more intent on increasing the terrors of his people, than on gaining their affections. Trusting to the great success which attended him in all his enterprises, he gave every day more and more a loose to his rapacious temper, and employed the arts of perverted law and justice, in order to exact fines and compositions from his people. Sir William Capel, alderman of London, was condemned on some penal statutes to pay the sum of £2,743, and was obliged to compound for 1,615. This was the first noted case of the kind, but it became a precedent which prepared the way for many others. The management, indeed, of these arts of chicanery was the great secret of the king's administration. While he depressed the nobility, he exalted and honored and caressed the lawyers, and by that means both bestowed authority on the laws, and was enabled, whenever he pleased, to pervert them to his own advantage. His government was oppressive, but it was so much the less burdensome, as, by his extending royal authority and curbing the nobles, he became in reality the sole oppressor in his kingdom. As Perkin found that the king's authority daily gained ground among the people, and that his own pretensions were becoming obsolete, he resolved to attempt something which might revive the hopes and expectations of his partisans. Having collected a band of outlaws, pirates, robbers, and necessitous persons of all nations, to the number of 600 men, he put to sea, with the resolution of making a descent in England, and of exciting the common people to arms, since all his correspondence with the nobility was cut off by Henry's vigilance and severity. Information being brought him that the king had made a progress to the north, he cast anchor on the coast of Kent, and sent some of his retainers ashore, who invited the country to join him. The gentlemen of Kent assembled some troops to oppose him, but they purposed to do more essential service than by repelling the invasion. They carried the semblance of friendship to Perkin, and invited him to come himself ashore, in order to take the command over them. But the wary youth, observing that they had more order and regularity in their movements than could be supposed in new levied forces who had taken arms against established authority, refused to entrust himself into their hands; and the Kentish troops, despairing of success in their stratagem, fell upon such of his retainers as were already landed, and besides some whom they slew, they took 150 prisoners. These were tried and condemned, and all of them executed by orders from the king, who was resolved to use no lenity towards men of such desperate fortunes. This year a parliament was summoned in England, and another in Ireland, and some remarkable laws were passed in both countries. The English parliament enacted, that no person who should by arms or otherwise assist the king for the time being, should ever afterwards, either by course of law or act of parliament, be attainted for such an instance of obedience. This statute might be exposed to some censure, as favorable to usurpers, were there any precise rule which always, even during the most factious times, could determine the true successor, and render every one inexcusable who did not submit to him. But as the titles of princes are then the great subject of dispute, and each party pleads topics in its own favor, it seems but equitable to secure those who act in support of public tranquillity, an object at all times of undoubted benefit and importance. Henry, conscious of his disputed title, promoted this law, in order to secure his partisans against all events; but as he had himself observed a contrary practice with regard to Richard's adherents, he had reason to apprehend that, during the violence which usually ensues on public convulsions, his example, rather than his law, would, in case of a new revolution, be followed by his enemies; and the attempt to bind the legislature itself by prescribing rules to future parliaments was contradictory to the plainest principles of political government. This parliament also passed an act empowering the king to levy, by course of law, all the sums which any person had agreed to pay by way of benevolence, a statute by which that arbitrary method of taxation was indirectly authorized and justified. The king's authority appeared equally prevalent and uncontrolled in Ireland. Sir Edward Poynings had been sent over to that country, with an intention of quelling the partisans of the House of York, and of reducing the natives to subjection. He was not supported by forces sufficient for that enterprise. The Irish, by flying into their woods and morasses and mountains, for some time eluded his efforts, but Poynings summoned a parliament at Dublin, where he was more successful. He passed that memorable statute which still bears his name, and which establishes the authority of the English government in Ireland. By this statute, all the former laws of England were made to be of force in Ireland, and no bill can be introduced into the Irish Parliament unless it previously receives the sanction of the Council of England. This latter clause seems calculated for ensuring the dominion of the English, but was really granted at the desire of the Irish Commons, who intended, by that means, to secure themselves from the tyranny of their lords, particularly of such lieutenants or deputies as were of Irish birth. While Henry's authority was thus established throughout his dominions, and general tranquillity prevailed, the whole continent was thrown into combustion by the French invasion of Italy, and by the rapid success which attended Charles in that rash and ill-concerted enterprise. The Italians, who had entirely lost the use of arms, and who, in the midst of continual wars, had become every day more unwarlike, were astonished to meet an enemy that had made the field of battle, not a pompous tournament, but a scene of blood, and sought, at the hazard of their own lives, the death of their enemy. Their effeminate troops were dispersed everywhere on the approach of the French army. Their best fortified cities opened their gates. Kingdoms and states were in an instant overturned, and through the whole length of Italy, which the French penetrated without resistance, they seemed rather to be taking quarters in their own country, than making conquest over an enemy. The maxims which the Italians during that age followed in negotiations were as ill calculated to support their states, as the habits to which they were addicted in war. A treacherous, deceitful, and inconsistent system of politics prevailed, and even those small remains of fidelity and honor which were preserved in the councils of the other European princes were ridiculed in Italy as proofs of ignorance and rusticity. Ludovico, Duke of Milan, who invited the French to invade Naples, had never desired or expected their success, and was the first that felt terror from the prosperous issue of those projects which he himself had concerted. By his intrigues a league was formed among several potentates, to oppose the progress of Charles's conquest and secure their own independency. This league was composed of Ludovico himself, the Pope, Maximilian, King of the Romans, Ferdinand of Spain, and the Republic of Venice. Henry too entered into the confederacy, but was not put to any expense or trouble in consequence of its engagements. The King of France, terrified by so powerful a combination, retired from Naples with the greater part of his army, and returned to France. The forces which he left in his new conquest were, partly by the revolt of the inhabitants, partly by the invasion of the Spaniards, soon after subdued, and the whole kingdom of Naples suddenly returned to its allegiance under Ferdinand, son of Alfonso, who had been suddenly expelled by the irruption of the French. Ferdinand died soon after, and left his uncle Frederick in full possession of the throne. End of Section 5. Chapter 25, Part 3. Recording by Dustin Tuttle.
Section 6 of Volume 1C. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joe Austin Leedham. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 6, Chapter 26, Part 1. Henry VII. After Perkin was repulsed from the coast of Kent, he retired into Flanders, but as he found it impossible to procure subsistence for himself and his followers while he remained in tranquillity, he soon after made an attempt upon Ireland, which had always appeared forward to join every invader of Henry's authority. But Poynings had now put the affairs of that island in so good a posture that Perkin met with little success, and being tired of the savage life which he was obliged to lead while skulking among the wild Irish, he bent his course towards Scotland, and presented himself to James IV, who then governed that kingdom. He had been previously recommended to this prince by the King of France, who was disgusted at Henry for entering into the general league against him, and this recommendation was even seconded by Maximilian, who, though one of the confederates, was also displeased with the king on account of his prohibiting in England all commerce with the Low Countries. The countenance given to Perkin by these princes procured him a favourable reception with the King of Scotland, who assured him that, whatever he were, he never should repent putting himself in his hands. The insinuating address and plausible behaviour of the youth himself seemed to have gained him credit and authority. James, whom years had not yet taught distrust or caution, was seduced to believe the story of Perkin's birth and adventures, and he carried his confidence so far as to give him in marriage the Lady Catherine Gordon, daughter of the Earl of Huntly and related to himself. A young lady, too, eminent for virtue as well as beauty. There subsisted at that time a great jealousy between the courts of England and Scotland, and James was probably the more forward on that account to adopt any fiction which he thought might reduce his enemy to distress or difficulty. He suddenly resolved to make an inroad into England, attended by some of the borderers, and he carried Perkin along with him in hopes that the appearance of the pretended prince might raise an insurrection in the northern counties. Perkin himself dispersed a manifesto, in which he set forth his own story and craved the assistance of all his subjects in expelling the usurper, whose tyranny and maladministration, whose depression of the nobility by the elevation of mean persons, whose oppression of the people by multiplied impositions and vexations, had justly, he said, rendered him odious to all men. But Perkin's pretensions, attended with repeated disappointments, were now become stale in the eyes even of the populace, and the hostile dispositions which subsisted between the kingdoms rendered a prince supported by the Scots but an unwelcome present to the English nation. The ravages also committed by the borderers, accustomed to license and disorder, struck a terror into all men, and made the people prepare rather for repelling the invaders than for joining them. Perkin, that he might support his pretensions to royal birth, feigned a great compassion for the misery of his plundered subject, and publicly remonstrated with his ally against the depredations exercised by the Scottish army. But James told him that he doubted his concern was employed only in behalf of an enemy, and that he was anxious to preserve what never should belong to him. That prince now began to perceive that his attempt would be fruitless, and hearing of an army which was on its march to attack him, he thought proper to retreat into his own country. The king discovered little anxiety to procure either reparation or vengeance for this insult committed on him by the Scottish nation. His chief concern was to draw advantage from it, by the pretence which it might afford him to levy impositions on his own subjects. He summoned a parliament, to whom he made bitter complaints against the eruption of the Scots, the absurd imposture countenanced by that nation, the cruel devastations committed in the northern counties, and the multiplied insults thus offered both to the king and kingdom of England. The parliament made the expected return to this discourse by granting a subsidy to the amount of £120,000, together with 2/15. After making this grant, they were dismissed. The vote of Parliament for imposing the tax was without much difficulty procured by the authority of Henry, but he found it not so easy to levy the money upon his subjects. The people, who were acquainted with the immense treasures which he had amassed, could ill brook the new impositions raised on every slight occasion, and it is probable that the flaw, which was universally known to be in his title, made his reign the more subject to insurrections and rebellions. When the subsidy began to be levied in Cornwall, the inhabitants, numerous and poor, robust and courageous, murmured against a tax occasioned by sudden inroads of the Scots, from which they esteemed themselves entirely secure, and which had usually been repelled by the force of the northern counties. Their ill humour was further incited by one Michael Joseph, a farrier of Bodmin, a notable prating fellow, who, by thrusting himself forward on every occasion, and being loudest in every complaint against the government, had acquired an authority among those rude people. Thomas Flammock, too, a lawyer, who had become the oracle of the neighbourhood, encouraged by the sedition by informing them that the tax, though imposed by Parliament, was entirely illegal, that the northern nobility were bound by their tenures to defend the nation against the Scots, and that if these new impositions were tamely submitted to, the avarice of Henry and of his ministers would soon render the burden intolerable to the nation. The Cornish, he said, must deliver to the king a petition, seconded by such a force as would give it authority, and in order to procure the concurrence of the rest of the kingdom, care must be taken by their orderly deportment to show that they had nothing in view but the public good, and the redress of all those grievances under which the people had so long laboured. Encouraged by these speeches, the multitude flocked together and armed themselves with axes, bills, bows, and such weapons as country people are usually possessed of. Flammock and Joseph were chosen their leaders. They soon conducted the Cornish through the county of Devon and reached that of Somerset. At Taunton the rebels killed, in their fury, an officious and eager commissioner of the subsidy, whom they called the Provost of Perrin. When they reached Wells, they were joined by Lord Audley, a nobleman of an ancient family, popular in his deportment, but vain, ambitious, and restless in his temper. He had from the beginning maintained a secret correspondence with the first movers of the insurrection, and was now joyfully received by them as their leader. Proud of the countenance given them by so considerable a nobleman, they continued their march, breathing destruction to the king's ministers and favourites, particularly to Morton, now a cardinal, and Sir Reginald Bray, who were deemed the most active instruments in all his oppressions. Notwithstanding their rage against the administration, they carefully followed the directions given them by their leaders, and as they met with no resistance, they committed during their march no violence or disorder. The rebels had been told by Flammock that the inhabitants of Kent, as they had ever, during all ages, remained unsubdued, and had even maintained their independence during Norman conquest, would surely embrace their party and declare themselves for a cause which was no other than that of public good and general liberty. But the Kentish people had very lately distinguished themselves by repelling Perkin's invasion, and as they had received from the king many gracious acknowledgments for this service, their affections were by that means much conciliated to his government. It was easy, therefore, for the Earl of Kent, Lord Abergavenny, and Lord Cobham, who possessed great authority in those parts, to retain the people in obedience; and the Cornish rebels, though they pitched their camp near Eltham, at the very gates of London, and invited all the people to join them, got reinforcement from no quarter. There wanted not discontents everywhere, but no one would take part in so rash and ill-concerted an enterprise, and besides, the situation in which the king's affairs then stood discouraged even the boldest and most daring. Henry, in order to oppose the Scots, had already levied an army, which he put under the command of Lord Daubeney, the Chamberlain, and as soon as he heard of the Cornish insurrection, he ordered it to march southwards and suppress the rebels. Not to leave the northern frontier defenceless, he dispatched thither the Earl of Surrey, who assembled the forces on the borders and made head against the enemy. Henry found here the concurrence of the three most fatal incidents that can befall a monarchy: a foreign enemy, a domestic rebellion, and a pretender to his crown. But he enjoyed great resources in his army and treasure, and still more in the intrepidity and courage of his own temper. He did not, however, immediately give full scope to his military spirit. On other occasions he had always hastened to a decision, and it was a usual saying with him that he desired but to see his rebels. But as the Cornish mutineers behaved in an inoffensive manner, and committed no spoil on the country, as they received no accession of force on their march or in their encampment, and as such hasty and popular tumult might be expected to diminish every moment by delay, he took post in London, and assiduously prepared the means of ensuring victory. After all his forces were collected, he divided them into 3 bodies and marched out to assail the enemy. The first body, commanded by the Earl of Oxford and under him by the Earls of Essex and Suffolk, were appointed to place themselves behind the hill on which the rebels were encamped. The second, and most considerable, Henry put under the command of Lord Daubeny, and ordered him to attack the enemy in front and bring on the action. The third he kept as a body of reserve about his own person, and took post in St. George's Fields, where he secured the city and could easily, as occasion served, either restore the fight or finish the victory. To put the enemy off their guard, he had spread a report that he was not to attack them till some days after, and the better to confirm them in this opinion, he began not the action till near the evening. Daubeny beat a detachment of the rebels from the Deptford Bridge, and before their main body could be in order to receive him, he had gained the ascent of the hill, and placed himself in array before them. They were formidable from their numbers, being 16,000 strong, and were not defective in valour, but being tumultuary troops, ill-armed and not provided with cavalry or artillery, they were but an unequal match for the king's forces. Daubeny began the attack with courage, and even with a contempt of the enemy which had almost proved fatal to him. He rushed into the midst of them, and was taken prisoner, but soon after was released by his own troops. After some resistance, the rebels were broken and put to flight. Lord Audley, Flammock, and Joseph, their leaders, were taken, and all 3 executed. The latter seemed even to exult in his end, and boasted with a preposterous ambition that he should make a figure in history. The rebels, being surrounded on every side by the king's troops, were almost all made prisoners, and immediately dismissed without further punishment, whether that Henry was satisfied with the victims who had fallen in the field, and who amounted to near 2,000, or that he pitied the ignorance and simplicity of the multitude, or favoured them on account of their inoffensive behaviour, or was pleased that they had never, during their insurrection, disputed his title, and had shown no attachment to the House of York, the highest crime of which, in his eyes, they could have been guilty. The Scottish king was not idle during these commotions in England. He levied a considerable army, and sat down before the castle of Norham in Northumberland, but found that place, by the precaution of Fox, Bishop of Durham, so well provided both as men and ammunition, that he made little or no progress in the siege. Hearing that the Earl of Surrey had collected some forces, and was advancing upon him, he retreated into his own country, and left the frontiers exposed to the inroads of the English general, who besieged and took Ightham, a small castle lying a few miles beyond Berwick. These unsuccessful or frivolous attempts on both sides prognosticated a speedy end to the war, and Henry, notwithstanding his superior force, was no less desirous than James of terminating the differences between the nations. Not to depart, however, from his dignity by making the first advances, he employed in this friendly office Peter Hyalus, a man of address and learning, who had come to him as ambassador from Ferdinand and Isabella, and who was charged with a commission of negotiating the marriage of the Infanta Catherine, their daughter, with Arthur, Prince of Wales. Hyalus took a journey northward, and offered his mediation between James and Henry as minister of a prince who was in alliance with both potentates. Commissioners were soon appointed to meet and confer on terms of accommodation. The first demand of the English was that Perkin should be put into their hands. James replied that he himself was no judge of the young man's pretensions, but having received him as a supplicant and promised him protection, he was determined not to betray a man who had trusted to his good faith and his generosity. The next demand of the English met with no better reception. They required reparation for the ravages committed by the late inroads into England. The Scottish commissioners replied that the spoils were like water split upon the ground, which could never be recovered, and that Henry's subjects were better able to bear the loss than their master to repair it. Henry's commissioners next proposed that the 2 kings should have an interview at Newcastle in order to adjust all differences, but James said that he meant a treat of peace, not to go a begging for it. Lest the conferences should break off altogether without effect, a truce was concluded for some months, and James, perceiving that while Perkin remained in Scotland, he himself should never enjoy a solid peace with Henry, privately desired him to depart the kingdom. Access was now barred Perkin into the Low Countries, his usual retreat in all his disappointments. The Flemish merchants, who severely felt the loss resulting from the interruption of commerce with England, had made such interest in the Archduke's council that commissioners were sent to London in order to treat of an accommodation. The Flemish court agreed that all English rebels should be excluded the Low Countries, and in this prohibition the demesnes of the Duchess Dowager were expressly comprehended. When this principal article was agreed to, all the other terms were easily adjusted. A treaty of commerce was finished, which was favourable to the Flemings, and to which they long gave the appellation of Intercursus Magnus, the Great Treaty. And when the English merchants returned to their usual abode at Antwerp, they were publicly received as in procession with joy and festivity. Perkin was a Fleming by descent, though born in England, and it might therefore be doubted whether he were included in the treaty between the two nations. But as he must dismiss all his English retainers if he took shelter in the Low Countries, and as he was sure of a cold reception, if not bad usage, among people who were determined to keep on terms of friendship with the court of England, he thought fit rather to hide himself during some time in the wilds and fastnesses of Ireland. Impatient, however, of a retreat which was both disagreeable and dangerous, he held consultations with his followers, Herne, Skelton, and Astley, 3 broken tradesmen. By their advice he resolved to try the affections of the Cornish, whose mutinous disposition, notwithstanding the king's lenity, still subsisted after the suppression of their rebellion. No sooner did he appear at Bodmin, in Cornwall, that the populace, to the number of 3,000, flocked to his standard, and Perkin, elated with this appearance of success, took on him for the first time the appellation of Richard IV, King of England. Not to suffer the expectations of his followers to languish, he presented himself before Exeter, and by many fair promises invited that city to join him. Finding that the inhabitants shut their gates against him, he laid siege to the place, but being unprovided with artillery, ammunition, and everything requisite for the attempt, he made no progress in his undertaking. Messengers were sent to the king informing him of this insurrection. The citizens of Exeter, meanwhile, were determined to hold out to the last extremity, in expectation of receiving succour from the well-known vigilance of that monarch. When Henry was informed that Perkin was landed in England, he expressed great joy, and prepared himself with alacrity to attack him, in hopes of being able at length to put a period to pretensions which had so long given him vexation and inquietude. All the courtiers, sensible that their activity on this occasion would be the most acceptable service which they could render the king, displayed their zeal for the enterprise and forwarded his preparations. The Lords Daubeny and Broke, with Sir Rhys ap Thomas, hastened forward with a small body of troops to the relief of Exeter. The Earl of Devonshire, and the most considerable gentlemen in the country of that name, took arms of their own accord, and marched to join the king's generals. The Duke of Buckingham put himself at the head of a troop, consisting of young nobility and gentry, who served as volunteers, and who longed for an opportunity of displaying their courage and their loyalty. The king himself prepared to follow with a considerable army, and thus all England seemed united against a pretender who had at first engaged their attention and divided their affections. Perkin, informed of these great preparations, immediately raised the siege of Exeter, and retired to Taunton. Though his followers now amounted to the number of near 7,000, and seemed still resolute to maintain his cause, he himself despaired of success, and secretly withdrew to the sanctuary of Beaulieu in the New Forest. The Cornish rebels submitted to the king's mercy, and found that it was not yet exhausted in their behalf. Except a few persons of desperate fortunes, who were executed, and some others who were severely fined, All the rest were dismissed with impunity. Lady Catherine Gordon, wife to Perkin, fell into the hands of the victor, and was treated with a generosity which does him honour. He soothed her mind with many marks of regard, placed her in a reputable station about the Queen, and assigned her a pension which she enjoyed even under his successor. Henry deliberated what course to take with Perkin himself. Some counselled him to make the privileges of the Church yield to reasons of state, to take him by violence from the sanctuary, to inflict on him the punishment due to his temerity, and thus at once to put an end to an imposture which had long disturbed the government, and which the credulity of the people and the artifices of malcontents were still capable of reviving. But the king deemed not the matter of such importance as to merit so violent a remedy. He employed some persons to deal with Perkin, and persuade him, under promise of pardon, to deliver himself into the king's hands. The king conducted him in a species of mock triumph to London. As Perkin passed along the road through the streets of the city, men of all ranks flocked around him, and the populace treated with the highest derision his fallen fortunes. They seemed desirous of revenging themselves by their insults for the shame which their former belief of his impostures had thrown upon them. Though the eyes of the nation were generally opened with regard to Perkin's real parentage, Henry required of him a confession of his life and adventures, and he ordered the account of the whole to be dispersed soon after, for the satisfaction of the public. But as his regard to decency made him entirely suppress the share which the Duchess of Burgundy had had in contriving and conducting the imposture, the people, who knew that she had been the chief instrument in the whole affair, were inclined, on account of the silence on that head, to pay the less credit to the authenticity of the narrative. But Perkin, though his life was granted him, was still detained in custody, and keepers were appointed to guard him. Impatient of confinement, he broke from his keepers, and flying to the sanctuary of Shine, put himself into the hands of the prior of that monastery. The prior had obtained great credit by his character of sanctity, and he prevailed on that king again to grant a pardon to Perkin. But in order to reduce him to still greater contempt, he was set in the stocks at Westminster and Cheapside, and obliged in both places to read aloud to the people the confession which had formerly been published in his name. He was then confined to the Tower, where his habits of restless intrigue and enterprise followed him. He insinuated himself into the intimacy of 4 servants of Sir John Digby, lieutenant of the Tower, and by their means opened a correspondence with the Earl of Warwick, who was confined in the same prison. This unfortunate prince, who had from his earliest youth been shut up from the commerce of men, and who was ignorant even of the most common affairs of life, had fallen into a simplicity which made him susceptible of any impression. The continued dread also of the more violent effects of Henry's tyranny, joined to the natural love of liberty, engaged him to embrace a project for his escape by the murder of the lieutenant, and Perkin offered to conduct the whole enterprise. The conspiracy escaped not the king's vigilance. It was even very generally believed that the scheme had been laid by himself in order to draw Warwick and Perkin into the snare, but the subsequent execution of 2 of Digby's servants for the contrivance seems to clear the king of that imputation, which was indeed founded more on the general idea entertained of his character than on any positive evidence. End of section 6, chapter 26, part 1.
Section 7 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Caputo. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 7, Chapter 26, Part 2. Perkin, by this new attempt, after so many enormities, had rendered himself totally unworthy of mercy, and he was accordingly arraigned, condemned, and soon after hanged at Tyburn, persisting still in the confession of his imposture. It happened about the very time that one Wilford, a cordwainer's son, encouraged by the surprising credit given to other impostures, had undertaken to personate the Earl of Warwick, and a priest had even ventured from the pulpit to recommend his cause to the people, who seemed still to retain a propensity to adopt it. This incident served Henry as a pretence for his severity towards that prince. He was brought to trial and accused, not of contriving his escape, for, as he was committed for no crime, the desire of liberty must have been regarded as natural and innocent, but of forming designs to disturb the government and raise an insurrection among the people. Warwick confessed the indictment, was condemned, and the sentence was executed upon him. This violent act of tyranny, the great blemish of Henry's reign, by which he destroyed the last remaining male of the line of Plantagenet, begat great discontent among the people, who saw an unhappy prince, that had long been denied all the privileges of his high birth, even being cut off from the common benefits of nature, now at last deprived of life itself, merely for attempting to shake off that oppression under which he laboured. In vain did Henry endeavour to alleviate the odium of this guilt, by sharing it with his ally, Ferdinand of Aragon, who, he said, had scrupled to give his daughter Catherine in marriage to Arthur, while any male descendant of the house of York remained. Men, on the contrary, felt higher indignation at seeing a young prince sacrificed, not to law and justice, but to the jealous politics of two subtle and crafty tyrants. But, though these discontents festered in the minds of men, they were so checked by Henry's watchful policies and steady severity, that they seemed not to weaken his government, and foreign princes, deeming his throne now entirely secure, paid him rather the greater deference and attention. The Archduke Philip, in particular, desired an interview with him, and Henry, who had passed over to Calais, agreed to meet him in St. Peter's Church, near that city. The Archduke, on his approaching the king, made haste to alight, and offered to hold Henry's stirrup, a mark of condescension which that prince would not admit of. He called the king father, patron, protector, and by his whole behaviour expressed a strong desire of conciliating the friendship of England. The Duke of Orleans had succeeded to the crown of France by the appellation of Louis XII. And having carried his arms into Italy, and subdued the Duchy of Milan, his progress begat jealousy in Maximilian, Philip's father, as well as in Ferdinand, his father-in-law. By the counsel, therefore, of these monarchs, the young prince endeavoured by every art to acquire the amity of Henry, whom they regarded as the chief counterpoise to the greatness of France. No particular plan, however, or alliance seems to have been concerted between these two princes in their interview. All passed in general professions of affection and regard, at least in remote projects of a closer union by the future intermarriages of their children, who were then in a state of infancy. The Pope, too, Alexander VI, neglected not the friendship of a monarch whose reputation was spread over Europe. He sent a nuncio into England, who exhorted the king to take part in the great alliance projected for the recovery of the Holy Land, and to lead in person his forces against the infidels. The general frenzy for crusades was now entirely exhausted in Europe, but it was still thought a necessary piece of decency to pretend zeal for those pious enterprises. Henry regretted to the nuncio the distance of his situation, which rendered it inconvenient for him to expose his person in defence of the Christian cause. He promised, however, his utmost assistance by aids and contributions, and rather than the Pope should go alone to the holy wars, unaccompanied by any monarch, He even promised to overlook all other considerations and to attend him in person. He only required, as a necessary condition, that all differences should previously be adjusted among Christian princes, and that some seaport towns in Italy should be consigned to him for his retreat and security. It was easy to conclude that Henry had determined not to intermeddle in any war against the Turk, but, as a great name, without any real assistance, is sometimes of service, the Knights of Rhodes, who were at that time esteemed the bulwark of Christendom, chose the king protector of their order. But the prince whose alliance Henry valued the most was Ferdinand of Aragon, whose vigorous and steady policy, always attended with success, had rendered him, in many respects, the most considerable monarch in Europe. There was also a remarkable similarity of character between these two princes. Both were full of craft, intrigue, and design, and though a resemblance of this nature be a slender foundation for confidence and amity, where the interests of the parties in the least interfere, such was the situation of Henry and Ferdinand, that no jealousy ever on any occasion arose between them. The king had now the satisfaction of completing a marriage which had been projected and negotiated during the course of 7 years, between Arthur, Prince of Wales, and the Infanta Catherine, fourth daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, he near 16 years of age, she 18. But this marriage proved in the issue unprosperous. The young prince, a few months after, sickened and died, much regretted by the nation. Henry, desirous to continue his alliance with Spain, and also unwilling to restore Catherine's dowry, which was 200,000 ducats, obliged his second son, Henry, whom he created Prince of Wales, to be contracted to the Infanta. The prince made all the opposition of which a youth of 12 years of age was capable, but, as the king persisted in his resolution, the espousals were at length, by means of the Pope's dispensation, contracted between the parties, an event which was afterwards attended with the most important consequences. The same year another marriage was celebrated, which was also, in the next age, productive of great events. The marriage of Margaret, the king's eldest daughter, with James, King of Scotland. This alliance had been negotiated during 3 years, though interrupted by several broils, and Henry hoped, from the completion of it, to remove all source of discord with that neighbouring kingdom, by whose animosity England had so often been infested. When this marriage was deliberated on in the English council, some objected that England might, by means of that alliance, fall under the dominion of Scotland. No, replied Henry, Scotland, in that event, will only become an accession to England. Amidst these prosperous incidents, the king met with a domestic calamity, which made not such impression on him as it merited. His queen died in childbed, and the infant did no long survive her. This princess was deservedly a favourite of the nation, and the general affection for her increased on account of the harsh treatment which it was thought she met with from her consort. The situation of the king's affairs, both at home and abroad, was now in every respect very fortunate. All the efforts of the European princes, both in war and negotiation, were turned to the side of Italy, and the various events which there arose made Henry's alliance be courted by every party, yet interested him so little as never to touch him with concern or anxiety. His close connection with Spain and Scotland ensured his tranquillity, and his continued successes over domestic enemies, owing to the prudence and vigour of his conduct, had reduced the people to entire submission and obedience. Uncontrolled, therefore, by apprehension or opposition of any kind, he gave full scope to his natural propensity, and avarice, which had ever been his ruling passion, being increased by age and encouraged by absolute authority, broke all restraints of shame or justice. He had found 2 ministers, Empson and Dudley, perfectly qualified to second his rapacious and tyrannical inclinations, and to prey upon his defenceless people. These instruments of oppression were both lawyers, the first of mean birth, of brutal manners, of an unrelenting temper, the second better born, better educated, and better bred, but equally unjust, severe, and inflexible. By their knowledge in law, these men were qualified to pervert the form of justice to the oppression of the innocent, and the formidable authority of the king supported them in all their iniquities. It was their usual practice at first to observe so far the appearance of law as to give indictments to those whom they intended to oppress, upon which the persons were committed to prison, but never brought to trial, and were at length obliged, in order to recover their liberty, to pay heavy fines and ransoms, which were called mitigations and compositions. By degrees, the very appearance of law was neglected. The two ministers sent forth their precepts to attach men, and summoned them before themselves and some others, at their private houses, in a court of commission, where, in a summary manner, without trial or jury, arbitrary decrees were issued, both in pleas of the crown and controversies between private parties. Juries themselves, when summoned, proved but small security to the subject, being browbeaten by these oppressors, nay, fined, imprisoned, and punished, if they gave sentence against the inclination of the ministers. The whole system of the feudal law, which still prevailed, was turned into a scheme of oppression. Even the king's wards, after they came of age, were not suffered to enter into possession of their lands without paying exorbitant fines. Men were also harassed with informations of intrusion upon scarce colorable titles. When an outlawry in a personal action was issued against any man, he was not allowed to purchase his charter of pardon, except on the payment of a great sum, and if he refused the composition required of him, the strict law, which in such cases allows forfeiture of goods, was rigorously insisted on. Nay, without any color or law, the half of men's lands and rents were seized during 2 years, as a penalty in case of outlawry. But the chief means of oppression employed by these ministers were the penal statutes, which, without consideration of rank, quality, or services, were rigidly put in execution against all men. Spies, informers, and inquisitors were rewarded and encouraged in every quarter of the kingdom, and no difference was made whether the statutes were beneficial or hurtful, recent or obsolete, possible or impossible to be executed. The sole end of the king and his ministers was to amass money and bring every one under the lash of their authority. Through the prevalence of such an arbitrary and iniquitous administration, the English, it may safely be affirmed, were considerable losers by their ancient privileges, which secured them from all taxations, except such as were imposed by their own consent in Parliament. Had the king been empowered to levy general taxes at pleasure, he would naturally have abstained from these oppressive expedients, which destroyed all security in private property, and beget a universal diffidence throughout the nation. In vain did the people look for protection from the Parliament, which was pretty frequently summoned during this reign. That assembly was so overawed that at this very time, during the greatest rage of Henry's oppressions, the Commons chose Dudley their speaker, the very man who was the chief instrument of his iniquities. And though the king was known to be immensely opulent, and had no pretence of wars or expensive enterprises of any kind, they granted him the subsidy which he demanded. But so insatiable was his avarice, that next year he levied a new benevolence, and renewed the arbitrary and oppressive method of taxation. By all these arts of accumulation, joined to a rigid frugality in his expense, he so filled his coffers that he is said to have possessed in ready money the sum of 1,800,000 pounds, a treasure almost incredible, if we consider the scarcity of money in those times. But while Harry was enriching himself by the spoils of his oppressed people, there happened an event abroad which engaged his attention, and was even the object of his anxiety and concern. Isabella, Queen of Castile, died about this time, and it was foreseen that by this incident the fortunes of Ferdinand, her husband, would be much affected. The king was not only attentive to the fate of his ally, and watchful lest the general system of Europe should be affected by so important an event. He also considered the similarity of his own situation with that of Ferdinand, and regarded the issue of these transactions as a precedent for himself. Joan, the daughter of Ferdinand by Isabella, was married to the Archduke Philip, and being, in right of her mother, heir of Castile, seemed entitled to dispute with Ferdinand the present possession of that kingdom. Henry knew that, notwithstanding his own pretensions by the house of Lancaster, the greater part of the nation was convinced of the superiority of his wife's title, and he dreaded lest the Prince of Wales, who was daily advancing towards manhood, might be tempted by ambition to lay immediate claim to the crown. By his perpetual attention to depress the partisans of the York family, he had more closely united them into one party, and increased their desire of shaking off that yoke under which they had so long labored, and of taking every advantage which his oppressive government should give his enemies against him. And, as he possessed no independent force like Ferdinand, and governed a kingdom more turbulent and unruly, which he himself by his narrow politics had confirmed infectious prejudices, he apprehended that his situation would prove in the issue still more precarious. Nothing at first could turn out more contrary to the king's wishes than the transactions in Spain. Ferdinand, as well as Henry, had become very unpopular, and from a like cause, his former exactions and impositions, and the states of Castile discovered an evident resolution of preferring the title of Philip and Joan. In order to take advantage of these favorable dispositions, the Archduke, now King of Castile, attended by his consort, embarked for Spain during the winter season, but meeting with a violent tempest in the Channel, was obliged to take shelter in the harbour of Weymouth. Sir John Trenchard, a gentleman of authority in the county of Dorset, hearing of a fleet upon the coast, had assembled some forces, and being joined by Sir John Carey, who was also at the head of an armed body, he came to that town. Finding that Philip, in order to relieve his sickness and fatigue, was already come ashore, he invited him to his house, and immediately dispatched a messenger to inform the court of this important incident. The king sent in all haste the Earl of Arundel to compliment Philip on his arrival in England, and to inform him that he intended to pay him a visit in person, and to give him a suitable reception in his dominions. Philip knew that he could not now depart without the king's consent, and therefore, for the sake of despatch, he resolved to anticipate his visit, and to have an interview with him at Windsor. Henry received him with all the magnificence possible, and with all the seeming cordiality, but he resolved, notwithstanding, to draw some advantage from this involuntary visit paid him by his royal guest. Edmund de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, nephew to Edward IV., and brother to the Earl of Lincoln slain in the Battle of Stoke, had some years before killed a man in a sudden fit of passion, and had been obliged to apply to the king for a remission of the crime. The king had granted his request, but, being little indulgent to all persons connected with the house of York, he obliged him to appear openly in court and plead his pardon. Suffolk, more resenting the affront than grateful for the favour, had fled into Flanders, and taken shelter with his aunt, the Duchess of Burgundy. But being promised forgiveness by the king, he returned to England and obtained a new pardon. actuated, however, by the natural inquietude of his temper, and uneasy from debts which he had contracted by his great expense at Prince Arthur's wedding, he again made an elopement into Flanders. The king, well acquainted with the general discontent which prevailed against his administration, neglected not this incident, which might become of importance, and he employed his usual artifices to elude the efforts of his enemies. He directed Sir Robert Curson, governor of the castle of Hume, to desert his charge, and to insinuate himself into the confidence of Suffolk, by making him a tender of his services. Upon information secretly conveyed by Curson, the king seized William Courtenay, eldest son to the Earl of Devonshire, and married to the Lady Catherine, sister of the Queen, William de la Pole, brother to the Earl of Suffolk, Sir James Tyrrell, and Sir James Wyndham, with some persons of inferior quality, and he committed them to custody. Lord Abergavenny and Sir Thomas Green were also apprehended, but were soon after released from their confinement. William de la Pole was long detained in prison. Courtenay was attainted, and though not executed, he recovered not his liberty during the king's lifetime. But Henry's chief severity fell upon Sir James Wyndham and Sir James Tyrrell, who were brought to their trial, condemned, and executed. The fate of the latter gave general satisfaction, on account of his participation in the murder of the young princes, sons of Edward IV. Notwithstanding these discoveries and executions, Curson was still able to maintain his credit with the Earl of Suffolk. Henry, in order to remove all suspicion, had ordered him to be excommunicated, together with Suffolk himself, for his pretended rebellion. But after that traitor had performed all the services expected from him, he suddenly deserted the earl, and came over to England, where the king received him with unusual marks of favour and confidence. Suffolk, astonished at this instance of perfidy, finding that even the Duchess of Burgundy, tired with so many fruitless attempts, had become indifferent to his cause, fled secretly into France, thence into Germany, and returned at last into the Low Countries, where he was protected, though not countenanced, by Philip, then in close alliance with the king. Henry neglected not the present opportunity of complaining to his guest of the reception which Suffolk had met with in his dominions. "I really thought," replied the King of Castile, "that your greatness and felicity had set you far above apprehensions from any person of so little consequence. But, to give you satisfaction, I shall banish him by my state." "I expect that you will carry your complaisance farther," said the king. "I desire to have Suffolk put into my hands, where alone I can depend upon his submission and obedience." "That measure," said Philip, "will reflect dishonour upon you as well as myself. You will be thought to have treated me as a prisoner." "Then the matter is at an end," replied the king, "for I will take that dishonour upon me, and so your honour is saved." The King of Castile found himself under a necessity of complying, but he first exacted Henry's promise that he would spare Suffolk's life. That nobleman was invited over to England by Philip, as if the king would grant him a pardon on the intercession of his friend and ally. Upon his appearance he was committed to the Tower, and the King of Castile, having fully satisfied Henry, as well by this concession as by signing a treaty of commerce between England and Castile, which was advantageous to the former kingdom, was at last allowed to depart, after a stay of 3 months. He landed in Spain, was joyfully received by the Castilians, and put in possession of the throne. He died soon after, and Joan, his widow, falling into deep melancholy, Ferdinand was again enabled to restate himself in authority, and to govern, till the day of his death, the whole Spanish monarchy. The king survived these transactions 2 years, but nothing memorable occurs in the remaining part of his reign, except his affiancing his second daughter, Mary, to the young Archduke Charles, son of Philip of Castile. He entertained also some intentions of marriage for himself, first with the Queen Dowager of Naples, relict of Ferdinand, afterwards with the Duchess Dowager of Savoy, daughter of Maximilian and sister of Philip, but the decline of his health put an end to all such thoughts, and he began to cast his eye towards that future existence which the iniquities and severities of his reign rendered a very dismal prospect to him. To allay the terrors under which he labored, he endeavored, by distributing alms and founding religious houses, to make atonement for his crimes, and to purchase, by the sacrifice of part of his ill-gotten treasures, a reconciliation with his offended Maker. Remorse even seized him at intervals for the abuse of his authority by Empson and Dudley, but not sufficient to make him stop the rapacious hand of those oppressors. Sir William Capel was again fined £2,000 under some frivolous pretence, and was committed to the Tower for daring to murmur against the iniquity. Harris, an alderman of London, was indicted, and died of vexation before his trial came to an issue. Sir Lawrence Elmer, who had been mayor, and his 2 sheriffs, were condemned in heavy fines, and sent to prison till they made payment. The king gave countenance to all these oppressions, till death, by its nearer approaches, impressed new terrors upon him, and he then ordered, by a general clause in his will, that restitution should be made to all those whom he had injured. End of section 7, chapter 26, part 2. Recording by Lisa Caputo, Palermo. Section 8 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lisa Caputo. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 8, Chapter 26, Part 3. He died of a consumption at his favourite palace of Richmond, after a reign of 23 years and 8 months, and in the 52nd year of his age. The reign of Henry VII was, in the main, fortunate for his people at home, and honourable abroad. He put an end to the civil wars with which the nation had long been harassed. He maintained peace and order in the state. He depressed the former exorbitant power of the nobility, and, together with the friendship of some foreign princes, he acquired the consideration and regard of all. He loved peace without fearing war, though agitated with continual suspicions of his servants and ministers. He discovered no timidity, either in the conduct of his affairs or in the day of battle, and though often severe in his punishments, he was commonly less actuated by revenge than by maxims of policy. The services which he rendered the people were derived from his views of private advantage, rather than the motives of public spirit, and where he deviated from interested regards, it was unknown to himself, and ever from the malignant prejudice of faction, or the mean projects of avarice, not from the sallies of passion or allurement of pleasure, still less from the benign motives of friendship and generosity. His capacity was excellent, but somewhat contracted by the narrowness of his heart. He possessed insinuation and address, but never employed these talents, except where some great point of interest was to be gained, and while he neglected to conciliate the affections of his people, he often felt the danger of resting his authority on their fear and reverence alone. He was always extremely attentive to his affairs, but possessed not the faculty of seeing far into futurity, and was more expert at providing a remedy for his mistakes than judicious in avoiding them. Avarice was, on the whole, his ruling passion, and he remains an instance almost singular, of a man placed in a high station and possessed of talents for great affairs, in whom that passion predominated above ambition. Even among private persons, avarice is commonly nothing but a species of ambition, and is chiefly incited by the prospect of that regard, distinction, and consideration which attend on riches. The power of the kings of England had always been somewhat irregular or discretionary, but was scarcely ever so absolute during any former reign, at least after the establishment of the Great Charter, as during that of Henry. Besides the advantages derived from the personal character of the man, full of vigour, industry, and severity, deliberate in all projects, steady in every purpose, and attended with caution as well as good fortune in every enterprise, he came to the throne after long and bloody civil wars, which had destroyed all the great nobility, who alone could resist the encroachments of his authority. The people were tired with discord and intestine convulsions, and willing to submit to usurpation and even to injuries, rather than plunge themselves anew into like miseries. The fruitless efforts made against him served always, as is usual, to confirm his authority, as he ruled by a faction, and the lesser faction, all those on whom he conferred offices, sensible that they owed everything to his protection, were willing to support his power, though at the expense of justice and national privileges. These seem the chief causes which at this time bestowed on the crown so considerable an addition of prerogative, and rendered the present reign a kind of epoch in the English constitution. This prince, though he exalted his prerogative above law, is celebrated by his historian for many good laws which he made be enacted for the government of his subjects. Several considerable regulations, indeed, are found among the statutes of this reign, both with regard to the police of the kingdom and its commerce, but the former are generally contrived with much better judgment than the latter. The more simple ideas of order and equity are sufficient to guide a legislator in everything that regards the internal administration of justice, but the principles of commerce are much more complicated, and require long experience and deep reflection to be well understood in any state. The real consequence of a law or practice is there often contrary to first appearances. No wonder that during the reign of Henry VII these matters were frequently mistaken, and it may be safely be affirmed that even in the age of Lord Bacon very imperfect and erroneous ideas were formed on that subject. Early in Henry's reign, the authority of the Star Chamber, which was before founded on common law and ancient practice, was in some cases confirmed by Act of Parliament. Lord Bacon extols the utility of this court, but men began, even during the age of that historian, to feel that so arbitrary a jurisdiction was incompatible with liberty, and in proportion as the spirit of independence still rose higher in the nation, the aversion to it increased, till it was entirely abolished by Act of Parliament in the reign of Charles I, a little before the commencement of the civil wars. Laws were passed in this reign ordaining the king's suit for murder to be carried on within a year and a day. Formerly it did not usually commence thereafter, and as the friends of the person murdered often in the interval compounded matters with the criminal, the crime frequently passed unpunished. Suits were given to the poor in forma pauperis, as it is called, that is, without paying dues for the writs, or any fees to the council. A good law at all times, especially in that age, when the people laboured upon the oppression of the great, but a law difficult to be carried into execution. A law was made against to carry off any woman by force. The benefit of clergy was abridged, and the criminal, on the first offence, was ordered to be burned in the hand with a letter denoting his crime, after which he was punished capitally for any new offence. Sheriffs were no longer allowed to fine any person without previously summoning him before their court. It is strange that such a practice should ever have prevailed. A taint of juries was granted in cases which exceeded £40 value. A law which has an appearance of equity, but which was afterwards found inconvenient. Actions popular were not allowed to be eluded by fraud of covin. If any servants of the king's conspired against the life of the steward, treasurer, or comptroller of the king's household, this design, though not followed by any overt act, was made liable to the punishment of felony. This statute was enacted for the security of Archbishop Morton, who found himself exposed to the enmity of great numbers. There scarcely passed any session during this reign without some statute against engaging retainers and giving them badges of liveries, a practice by which they were in a manner enlisted under some great lord and were kept in readiness to assist him in all wars, insurrections, riots, violences, and even in bearing evidence for him in courts of justice. This disorder, which had prevailed during many reigns, when the law could give little protection to the subject, was then deeply rooted in England, and it required all the vigilance and rigour of Henry to extirpate it. There is a story of his severity against this abuse, and it seems to merit praise, though it is commonly cited as an instance of his avarice and rapacity. The Earl of Oxford, his favourite general, in whom he always placed great and deserved confidence, having splendidly entertained him at his castle of Henningham, was desirous of making a parade of his magnificence at the departure of his royal guest, and ordered all his retainers, with their liveries and badges, to be drawn up in 2 lines, that their appearance may be the more gallant and splendid. "My lord," said the king, "I have heard much of your hospitality, but the truth far exceeds the report. These handsome gentlemen and yeomen, whom I see on both sides of me, are no doubt your menial servants." The earl smiled, and confessed that his fortune was too narrow for such magnificence. "They are most of them," subjoined he, "my retainers, who are come to do me service at this time, when they know I am honoured with your majesty's presence." The king started a little, and said, "By my faith, my lord, I thank you for your good cheer, but I must not allow my laws to be broken in my sight. My attorney must speak with you. Oxford is said to have paid no less than 15,000 marks as a composition for his offence. The increase of the arts, more effectually than all the severities of law, put an end to this pernicious practice. The nobility, instead of vying with each other in the number and boldness of their retainers, acquired by degrees a more civilized species of emulation, and endeavoured to excel in the splendour and elegance of their equipage, houses, and tables. The common people, no longer maintained in vicious idleness by their superiors, were obliged to learn some calling or industry, and became useful both to themselves and to others. And it must be acknowledged, in spite of those who declaim so violently against the refinements in the arts, or what they are pleased to call luxury, that, as much as an industrious tradesman is both a better man and a better citizen than one of those idle retainers who formerly depended on the great families, so much is the life of a modern nobleman more laudable than that of an ancient baron. But the most important law in its consequences, which was enacted during the reign of Henry, was that by which the nobility and gentry acquired a power of breaking the ancient entails and of alienating their estates. By means of this law, joined to the beginning luxury and refinements of the age, the great fortunes of the barons were gradually dissipated, and the property of the commons increased in England. It is probable that Henry foresaw and intended this consequence, because the constant scheme of his policy consisted in depressing the great and exalting churchmen, lawyers, and men of new families, who were more dependent on him. This king's love of money naturally led him to encourage commerce, which increased his customs. But, if we may judge by most of the laws enacted during his reign, trade and industry were rather hurt than promoted by the care and attention given to them. Severe laws were made against taking interest for money, which was then denominated usury. Even the profits of exchange were prohibited, a severing of usury, which the superstition of the age zealously proscribed. All evasive contracts, by which profits could be made from the loan of money, were also carefully guarded against. It is needless to observe how unreasonable and iniquitous these laws, how impossible to be executed, and how hurtful to trade if they could take place. We may observe, however, to the praise of this king, that sometimes, in order to promote commerce, he lent to merchants sums of money without interest, when he knew that their stock was not sufficient for those enterprises which they had in view. Laws were made against the exportation of money, plate or bullion, a precaution which serves to no other purpose than to make more be exported. But so far was the anxiety on this head carried, that the merchants alien, who imported commodities into the kingdom, were obliged to invest in English commodities all the money acquired by their sales, in order to prevent their conveying it away in a clandestine manner. It was prohibited to export horses, as if that exportation did not encourage the breed and render them more plentiful in the kingdom. In order to promote archery, no bows were to be sold at a higher price than 6 shillings and 4pence, reducing money to the denomination of our time. The only effect of this regulation must be, either that the people would be supplied with bad bows, or none at all. Prices were also affixed to woolen cloth, to caps and hats, and the wages of labourers were regulated by law. It is evident that these matters ought always to be left free, and be entrusted to the common course of business and commerce. To some it may appear surprising that the price of a yard of scarlet cloth should be limited to 6 shillings, money of our age; that of a yard of coloured cloth to 18, higher prices than these commodities bear at present; and that the wages of a tradesman, such as a mason, bricklayer, tiler, etc., should be regulated at near 10pence a day, which is not much inferior to the present wages given in some parts of England. Labour and commodities have certainly risen since the discovery of the West Indies, but not so much in every particular as is generally imagined. The greater industry of the present time has increased the number of tradesmen and labourers, so as to keep wages nearer a par than could be expected from the great increase of gold and silver; and the additional art employed in the finer manufactures has even made some of these commodities fall below their former value, not to mention that merchants and dealers, being contented with less profit than formerly, afford the goods cheaper to their customers. It appears by a statute of this reign that goods bought for 6pence would sometimes be sold by the merchants for 3 shillings. The commodities whose price has chiefly risen are butcher's meat, fowl, and fish, especially the latter, which cannot be much augmented in quantity by the increase of art and industry. The profession which then abounded most, and was sometimes embraced by persons of the lowest rank, was the church. By a clause of a statute, all clerks or students of the university were forbidden to beg, without a permission from the vice-chancellor. One great cause of the low state of industry during this period was the restraints put upon it, and the Parliament, or rather the king, for he was the prime mover in everything, enlarged a little some of this limitation, but not to the degree that was requisite. A law had been enacted during the reign of Henry IV, that no man could bind his son or daughter to an apprenticeship unless he were possessed of 20 shillings a year in land, and Henry VII, because the decay of manufacture was complained of in Norwich from the want of hands, exempted that city from the penalties of the law. Afterwards, the whole county of Norfolk obtained a like exemption with regard to some branches of the woolen manufacture. This absurd limitation proceeded from a desire of promoting husbandry, which, however, is never more effectually encouraged than by the increase of manufactures. For a like reason, the law enacted against enclosures, and for the keeping up of farm-houses, scarcely deserves the high praises bestowed on it by Lord Bacon. If husbandmen understand agriculture, and have a ready vent for their commodities, we need not dread a diminution of the people employed in the country. All methods of supporting populousness, except by the interest of the proprietors, are violent and ineffectual. During a century and a half after this period, there was a frequent renewal of laws and edicts against the population, whence we may infer that none of them were ever executed. The natural course of improvement at last provided a remedy. One check to industry in England was the erecting of corporations, an abuse which is not yet entirely corrected. A law was enacted that corporations should not pass any by-laws without the consent of 3 of the chief officers of state. They were prohibited from imposing tolls at their gates. The cities of Gloucester and Worcester had even imposed tolls on the Severn, which were abolished. There is a law of this reign, containing a preamble, by which it appears that the company of merchant adventurers in London had, by their own authority, debarred all the other merchants of the kingdom from trading to the great marts in the Low Countries, unless each trader previously paid them the sum of near £70. It is surprising that such a by-law, if it deserved the name, could ever be carried into execution, and that the authority of Parliament should be requisite to abrogate it. It was during this reign, on the 2nd of August 1492, a little before sunset, that Christopher Columbus, a Genoese, set out from Spain on his memorable voyage from the discovery of the western world, and a few years after, Vasquez de Gama, a Portuguese, passed the Cape of Good Hope and opened a new passage to the East Indies. These great events were attended with important consequences to all the nations of Europe, even to such as were not immediately concerned in those naval enterprises. The enlargement of commerce and navigation increased industry and the arts everywhere. The nobles dissipated their fortunes in expensive pleasures. Men of an inferior rank both acquired a share in the landed property and created to themselves a considerable property of a new kind, in stock, commodities, art, credit, and correspondence. In some nations, the privileges of the commons increased by this increase of property. In most nations, the kings, finding arms to be dropped by the barons, who could no longer endure their former rude manner of life, established standing armies, and subdued the liberties of their kingdoms. But in all places the condition of the people, from the depression of the petty tyrants by whom they had formerly been oppressed rather than governed, received great improvement, and they acquired, if not entire liberty, at least the most considerable advantages of it. And as the general course of events thus tended to depress the nobles and exalt the people, Henry VII, who also embraced that system of policy, has acquired more praise than his institutions, strictly speaking, seem of themselves to deserve on account of any profound wisdom attending them. It was by accident only that the king had not a considerable share in those great naval discoveries by which the present age was so much distinguished. Columbus, after meeting with many repulses from the courts of Portugal and Spain, sent his brother Bartholomew to London, in order to explain his projects to Henry, and crave his protection for the execution of them. The king invited him over to England, but his brother, being taken by pirates, was detained in his voyage, and Columbus, meanwhile, having obtained the countenance of Isabella, was supplied with a small fleet, and happily executed his enterprise. Henry was not discouraged by this disappointment. He fitted out Sebastian Cabot, a Venetian settled in Bristol, and sent him westwards in 1498 in search of new countries. Cabot discovered the mainland of America towards the 60th degree of northern latitude. He sailed southwards along the coast and discovered Newfoundland and other countries, but returned to England without making any conquest or settlement. Elliot and other merchants in Bristol made a like attempt in 1502. The king expended £14,000 in building one ship, called the Great Harry. She was, properly speaking, the first ship in the English navy. Before this period, when the prince wanted a fleet, he had no other expedient than hiring or pressing ships from the merchants. But though this improvement of navigation and the discovery of both the Indies was the most memorable incident that happened during this or any other period, it was not the only great event by which the age was distinguished. In 1453, Constantinople was taken by the Turks, and the Greeks, among whom some remains of learning were still preserved, being scattered by these barbarians, took shelter in Italy, and imported, together with their admirable language, a tincture of their science, and of their refined taste in poetry and eloquence. About the same time, the purity of the Latin tongue was revived, the study of antiquity became fashionable, and the esteem for literature gradually propagated itself throughout every nation in Europe. The art of printing, invented about that time, extremely facilitated the progress of all these improvements. The invention of gunpowder changed the whole art of war. Mighty innovations were soon after made in religion, such as not only affected those states that embraced them, but even those that adhered to the ancient faith and worship. And thus a general revolution was made in human affairs throughout this part of the world, and men gradually attained that situation with regard to commerce, arts, science, government, police, and cultivation, in which they have ever since persevered. Here, therefore, commences the useful as well as the more agreeable part of modern annals. Certainty has place in all the considerable, and even most of the minute parts of historical narration. A great variety of events, preserved by printing, give the author the power of selecting, as well as adorning, the facts which he relates, and, as each incident has reference to our present manners and situation, instructive lessons occur every moment during the course of the narration. Whoever carries his anxious researches into preceding periods is moved by a curiosity, liberal indeed and commendable, not by any necessity for acquiring knowledge of public affairs or the arts of civil government. End of Section 8, Chapter 26, Part 3. Recording by Lisa Caputo, Palermo.
Section 9 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham McMillan. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1c, Section 9, Chapter 27, Part 1. Henry VIII. The death of Henry VII. Had been attended with as open and visible a joy among the people as decency would permit, and the accession and coronation of his son, Henry VIII., spread universally a declared and unfeigned satisfaction. Instead of a monarch jealous, severe, and avaricious, who, in proportion as he advanced in years, was sinking still deeper in those unpopular vices, a young prince of 18 had succeeded to the throne, who, even in the eyes of men of sense, gave promising hopes of his future conduct, much more in those of the people, always enchanted with novelty, youth, and royal dignity. The beauty and vigour of his person, accompanied with dexterity in every manly exercise, was further adorned with a blooming and ruddy countenance, with a lively air, with the appearance of spirit and activity in all his demeanour. His father, in order to remove him from the knowledge of public business, had hitherto occupied him entirely in the pursuits of literature, and the proficiency which he made gave no bad prognostic of his parts and capacity. Even the vices of vehemence, ardour, and impatience, to which he was subject, and which afterwards degenerated into tyranny, were considered only as faults incident to unguarded youth, which would be corrected when time had brought him to greater moderation and maturity. And as the contending titles of York and Lancaster were now at last fully united in his person, men justly expected, from a prince obnoxious to no party, that impartiality of administration which had long been unknown in England. These favourable prepossessions of the public were encouraged by the measures which Henry embraced in the commencement of his reign. His grandmother, the Countess of Richmond and Derby, was still alive, and as she was a woman much celebrated for prudence and virtue, he wisely showed great deference to her opinion in the establishment of his new council. The members were Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury and Chancellor, the Earl of Shrewsbury, Steward, Lord Herbert, Chamberlain, Sir Thomas Lovell, Master of the Wards and Constable of the Tower, Sir Edward Poynings, Controller, Sir Henry Marney, afterwards Lord Marney, Sir Thomas Darcy, afterwards Lord Darcy, Thomas Ruthell, Doctor of Laws, and Sir Henry Wyatt. These men had long been accustomed to business under the late king, and were the least unpopular of all the ministers employed by that monarch. But the chief competitors for favour and authority under the new king were the Earl of Surrey, Treasurer, and Fox, Bishop of Winchester, Secretary and Privy Seal. This prelate, who enjoyed great credit during all the former reign, had acquired such habits of caution and frugality as he could not easily lay aside, and he still opposed, by his remonstrances, those schemes of dissipation and expense which the youth and passions of Henry rendered agreeable to him. But Surrey was a more dexterous courtier, and though few had borne a greater share in the frugal politics of the late king, he knew how to conform himself to the humour of his new master, and no one was so forward in promoting that liberality, pleasure, and magnificence which began to prevail under the young monarch. By this policy he ingratiated himself with Henry. He made advantage, as well as the other courtiers, of the lavish disposition of his master, and he engaged him in such a course of play and idleness as rendered him negligent of affairs, and willing to entrust the government of the state entirely into the hands of his ministers. The great treasures amassed by the late king were gradually dissipated in the giddy expenses of Henry. One party of pleasure succeeded to another. Tilts, tournaments, and carousals were exhibited with all the magnificence of the age, and as the present tranquillity of the public permitted the court to indulge itself in every amusement, serious business was but little attended to. Or, if the king intermitted the course of his festivity, he chiefly employed himself in an application to music and literature, which were his favourite pursuits, and which were well adapted to his genius. He made such proficiency in the former art as even to compose some pieces of church music, which were sung in his chapel. He was initiated in the elegant learning of the ancients, and though he was so unfortunate as to be seduced into a study of the barren controversies of the schools, which were then fashionable, and had chosen Thomas Aquinas for his favourite author, he still discovered a capacity fitted for more useful and entertaining knowledge. The frank and careless humour of the king, as it led him to dissipate the treasures amassed by his father, rendered him negligent in protecting the instruments whom that prince had employed in his extortions. A proclamation being issued to encourage complaints, the rage of the people was let loose on all informers, who had so long exercised an unbounded tyranny over the nation. They were thrown into prison, condemned to the pillory, and most of them lost their lives by the violence of the populace. Empson and Dudley, who were most exposed to public hatred, were immediately summoned before the council, in order to answer for their conduct, which had rendered them so obnoxious. Empson made a shrewd apology for himself as well as for his associate. He told the council that so far from his being justly exposed to censure for his past conduct, his enemies themselves grounded their clamour on actions which seemed rather to merit reward and approbation, that a strict execution of law was the crime of which he and Dudley were accused, though that law had been established by general consent, and though they had acted in obedience to the king, to whom the administration of justice was entrusted by the Constitution, that it belonged not to them, who were instruments in the hands of supreme power, to determine what laws were recent or obsolete, expedient or hurtful, since they were all alike valid, so long as they remained unrepealed by the legislature; that it was natural for a licentious populace to murmur against the restraints of authority, but all wise states had ever made their glory consist in the just distribution of rewards and punishments, and had annexed the former to the observance and enforcement of the laws, the latter to their violation and infraction, and that a sudden overthrow of all government might be expected where the judges were committed to the mercy of the criminals, the rulers to that of the subjects. Notwithstanding this defence, Empson and Dudley were sent to the Tower, and soon after brought to their trial. The strict execution of laws, however obsolete, could never be imputed to them as a crime in a court of judicature, and it is likely that, even where they had exercised arbitrary power, the king, as they had acted by the secret commands of his father, was not willing that their conduct should undergo too severe a scrutiny. In order therefore to gratify the people with the punishment of these obnoxious ministers, crimes very improbable, or indeed absolutely impossible, were charged upon them, that they had entered into a conspiracy against the sovereign, and had intended, on the death of the late king, to have seized by force the administration of government. The jury were so far moved by popular prejudices, joined to court influence, as to give a verdict against them, which was afterwards confirmed by a bill of attainder in Parliament, and, at the earnest desire of the people, was executed by warrant from the king. Thus, in those arbitrary times, justice was equally violated, whether the king sought power and riches, or courted popularity. Henry, while he punished the instruments of past tyranny, had yet such a deference to the former engagements as to deliberate, immediately after his accession, concerning the celebration of his marriage with the Infanta Catherine, to whom he had been affianced during his father's lifetime. Her former marriage with his brother, and the inequality of their years, were the chief objections urged against his espousing her, but, on the other hand, the advantages of her known virtue, modesty, and sweetness of disposition were insisted on. The affection which she bore to the king, the large dowry to which she was entitled as Princess of Wales, the interest of cementing a close alliance with Spain, the necessity of finding some confederate to counterbalance the power of France, the expediency of fulfilling the engagements of the late king. When these considerations were weighed, they determined the council, though contrary to the opinion of the primate, to give Henry their advice for celebrating the marriage. The Countess of Richmond, who had concurred in the same sentiments with the council, died soon after the marriage of her grandson. The popularity of Henry's government, his undisputed title, his extensive authority, his large treasures, the tranquillity of his subjects, were circumstances which rendered his domestic administration easy and prosperous. The situation of foreign affairs was no less happy and desirable. Italy continued still, as during the late reign, to be the centre of all the wars and negotiations of the European princes, and Henry's alliance was courted by all parties, at the same time that he was not engaged by any immediate interest or necessity to take part with any. Louis XII. of France, after his conquest of Milan, was the only great prince that possessed any territory in Italy, and could he have remained in tranquillity, he was enabled by his situation to prescribe laws to all the Italian princes and republics, and to hold the balance among them. But the desire of making a conquest of Naples, to which he had the same title or pretensions with his predecessor, still engaged him in new enterprises, and as he foresaw opposition from Ferdinand, who was then connected, both by treaties and affinity, with Frederick of Naples, he endeavoured by the offers of interest, to which the ears of that monarch were ever open, to engage him in an opposite confederacy. He settled with him a plan for the partition of the kingdom of Naples, and the expulsion of Frederick, a plan which the politicians of that age regarded as the most egregious imprudence in the French monarch, and the greatest perfidy in the Spanish. Frederick, supported only by subjects who were either discontented with his government or indifferent about his fortunes, was unable to resist so powerful a confederacy, and was deprived of his dominions. But he had the satisfaction to see Naples immediately prove the source of contention among his enemies. Ferdinand gave secret orders to his general, Gonsalvo, whom the Spaniards honour with the appellation of the Great Captain, to attack the armies of France and make himself master of all the dominions of Naples. Gonsalvo prevailed in every enterprise, defeated the French in 2 pitched battles, and ensured to his prince the entire possession of that kingdom. Lewis, unable to procure redress by force of arms, was obliged to enter into a fruitless negotiation with Ferdinand for the recovery of his share of the partition, and all Italy, during some time, was held in suspense between these 2 powerful monarchs. There has scarcely been any period when the balance of power was better secured in Europe, and seemed more able to maintain itself without any anxious concern or attention of the princes. Several great monarchies were established, and no one so far surpassed the rest as to give any foundation or even pretence for jealousy. England was united in domestic peace, and by its situation happily secured from the invasion of foreigners. The coalition of the several kingdoms of Spain had formed one powerful monarchy, which Ferdinand administered with arts, fraudulent indeed and deceitful, but full of vigour and ability. Louis XII., a gallant and generous prince, had, by espousing Anne of Brittany, widow to his predecessor, preserved the union with that principality on which the safety of his kingdom so much depended. Maximilian, the emperor, besides the hereditary dominions of the Austrian family, maintained authority in the empire, and notwithstanding the levity of his character, was able to unite the German princes in any great plan of interest, at least of defence. Charles, Prince of Castile, grandson to Maximilian and Ferdinand, had already succeeded to the rich dominions of the House of Burgundy, and, being as yet in early youth, the government was entrusted to Margaret of Savoy, his aunt, a princess endowed with signal prudence and virtue. The internal force of these several powerful states, by balancing each other, might long have maintained general tranquillity, had not the active and enterprising genius of Julius II., an ambitious pontiff, first excited the flames of war and discord among them. By his intrigues a league had been formed at Cambray between himself, Maximilian, Louis, and Ferdinand, and the object of this great confederacy was to overwhelm, by their united arms, the Commonwealth of Venice. Henry, without any motive from interest or passion, allowed his name to be inserted in the confederacy. This oppressive and iniquitous league was but too successful against the Republic. The great force and secure situation of the considerable monarchies prevented any one from aspiring to any conquest of moment; and though this consideration could not maintain general peace, or remedy the natural inquietude of men, it rendered the princes of this age more disposed to desert engagements, and change their alliances, in which they were retained by humour and caprice, rather than by any natural or durable interest. Julius had no sooner humbled the Venetian Republic than he was inspired with a nobler ambition, that of expelling all foreigners from Italy, or, to speak in the style affected by the Italians of that age, the freeing of that country entirely from the dominion of barbarians. He was determined to make the tempest fall first upon Louis, and in order to pave the way for this great enterprise, he at once sought for a ground of quarrel with that monarch, and courted the alliance of other princes. He declared war against the Duke of Ferrara, the confederate of Louis. He solicited the favour of England by sending Henry a sacred rose, perfumed with musk and anointed with chrism. He engaged in his interests Bambridge, Archbishop of York, and Henry's ambassador at Rome, whom he soon after created a cardinal. He drew over Ferdinand to his party, though that monarch at first made no declaration of his intentions. And what he chiefly valued, he formed a treaty with the Swiss cantons, who, enraged by some neglects put upon them by Louis, accompanied with contumelious expressions, had quitted the alliance of France, and waited for an opportunity of revenging themselves on that nation. While the French monarch repelled the attacks of his enemies, he thought it also requisite to make an attempt on the Pope himself, and to despoil him as much as possible of that sacred character which chiefly rendered him formidable. He engaged some cardinals, disgusted with the violence of Julius, to desert him, and by their authority he was determined, in conjunction with Maximilian, who still adhered to his alliance, to call a general council which might reform the church, and check the exorbitances of the Roman pontiff. A council was summoned at Pisa, which from the beginning bore a very inauspicious aspect, and promised little success to had adherents. Except a few French bishops who unwillingly obeyed the king's commands in attending the council, all the other prelates kept aloof from an assembly which they regarded as the offspring of faction, intrigue, and worldly politics. Even Pisa, the place of their residence, showed them signs of contempt, which engaged them to transfer their cession to Milan, a city under the dominion of the French monarch. Notwithstanding this advantage, they did not experience much more respectful treatment from the inhabitants of Milan, and found it necessary to make another remove to Lyons. Lewis himself fortified these violent prejudices in favour of papal authority, by the symptoms which he discovered of regard, deference, and submission to Julius, whom he always spared, even when fortune had thrown into his hands the most inviting opportunities of humbling him. And as it was known that his consort, who had great influence over him, was extremely disquieted in mind on account of his dissensions with the Holy Father, all men prognosticated to Julius final success in this unequal contest. The enterprising pontiff knew his advantages, and availed himself of them with the utmost temerity and insolence. So much had he neglected his sacerdotal character, that he acted in person at the siege of Mirandola, visited the trenches, saw some of his attendants killed by his side, and like a young soldier cheerfully bore all the rigours of winter and a severe season in pursuit of military glory. Yet was he still able to throw, even on his most moderate opponents, the charge of impiety and profaneness. He summoned a council at the Lateran, he put Pisa under an interdict, and all the places which gave shelter to the schismatical council he excommunicated the cardinals and prelates who attended it. He even pointed his spiritual thunder against the princes who adhered to it. He freed their subjects from all oaths of allegiance, and gave their dominions to every one who could take possession of them. Ferdinand of Aragon, who had acquired the surname of Catholic, regarded the cause of the Pope and of religion only as a cover to his ambition and selfish politics. Henry, naturally sincere and sanguine in his temper, and the more on account of his youth and inexperience, was moved with a hearty desire of protecting the Pope from the oppression to which he believed him exposed from the ambitious enterprises of Lewis. Hopes had been given him by Julius that the title of Most Christian King, which had hitherto been annexed to the crown of France, and which was regarded as its most precious ornament, should, in reward of his services, be transferred to that of England. Impatient also of acquiring that distinction in Europe to which his power and opulence entitled him, he could not long remain neuter amidst the noise of arms and the natural enmity of the English against France, as well as their ancient claims upon that kingdom, led Henry to join that alliance which the Pope, Spain, and Venice had formed against the French monarch. A herald was sent to Paris to exhort Lewis not to wage impious war against the sovereign pontiff, and when he returned without success, another was sent to demand the ancient patrimonial provinces, Anjou, Maine, Guinan, and Normandy. This message was understood to be a declaration of war, and a parliament, being summoned, readily granted supplies for a purpose so much favoured by the English nation. Bonneviso, an agent of the Pope's at London, had been corrupted by the court of France, and had previously revealed to Lewis all the measures which Henry was concerting against him. But this infidelity did the king inconsiderable prejudice, in comparison of the treachery which he experienced from the selfish purposes of the ally on whom he chiefly relied for assistance. Ferdinand, his father-in-law, had so long persevered in a course of crooked politics, that he began even to value himself on his dexterity in fraud and artifice, and he made a boast of those shameful successes. Being told one day that Lewis, a prince of a very different character, had complained of his having once cheated him, "He lies, the drunkard," said he, "I have cheated him above 20 times." This prince considered his close connections with Henry as only the means which enabled him the better to take advantage of his want of experience. He advised him not to invade France by the way of Calais, where he himself should not have it in his power to assist him. He exhorted him rather to send forces to Fontarabia, whence he could easily make a conquest of Guinan, a province in which it was imagined the English had still some adherents. He promised to assist this conquest by the junction of a Spanish army. And so forward did he seem to promote the interests of his son-in-law, that he even sent vessels to England, in order to transport over the forces which Henry had levied for that purpose. The Marquis of Dorset commanded this armament, which consisted of 10,000 men, mostly infantry. Lord Howard, son of the Earl of Surrey, Lord Broke, Lord Ferrars, and many others of the young gentry and nobility, accompanied him in this service. All were on fire to distinguish themselves by military achievements, and to make a conquest of importance for their master. The secret purpose of Ferdinand in this unexampled generosity was suspected by nobody. The small kingdom of Navarre lies on the frontiers between France and Spain, and as John d'Albert, the sovereign, was connected by friendship and alliance with Lewis, The opportunity seemed favourable to Ferdinand, while the English forces were conjoined with his own, and while all adherents to the Council of Pisa lay under the sentence of excommunication, to put himself in possession of these dominions. No sooner, therefore, was Dorset landed in Guipuscoa than the Spanish monarch declared his readiness to join him with his forces, to make with united arms an invasion of France, and to form the siege of Bayonne, which opened the way into Guinan. But he remarked to the English general how dangerous it might prove to leave behind them the kingdom of Navarre, which, being in close alliance with France, could easily give admittance to the enemy, and cut off all communication between Spain and the combined armies. To provide against so dangerous an event, he required that John should stipulate a neutrality in the present war, and when that prince expressed his willingness to enter into any engagement for that purpose, he also required that security should be given for the strict observance of it. End of Section 9, Chapter 27, Part 1. Recording by Graham McMillan, San Diego, California. Section 10 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham McMillan. History of England by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 10, Chapter 27, Part 2. John, having likewise agreed to this condition, Ferdinand demanded that he should deliver into his hands 6 of the most considerable places of his dominions, together with his eldest son as a hostage. These were not terms to be proposed to a sovereign, and as the Spanish monarch expected a refusal, he gave immediate orders to the Duke of Alva, his general, to make an invasion on Navarre, and to reduce that kingdom. Alva soon made himself master of all the smaller towns, and being ready to form the siege of Pampeluna, the capital, he summoned the Marquis of Dorset to join him with the English army and concert together all their operations. Dorset began to suspect that the interests of his master were very little regarded in all of these transactions, and having no orders to invade the kingdom of Navarre, or make war anywhere but in France, he refused to take any part in the enterprise. He remained therefore in his quarters at Fontarabia, but so subtle was the contrivance of Ferdinand that even while the English army lay in that situation, it was almost equally serviceable to his purpose, as if it had acted in conjunction with his own. It kept the French army in awe, and prevented it from advancing to succour the kingdom of Navarre, so that Alva, having full leisure to conduct the siege, made himself master of Pampeluna, and obliged John to seek for shelter in France. The Spanish general applied again to Dorset, and proposed to conduct with united counsels the operations of the Holy League, so it was called, against Lewis. But as he still declined forming the siege of Bayonne, and rather insisted on the invasion of the Principality of Bearn, a part of the King of Navarre's dominions which lies on the French side of the Pyrenees, Dorset, justly suspicious of his sinister intentions, represented that, without new orders from his master, he could not concur on such an undertaking. In order to procure these orders, Ferdinand despatched Martin de Amboise to London, and persuaded Henry that by the refractory and scrupulous humour of the English general, the most favourable opportunities were lost, and that it was necessary he should on all occasions act in concert with the Spanish commander, who was best acquainted with the situation of the country, and the reasons of every operation. But before orders to this purpose reached Spain, Dorset had become extremely impatient, and observing that his further stay served not to promote the main undertaking, and that his army was daily perishing by want and sickness, he demanded shipping from Ferdinand to transport them back into England. Ferdinand, who was bound by treaty to furnish him with this supply whenever demanded, was at length, after many delays, obliged to yield to his importunity, and Dorset, embarking his troops, prepared himself for the voyage. Meanwhile, the messenger arrived with orders from Henry that the troops should remain in Spain. But the soldiers were so discontented with the treatment which they had met with, that they mutinied, and obliged their commanders to set sail for England. Henry was much displeased with the ill success of this enterprise, and it was with difficulty that Dorset, by explaining the fraudulent conduct of Ferdinand, was at last able to appease him. There happened this summer an action at sea, which brought not any more decisive advantage to the English. Sir Thomas Knevet, master of horse, was sent to the coast of Brittany with a fleet of 45 sail, and he carried with him Sir Charles Brandon, Sir John Carew, and many other young courtiers, who longed for an opportunity of displaying their valour. After they had committed some depredations, a French fleet of 39 sail issued from Brest, under the command of Primauget, and began an engagement with the English. Fire seized the ship of Primauget, who, finding his destruction inevitable, bore down upon the vessel of the English admiral, and grappling with her, resolved to make her share his fate. Both fleets stood some time in suspense as spectators of this dreadful engagement, and all men saw with horror the flames which consumed both vessels, and heard the cries of fury and despair which came from the miserable combatants. At last the French vessel blew up, and at the same time destroyed the English. The rest of the French fleet made their escape into different harbours. The war which England waged against France, though it brought no advantage to the former kingdom, was of great prejudice to the latter, and by obliging Lewis to withdraw his forces for the defence of his own dominions, lost him that superiority which his arms in the beginning of the campaign had attained in Italy. Gaston de Foix, his nephew, a young hero, had been entrusted with the command of the French forces, and in a few months performed such feats of military art and prowess as were sufficient to render illustrious the life of the oldest captain. His career finished with the great battle of Ravenna, which after the most obstinate conflict he gained over the Spanish and Papal armies. He perished the very moment his victory was complete, and with him perished the fortune of the French arms in Italy. The Swiss, who had rendered themselves extremely formidable by their bands of disciplined infantry, invaded the Milanese with a numerous army, and raised up that inconstant people to a revolt against the dominion of France. Genoa followed the example of the duchy, and thus Lewis in a few weeks entirely lost his Italian conquests, except some garrisons, and Maximilian Sforza, the son of Ludovic, was reinstated in possession of Milan. Julius discovered extreme joy on the discomfiture of the French, and the more so as he had been beholden for it to the Swiss, a people whose counsels he hoped he should always be able to influence and govern. The pontiff survived this success a very little time, and in his place was chosen John de Medici, who took the appellation of Leo X, and proved one of the most illustrious princes that ever sat on the papal throne. Humane, beneficent, generous, affable, the patron of every art, and friend of every virtue, he had a soul no less capable of forming great designs than his predecessor, but was more gentle, pliant, and artful in employing means for the execution of them. The sole defect, indeed, of his character was too great finesse and artifice, a fault which, both as a priest and an Italian, it was difficult for him to avoid. By the negotiations of Leo, the Emperor Maximilian was detached from the French interest, and Henry, notwithstanding his disappointments in the former campaign, was still encouraged to prosecute his warlike measures against Lewis. Henry had summoned a new session of Parliament, and obtained a supply for his enterprise. It was a poll tax, and imposed different sums according to the station and riches of the person. A duke paid 10 marks, an earl 5 pounds, a baron 4 pounds, a knight 4 marks, every man valued at 800 pounds in goods 4 marks. An imposition was always granted of 2/15 and 4/10. By these supplies, joined to the treasury which had been left by his father, and which was not yet entirely dissipated, he was enabled to levy a great army, and render himself formidable to his enemy. The English are said to have been much encouraged in this enterprise by the arrival of a vessel in the Thames under the papal banner. It carried presents of wine and hams to the king, and the more eminent courtiers, and such fond devotion was at that time entertained towards the court of Rome, that these trivial presents were everywhere received with the greatest triumph and exultation. In order to prevent all disturbances from Scotland while Henry's arms should be employed on the continent, Dr. West, Dean of Windsor, was dispatched on an embassy to James, the king's brother-in-law, and instructions were given him to accommodate all differences between the kingdoms, as well as to discover the intentions of the court of Scotland. Some complaints had already been made on both sides. One Barton, a Scotchman, having suffered injuries from the Portuguese, for which he could obtain no redress, had procured letters of marque against that nation, but he had no sooner put to sea than he was guilty of the grossest abuses, committed depredations upon the English, and much infested the narrow seas. Lord Howard and Sir Edward Howard, admirals, and sons of the Earl of Surrey, sailing out against him, fought him in a desperate action, where that pirate was killed, and they brought his ships into the Thames. As Henry refused all satisfaction for this act of justice, some of the borderers, who wanted but a pretence for depredations, entered England under the command of Lord Hume, Warden of the Marches, and committed great ravages on that kingdom. Notwithstanding these mutual grounds of dissatisfaction, matters might easily have been accommodated had it not been for Henry's intended invasion of France, which roused the jealousy of the Scottish nation. The ancient league which subsisted between France and Scotland was conceived to be the strongest band of connection, and the Scots universally believed, that were it not for the countenance which they received from this foreign alliance, they had never been able so long to maintain their independence against a people so much superior. James was further incited to take part in the quarrel by the invitations of Anne, Queen of France, whose knight he had ever in all tournaments professed himself, and who summoned him, according to the ideas of romantic gallantry prevalent in that age, to take the field in her defence, and prove himself her true and valorous champion. The remonstrances of his consort and of his wisest counsellors were in vain opposed to the martial ardour of this prince. He first sent a squadron of ships to the assistance of France, the only fleet which Scotland seemed ever to have possessed; and though he still made professions of maintaining a neutrality, the English ambassador easily foresaw that a war would in the end prove inevitable, and he gave warning of the danger to his master, who sent the Earl of Surrey to put the borders in a posture of defence, and to resist the expected invasion of the enemy. Henry, all on fire for military fame, was little discouraged by this appearance of a diversion from the north, and so much the less, as he flattered himself with the assistance of all the considerable potentates of Europe in his invasion of France. The Pope still continued to thunder out his excommunications against Lewis and all the adherents of the schismatical council. The Swiss cantons made professions of violent animosity against France. The ambassadors of Ferdinand and Maximilian had signed with those of Henry a treaty of alliance against that power, and had stipulated the time and place of their intended invasion. And though Ferdinand disavowed his ambassador, and even signed a truce for a 12-month with the common enemy, Henry was not yet fully convinced of his selfish and sinister intentions, and still hoped for his concurrence after the expiration of that term. He had now got a minister who complied with all of his inclinations, and flattered him in every scheme to which his sanguine and impetuous temper was inclined. Thomas Wolsey, Dean of Lincoln, and almoner to the king, surpassed in favour all his ministers, and was fast advancing towards that unrivalled grandeur which he afterwards attained. This man was son of a butcher at Ipswich, but having got a learned education, and being endowed with an excellent capacity, he was admitted into the Marquis of Dorset's family as tutor to that nobleman's children, and soon gained the friendship and countenance of his patron. He was recommended to be chaplain to Henry VII., and being employed by that monarch in a secret negotiation, which regarded his intended marriage with Margaret of Savoy, Maximilian's daughter, he acquitted himself to the king's satisfaction, and obtained the praise both of diligence and dexterity in his conduct. That prince, having given him a commission to Maximilian, who at that time resided in Brussels, was surprised, in less than 3 days after, to see Wolsey present himself before him, and supposing that he had protracted his departure, he began to reprove him for the dilatory execution of his orders. Wolsey informed him that he had just returned from Brussels, and had successfully fulfilled all his Majesty's commands. "But on second thoughts," said the king, "I found that somewhat was omitted in your orders, and have sent a messenger after you with fuller instructions." "I met the messenger," replied Wolsey, "on my return; but as I had reflected on that omission, I ventured of myself to execute what I knew must be your Majesty's intentions." The death of Henry soon after this incident retarded the advancement of Wolsey, and prevented his reaping any advantage from the good opinion which that monarch had entertained of him. But thence afterwards he was looked on at court as a rising man, and Fox, Bishop of Winchester, cast his eye upon him as one who might be serviceable to him in his present situation. This prelate, observing that the Earl of Surrey had totally eclipsed him in favour, resolved to introduce Wolsey to the young prince's familiarity, and hoped that he might rival Surrey in his insinuating arts, and yet be contented to act in the cabinet a part subordinate to Fox himself, who had promoted him. In a little time Wolsey gained so much on the king that he supplanted both Surrey in his favour and Fox in his trust and confidence. Being admitted to Henry's parties of pleasure, he took the lead in every jovial conversation, and promoted all that frolic and entertainment which he found suitable to the age and inclination of the young monarch. Neither his own years, which were near 40, nor his character as a clergyman, were any restraint upon him, or engaged him to check, by any useless severity, the gaiety in which Henry, who had small propension to debauchery, passed his careless hours. During the intervals of amusement, he introduced business, and insinuated those maxims of conduct which he was desirous his master should adopt. He observed to him that while he entrusted his affairs into the hands of his father's counsellors, he had the advantage, indeed, of employing men of wisdom and experience, but men who owed not their promotion to his favour, and who scarcely thought themselves accountable to him for the exercise of their authority, that by the factions and cabals and jealousies which had long prevailed among them, they more obstructed the advancement of his affairs than they promoted it by the knowledge which age and practice had conferred upon them; that while he thought proper to pass his time in those pleasures to which his age and royal fortune invited him, and in those studies which would in time enable him to sway the sceptre with absolute authority, his best system of government would be to entrust his authority into the hands of some one person who was the creature of his will, and who could entertain no view but that of promoting his service, and that if this minister had also the same relish for pleasure with himself, and the same taste for science, he could more easily, at intervals, account to him for his whole conduct, and introduce his master gradually into the knowledge of public business, and thus, without tedious constraint or application, initiate him in the science of government. Henry entered into all the views of Wolsey, and finding no one so capable of executing this plan of administration as the person who proposed it, he soon advanced his favourite, from being the companion of his pleasures to be a member of his council, and from being a member of his council to be his sole and absolute minister. By this rapid advancement and uncontrolled authority, the character and genius of Wolsey had full opportunity to display itself. Insatiable in his acquisitions, but still more magnificent in his expense, of extensive capacity, but still more unbounded enterprise, ambitious of power, but still more desirous of glory, insinuating, engaging, persuasive, and by turns lofty, elevated, commanding, haughty to his equals, but affable to his dependents, oppressive to the people, but liberal to his friends, more generous than grateful, less moved by injuries than by contempt. He was framed to take the ascendant in every intercourse with others, but exerted this superiority of nature with such ostentation as exposed him to envy, and made every one willing to recall the original inferiority, or rather meanness, of his fortune. The branch of administration in which Henry most exerted himself, while he gave his entire confidence to Wolsey, was the military, which, as it suited the natural gallantry and bravery of his temper, as well as the ardour of his youth, was the principal object of his attention. Finding that Lewis had made great preparations both by sea and land to resist him, he was no less careful to levy a formidable army and equip a considerable fleet for the invasion of France. The command of the fleet was entrusted to Sir Edward Howard, who, after scouring the Channel for some time, presented himself before Brest, where the French navy then lay, and he challenged them to a combat. The French admiral, who expected from the Mediterranean a reinforcement of some galleys under the command of Préjeant de Bedout, kept within the harbour, and saw with patience the English burn and destroy the country in the neighbourhood. At last Préjeant arrived with 6 galleys, and put into Conquet, a place within a few leagues of Brest, where he secured himself behind some batteries which he had planted on rocks that lay on each side of him. Howard was, notwithstanding, determined to make an attack upon him, and as he had but 2 galleys, he took himself the command of one, and gave the other to Lord Ferrars. He was followed by some row barges and some crayers under the command of Sir Thomas Cheney, Sir William Sidney, and other officers of distinction. He immediately fastened on Préjeant's ship, and leaped on board of her, attended by Juan Carraz, a Spanish cavalier, and 17 Englishmen. The cable, meanwhile, which fastened his ship to that of the enemy, being cut, the admiral was thus left in the hands of the French, and as he still continued the combat with great gallantry, he was pushed overboard by their pikes. Lord Ferrars, seeing the admiral's galley fall off, followed with the other small vessels, and the whole fleet was so discouraged by the loss of their commander that they retired from before Brest. The French navy came out of harbour, and even ventured to invade the coast of Sussex. They were repulsed, and Préjeant, their commander, lost an eye by the shot of an arrow. Lord Howard, brother to the deceased admiral, succeeded to the command of the English fleet, and little memorable passed at sea during this summer. Great preparations had been making at land, during the whole winter, for an invasion of France by the way of Calais, but the summer was well advanced before everything was in sufficient readiness for the intended enterprise. The long peace which the kingdom had enjoyed had somewhat unfitted the English for military expeditions, and the great change which had lately been introduced in the art of war had rendered it still more difficult to inure them to the use of the weapons now employed in action. The Swiss, and after them the Spaniards, had shown the advantage of a stable infantry, which fought with pike and sword, and were able to repulse even the heavy armed cavalry in which the great force of the armies formerly consisted. The practice of firearms was become common, though the caliver, which was the weapon now in use, was so inconvenient and attended with so many disadvantages that it had not entirely discredited the bow, a weapon in which the English excelled all European nations. A considerable part of the forces which Henry levied for the invasion of France consisted of archers, and as soon as affairs were in readiness, the vanguard of the army, amounting to 8,000 men, under the command of the Earl of Shrewsbury, sailed over to Calais. Shrewsbury was accompanied by the Earl of Derby, the Lords Fitzwater, Hastings, Cobham, and Sir Rice ap Thomas, captain of the light horse. Another body of 6,000 men soon after followed under the command of Lord Herbert, the Chamberlain, attended by the Earls of Northumberland and Kent, the Lords Audley and Delaware, together with Carew, Curson, and other gentlemen. The king himself prepared to follow with the main body and rear of the army, and he appointed the queen regent of the kingdom during his absence. That he might secure her administration from all disturbance, he ordered Edmund de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, to be beheaded in the Tower, the nobleman who had been attainted and imprisoned during the late reign. Henry was led to commit this act of violence by the dying commands, as is imagined, of his father, who told him that he never would be free from danger while a man of so turbulent a disposition as Suffolk was alive. And as Richard de la Pole, brother of Suffolk, had accepted of a command in the French service, and foolishly attempted to revive the York faction, and to instigate them against the present government, he probably by that means drew more suddenly the king's vengeance on this unhappy nobleman. End of section 10, chapter 27, part 2, recording by McMillan, San Diego, California. Section 11 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by McMillan. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 11, Chapter 27, Part 3. At last, Henry, attended by the Duke of Buckingham and many others of the nobility, arrived at Calais, and entered upon his French expedition, from which he fondly expected so much success and glory. Of all those allies on whose assistance he relied, the Swiss alone fully performed their engagements. Being put in motion by a sum of money sent them by Henry, and incited by their victories obtained in Italy and by their animosity against France, they were prepared to enter that kingdom with an army of 25,000 men, and no equal force could be opposed to their incursion. Maximilian had received an advance of 120,000 crowns from Henry, and had promised to reinforce the Swiss with 8,000 men, but failed in his engagements. That he might make atonement to the king, he himself appeared in the Low Countries, and joined the English army with some German and Flemish soldiers, who were useful in giving an example of discipline to Henry's new levied forces. Observing the disposition of the English monarch to be more bent on glory than on interest, he enlisted himself in his service, wore the cross of St. George, and received pay, 100 crowns a day, as one of his subjects and captains. But while he exhibited this extraordinary spectacle of an emperor of Germany serving under a king of England, he was treated with the highest respect by Henry, and really directed all the operations of the English army. Before the arrival of Henry and Maximilian in the camp, the Earl of Shrewsbury and Lord Herbert had formed the siege of Terouenne, a town situated on the frontiers of Picardy, and they began to attack the place with vigour. Teligny and Crequi commanded in the town, and had a garrison not exceeding 2,000 men, yet made such stout resistance as protracted the siege a month, and they at last found themselves more in danger from want of provisions and ammunition than from the assaults of the besiegers. Having conveyed intelligence of their situation to Lewis, who had advanced to Amiens with his army, that prince gave orders to throw relief into the place. Fontrailles appeared at the head of 800 horsemen, each of whom carried a sack of gunpowder behind him and 2 quarters of bacon. With this small force he made a sudden and unexpected irruption into the English camp, and, surmounting all resistance, advanced to the fosse of the town, where each horseman threw down his burden. They immediately returned at the gallop, and were so fortunate as again to break through the English and to suffer little or no loss in this dangerous attempt. But the English had, soon after, full revenge for the insult. Henry had received intelligence of the approach of the French horse, who had advanced to protect another incursion of Fontrailles, and he ordered some troops to pass the Lys in order to oppose them. The cavalry of France, though they consisted chiefly of gentlemen, who had behaved with great gallantry in many desperate actions in Italy, were, on sight of the enemy, seized with so unaccountable a panic, that they immediately took to flight, and were pursued by the English. The Duke of Longueville, who commanded the French, Bussy d'Amboise, Clermont, Uncombecourt, Imbercourt, the Chevalier Bayard, and many other officers of distinction were made prisoners. This action, or rather rout, is sometimes called the Battle of Guinegate, from the place where it was fought, but more commonly the Battle of Spurs, because the French that day made more use of their spurs than of their swords or military weapons. After so considerable an advantage, the king, who was at the head of a complete army of about 50,000 men, might have made incursions to the gates of Paris and spread confusion and desolation everywhere. It gave Louis great joy when he heard that the English, instead of pushing their victory and attacking the dismayed troops of France, returned to the siege of so inconsiderable a place as Terouanne. The governors were obliged soon after to capitulate, and Henry found his acquisition of so little moment, though gained at the expense of so much blood, and what in his present circumstances was more important, of much valuable time, that he immediately demolished the fortifications. The anxieties of the French were again revived with regard to the motions of the English. The Swiss at the same time had entered Burgundy with a formidable army, and laid siege to Dijon, which was in no condition to resist them. Ferdinand himself, though he had made a truce with Louis, seemed disposed to lay hold of every advantage which fortune should present to him. Scarcely ever was the French monarchy in greater danger, or less in a condition to defend itself against those powerful armies which on every side assailed or threatened it. Even many of the inhabitants of Paris, who believed themselves exposed to the rapacity and violence of the enemy, began to dislodge, without knowing what place could afford them greater security. But Louis was extricated from his present difficulties by the manifold blunders of his enemies. The Swiss allowed themselves to be seduced into a negotiation by Tremoille, governor of Burgundy, and without making inquiry whether that nobleman had any powers to treat, they accepted of the conditions which he offered them. Tremoille, who knew that he should be disavowed by his master, stipulated whatever they were pleased to demand, and thought himself happy, at the expense of some payments and very large promises, to get rid of so formidable an enemy. The measures of Henry showed equal ignorance in the art of war with that of the Swiss in negotiation. Tournai was a great and rich city, which, though it lay within the frontiers of Flanders, belonged to France, and afforded the troops of that kingdom a passage into the heart of the Netherlands. McMillan, who was desirous of freeing his grandson from so troublesome a neighbour, advised Henry to lay siege to the place, and the English monarch, not considering that such an acquisition nowise advanced his conquests in France, was so imprudent as to follow this interested counsel. The city of Tournai, by its ancient charters, being exempted from the burden of a garrison, the burghers, against the remonstrance of their sovereign, strenuously insisted on maintaining this dangerous privilege, and they engaged by themselves to make a vigorous defence against the enemy. Their courage failed them when matters came to trial, and after a few days' siege the place was surrendered to the English. The Bishop of Tournai was lately dead, and as a new bishop was already elected by the chapter, but not installed in his office, the king bestowed the administration of the see on his favourite Wolsey, and put him in immediate possession of the revenues, which were considerable. Hearing of the retreat of the Swiss, and observing the season to be far advanced, he thought proper to return to England, and he carried the greater part of his army with him. Success had attended him in every enterprise, and his youthful mind was much elated with this seeming prosperity. But all men of judgment, comparing the advantages of his situation with his progress, his expense with his acquisitions, were convinced that this campaign, so much vaunted, was in reality both ruinous and inglorious to him. The success which, during this summer, had attended Henry's arms in the north was much more decisive. The King of Scotland had assembled the whole force of his kingdom, and having passed the Tweed with a brave, though a tumultuary army of above 50,000 men, he ravaged those parts of Northumberland which lay nearest that river, and he employed himself in taking the castles of Norham, Etal, Werk, Ford, and other places of small importance. Lady Ford, being taken prisoner in her castle, was presented to James, and so gained on the affections of that prince, that he wasted in pleasure the critical time which, during the absence of his enemy, he should have employed in pushing his conquests. His troops, lying in a barren country, where they soon consumed all the provisions, began to be pinched with hunger, and as the authority of the prince was feeble, and military discipline during that age extremely relaxed, many of them had stolen from the camp, and retired homewards. Meanwhile, the Earl of Surrey, having collected a force of 26,000 men, of which 5,000 had been sent over from the king's army in France, marched to the defence of the country, and approached the Scots, who lay in some high ground near the hills of Cheviot. The river Till ran between the armies, and prevented an engagement. Surrey, therefore, sent a herald to the Scottish camp, challenging the enemy to descend into the plain of Millfield, which lay towards the south, and there appointing a day for the combat to try their valour on equal ground. As he received no satisfactory answer, he made a feint of marching toward Berwick, as if he intended to enter Scotland, to lay waste the borders, and cut off the provisions of the enemy. The Scottish army, in order to prevent his purpose, put themselves in motion, and having set fire to the huts in which they had quartered, they descended from the hills. Surrey, taking advantage of the smoke which was blown towards him, and which concealed his movements, passed the Till with his artillery and vanguard at the bridge of Twisel, and sent the rest of his army to seek a ford higher up the river. An engagement was now become inevitable, and both sides prepared for it with tranquillity and order. The English divided their army into two lines. Lord Howard led the main body of the first line, Sir Edmund Howard the right wing, Sir Marmaduke Constable the left. The Earl of Surrey himself commanded the main body of the second line, Lord Dacres the right wing, Sir Edmund Stanley the left. The front of the Scots presented three divisions to the enemy. The middle was led by the king himself, the right by the Earl of Huntly, assisted by Lord Hume, the left by the Earls of Lennox and Argyle. A fourth division under the Earl of Bothwell made a body of reserve. Huntly began the battle, and after a sharp conflict put to flight the left wing of the English, and chased them off the field. But on returning from the pursuit he found the whole Scottish army in great disarray. The division under Lennox and Argyle, elated with the success of the other wing, had broken their ranks, and, notwithstanding the remonstrances and entreaties of La Motte, the French ambassador, had rushed headlong upon the enemy. Not only Sir Edmund Howard, at the head of his division, received them with great valour, but Dacres, who commanded in the second line, wheeling about during the action, fell upon their rear, and put them to the sword without resistance. The division under James and that under Bothwell, animated by the valour of their leaders, still made head against the English, and throwing themselves into a circle, protracted the action till night separated the combatants. The victory seemed yet undecided, and the numbers that fell on each side were nearly equal, amounting to about 5,000 men. But the morning discovered where the advantage lay. The English had lost only persons of small note, but the flower of the Scottish nobility had fallen in battle, and their king himself, after the most diligent inquiry, could nowhere be found. In searching the field, the English met with a dead body which resembled him, and was arrayed in a similar habit, and they put it in a leaden coffin and sent it to London. During some time it was kept unburied, because James died under sentence of excommunication on account of his confederacy with France, and his opposition to the Holy See. But upon Henry's application, who pretended that this prince had, in the instant before his death, discovered signs of repentance, absolution was given him, and his body was interred. The Scots, however, still asserted that it was not James's body which was found on the field of battle, but that of one Elphinston, who had been arrayed in arms resembling their king's, in order to divide the attention of the English, and share the danger with his master. It was believed that James had been seen crossing the Tweed at Kelso, and some imagined that he had been killed by the vassals of Lord Hume, whom that nobleman had instigated to commit so enormous a crime. But the populace entertained the opinion that he was still alive, and having secretly gone in pilgrimage to the Holy Land, would soon return and take possession of the throne. This fond conceit was long entertained among the Scots. The King of Scotland and most of his chief nobles being slain in the field of Flodden, so this battle was called, an inviting opportunity was offered to Henry of gaining advantages over that kingdom, perhaps of reducing it to subjection. But he discovered on this occasion a mind truly great and generous. When the Queen of Scotland, Margaret, who was created regent during the infancy of her son, applied for peace, he readily granted it, and took possession of the helpless condition of his sister and nephew. The Earl of Surrey, who had gained him so great a victory, was restored to the title of Duke of Norfolk, which had been forfeited by his father for engaging on the side of Richard III. Lord Howard was honoured with the title of Earl of Surrey. Sir Charles Brandon, the king's favourite, whom he had before created Viscount Lisle, was now raised to the dignity of Duke of Suffolk. Wolsey, who was both his favourite and his minister, was created Bishop of Lincoln. Lord Herbert obtained the title of Earl of Worcester, Sir Edward Stanley that of Lord Monteagle. Though peace with Scotland gave Henry security on that side, and enabled him to prosecute in tranquillity his enterprise against France, some other incidents had happened, which more than counterbalanced this fortunate event, and served to open his eyes with regard to the rashness of an undertaking into which his youth and high fortune had betrayed him. Lewis, fully sensible of the dangerous situation to which his kingdom had been reduced during the former campaign, was resolved by every expedient to prevent the return of like perils, and to break the confederacy of his enemies. The Pope was nowise disposed to push the French to extremity, and provided they did not return to take possession of Milan, his interests rather led him to preserve the balance among the contending parties. He accepted, therefore, of Lewis's offer to renounce the Council of Lyons, and he took off the excommunication which his predecessor and himself had fulminated against that king and his kingdom. Ferdinand was now fast declining in years, and as he entertained no further ambition than that of keeping possession of Navarre, which he had subdued by his arms and policy, he readily hearkened to the proposals of Lewis for prolonging the truce another year, and he even showed an inclination of forming a more intimate connection with that monarch. Lewis had dropped hints of his intention to marry his second daughter, Renée, either to Charles, Prince of Spain, or his brother Ferdinand, both of them grandsons of the Spanish monarch, and he declared his resolution of bestowing on her, as her portion, his claim to the Duchy of Milan. Ferdinand not only embraced these proposals with joy, but also engaged the Emperor Maximilian in the same views, and procured his accession to a treaty which opened so inviting a prospect of aggrandizing their common grandchildren. When Henry was informed of Ferdinand's renewal of the truce with Lewis, he fell into a violent rage, and loudly complained that his father-in-law had first, by high promises and professions, engaged him in enmity with France, and afterwards, without giving him the least warning, had now again sacrificed his interests to his own selfish purposes, and had left him exposed alone to all the danger and expense of the war. In proportion to his easy credulity and his unsuspecting reliance on Ferdinand was the vehemence with which he exclaimed against the treatment which he had met with, and he threatened revenge for this egregious treachery and breach of faith. But he lost all patience when informed of the other negotiation, by which Maximilian was also seduced from his alliance, and in which proposals had been agreed to for the marriage of the Prince of Spain with the daughter of France. Charles, during the lifetime of the late king, had been affianced to Mary, Henry's younger sister, and as the prince now approached the age of puberty, the king had expected the immediate completion of the marriage, and the honourable settlement of a sister for whom he had entertained a tender affection. Such a complication, therefore, of injuries gave him the highest displeasure, and inspired him with a desire of expressing his disdain towards those who had imposed on his youth and inexperience, and had abused his too great facility. The Duke of Longueville, who had been made prisoner at the battle of Gumagate, and who was still detained in England, was ready to take advantage of all these dispositions of Henry, in order to procure a peace, and even an alliance, which he knew to be passionately desired by his master. He represented to the king, that Anne, Queen of France, being lately dead, a door was thereby opened for an affinity which might tend to the advantage of both kingdoms, and which would serve to terminate honourably all the differences between them, that she had left Lewis no male children, and as he had ever entertained a strong desire of having heirs to the crown, no marriage seemed more suitable to him than that with the Princess of England, whose youth and beauty afforded the most flattering hopes in that particular, that though the marriage of a princess of 16 with a king of 53 might seem unsuitable, yet the other advantages attending the alliance was more than a sufficient compensation for this inequality, and that Henry, in loosening his connections with Spain, from which he had never reaped any advantage, would contract a close affinity with Lewis, a prince who, through his whole life, had invariably maintained the character of probity and honour. As Henry seemed to hearken to this discourse with willing ears, Longueville informed his master of the probability which he discovered of bringing the matter to a happy conclusion, and he received full powers for negotiating the treaty. The articles were easily adjusted between the monarchs. Lewis agreed that Tournay should remain in the hands of the English, that Richard de la Pole should be banished to Metz, there to live on a pension assigned him by Lewis, that Henry should receive payment of 1,000,000 crowns, being the arrears due by treaty to his father and himself, and that the Princess Mary should bring 400,000 crowns as her portion, and enjoy as large a jointure as any queen of France, even the former, who was heiress of Brittany. The two princes also agreed on the succours with which they should mutually supply each other, in case either of them was attacked by an enemy. In consequence of this treaty, Mary was sent over to France with a splendid retinue, and Lewis met her at Abbeville, where the espousals were celebrated. He was enchanted with the beauty, grace, and numerous accomplishments of the young princess, and being naturally of an amorous disposition, which his advanced age had not entirely cooled, he was seduced into such a course of gaiety and pleasure as proved very unsuitable to his declining state of health. He died in less than 3 months after the marriage, to the extreme regret of the French nation, who, sensible of his tender concern for their welfare, gave him with one voice the honourable appellation of Father of his People. Francis, Duke of Angoulême, a youth of 21, who had married Lewis's eldest daughter, succeeded him on the throne, and by his activity, valour, generosity, and other virtues, gave prognostics of a happy and glorious reign. This young monarch had been extremely struck with the charms of the English princess, and even during his predecessor's lifetime had paid her such assiduous court as made some of his friends apprehend that he had entertained views of gallantry towards her. But being warned that, by indulging this passion, he might probably exclude himself from the throne, he forbore all further addresses, and even watched the young dowager with a very careful eye during the first months of her widowhood. Charles Brandon, Duke of Suffolk, was at that time in the court of France the most comely personage of his time, and the most accomplished in all the exercises which were then thought to befit a courtier and a soldier. He was Henry's chief favourite, and that monarch had even once entertained thoughts of marrying him to his sister, and had given indulgence to the mutual passion which took place between them. The Queen asked Suffolk whether he had now the courage, without further reflection, to espouse her, and she told him that her brother would more easily forgive him for not asking his consent than for acting contrary to his orders. Suffolk declined not so inviting an offer, and their nuptials were secretly celebrated at Paris. Francis, who was pleased with this marriage, as it prevented Henry from forming any powerful alliance by means of his sister, interposed his good offices in appeasing him. And even Wolsey, having entertained no jealousy of Suffolk, who was first content to participate in the king's pleasures, and had no ambition to engage in public business, was active in reconciling the king to his sister and brother-in-law, and he obtained them permission to return to England. End of Section 11, Chapter 27, Part 3, recording by Graham, McMillan, San Diego, California.
Section 12 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 12, Chapter 28, Part 1. Henry VIII. The numerous enemies whom Wolsey's sudden elevation, his aspiring character, and his haughty deportment had raised him, served only to rivet him faster in Henry's confidence, who valued himself on supporting the choice which he had made, and who was incapable of yielding either to the murmurs of the people or to the discontents of the great. That artful prelate, likewise well acquainted with the king's imperious temper, concealed from him the absolute ascendant which he had acquired, and while he secretly directed all public councils, he ever pretended a blind submission to the will and authority of his master. By entering into the king's pleasures he preserved his affection. By conducting his business he gratified his indolence, and by his unlimited complaisance in both capacities, he prevented all that jealousy to which his exorbitant acquisitions and his splendid ostentatious train of life should naturally have given birth. The Archbishopric of York falling vacant by the death of Bambridge, Wolsey was promoted to that see and resigned the bishopric of Lincoln. Besides enjoying the administration of Tournay, he got possession, on easy leases, of the revenues of Bath, Worcester, and Hereford, bishoprics filled by Italians who were allowed to reside abroad, and who were glad to compound for this indulgence by yielding a considerable share of their income. He held in commendam the Abbey of St. Albans and many other church preferments. He was even allowed to unite with the See of York, first that of Durham, next that of Winchester, and there seemed to be no end of his acquisitions. His further advancement in ecclesiastical dignity served him as a pretence for engrossing still more revenues. The Pope, observing his great influence over the king, was desirous of engaging him in his interests, and created him a cardinal. No churchman, under colour of exacting respect to religion, ever carried to a greater height the state and dignity of that character. His train consisted of 800 servants, of whom many were knights and gentlemen. Some even of the nobility put their children into his family as a place of education, and in order to gain them favour with their patron, allowed them to bear offices as his servants. Whoever was distinguished by any art or science paid court to the cardinal, and none paid court in vain. Literature, which was then in its infancy, found in him a generous patron, and both by his public institutions and private bounty he gave encouragement to every branch of erudition. Not content with this munificence, which gained him the approbation of the wise, he strove to dazzle the eyes of the populace by the splendour of his equipage and furniture, the costly embroidery of his liveries, the lustre of his apparel. He was the first clergyman in England that wore silk and gold, not only on his habit, but also on his saddles and the trappings of his horses. He caused his cardinal's hat to be borne aloft by a person of rank, and when he came to the king's chapel, would permit it to be laid on no place but the altar. A priest, the tallest and most comely he could find, carried before him a pillar of silver on whose top was placed a cross, but not satisfied with this parade, to which he thought himself entitled as cardinal, he provided another priest of equal stature and beauty, who marched along bearing the cross of York, even in the diocese of Canterbury, contrary to the ancient rule and the agreement between the prelates of these rival sees. The people made merry with the cardinal's ostentation, and said they were now sensible that one crucifix alone was not sufficient for the expiation of his sins and offences. Warham, Chancellor and Archbishop of Canterbury, a man of moderate temper, averse to all disputes, chose rather to retire from public employment than maintain an unequal contest with the haughty cardinal. He resigned his office of chancellor, and the great seal was immediately delivered to Wolsey. If this new accumulation of dignity increased his enemies, it also served to exalt his personal character and prove the extent of his capacity. A strict administration of justice took place during his enjoyment of this high office, and no chancellor ever discovered greater impartiality in his decisions, deeper penetration of judgment, or more enlarged knowledge of law and equity. The Duke of Norfolk, finding the king's money almost entirely exhausted by projects and pleasures, while his inclination for expense still continued, was glad to resign his office of treasurer and retire from court. His rival, Fox, Bishop of Winchester, reaped no advantage from his absence, but partly overcome by years and infirmities, partly disgusted at the ascendant acquired by Wolsey, withdrew himself wholly to the care of his diocese. The Duke of Suffolk had also taken offence that the king, by the cardinal's persuasion, had refused to pay a debt which he had contracted during his residence in France, and he thenceforth affected to live in privacy. These incidents left Wolsey to enjoy without a rival the whole power and favour of the king, and they put into his hands every kind of authority. In vain did Fox, before his retirement, warn the king not to suffer the servant to be greater than his master. Henry replied that he well knew how to retain all his subjects in obedience, but he continued still an unlimited deference in every thing to the directions and counsels of the cardinal. The public tranquillity was so well established in England, the obedience of the people so entire, the general administration of justice by the cardinal's means so exact, that no domestic occurrence happened considerable enough to disturb the repose of the king and his minister. They might even have dispensed with giving any strict attention to foreign affairs, were it possible for men to enjoy any situation in absolute tranquillity, or abstain from projects and enterprises, however fruitless and unnecessary. The will of the late King of Scotland, who left his widow regent of the kingdom, and the vote of the Convention of States, which confirmed that destination, had expressly limited her authority to the condition of her remaining unmarried. But, notwithstanding this limitation, a few months after her husband's death, she espoused the Earl of Angus, of the name of Douglas, a young nobleman of great family and promising hopes. Some of the nobility now proposed the electing of Angus to the regency, and recommended this choice as the most likely means of preserving peace with England. But the jealousy of the great families, and the fear of exalting the Douglases, begat opposition to this measure. Lord Hume, in particular, the most powerful chieftain in the kingdom, insisted on recalling the Duke of Albany, son to a brother of James III., who had been banished into France, and who, having there married, had left posterity that were the next heirs to the crown, and the nearest relations to their young sovereign. Albany, though first prince of the blood, had never been in Scotland, was totally unacquainted with the manners of the people, ignorant of their situation, unpractised in their language. Yet such was the favour attending the French alliance, and so great the authority of Hume, that this prince was invited to accept the reins of government. Francis, careful not to give offence to the King of England, detained Albany some time in France, but at length, sensible how important it was to keep Scotland in his interests, he permitted him to go over and take possession of the regency. He even renewed the ancient league with that kingdom, though it implied such a close connection as might be thought somewhat to entrench on his alliance with England. When the regent arrived in Scotland, he made inquiries concerning the state of the country and character of the people, and he discovered a scene with which he was hitherto but little acquainted. That turbulent kingdom, he found, was rather to be considered as a confederacy, and that not a close one, of petty princes than a regular system of civil polity, and even the king, much more a regent, possessed an authority very uncertain and precarious. Arms more than laws prevailed, and courage, preferably to equity or justice, was the virtue most valued and respected. The nobility, in whom the whole power resided, were so connected by hereditary alliances, or so divided by inveterate enmities, that it was impossible, without employing an armed force, either to punish the most flagrant guilt, or give security to the most entire innocence. Rapine and violence, when exercised on a hostile tribe, instead of making a person odious among his own clan, rather recommended him to their esteem and approbation, and by rendering him useful to the chieftain, entitled him to a preference above his fellows. And though the necessity of mutual support served as a close cement of amity among those of the same kindred, the spirit of revenge against enemies, and the desire of prosecuting the deadly feuds, so they were called, still appeared to be passions the most predominant among that uncultivated people. The persons to whom Albany, on his arrival, first applied for information with regard to the state of the country happened to be inveterate enemies of Hume, and they represented that powerful nobleman as the chief source of public disorders, and the great obstacle to the execution of the law and the administration of justice. Before the authority of the magistrate could be established, it was necessary, they said, to make an example of this great offender, and, by the terror of his punishment, teach all lesser criminals to pay respect to the power of their sovereign. Albany, moved by these reasons, was induced to forget Hume's past services, to which he had in a great measure been indebted for the regency, and he no longer bore towards him that favourable countenance with which he was wont to receive him. Hume perceived the alteration, and was incited, both by regard to his own safety and from motives of revenge, to take measures in opposition to the regent. He applied himself to Angus and the Queen Dowager, and represented to them the danger to which the infant prince was exposed from the ambition of Albany, next heir to the crown, to whom the states had imprudently entrusted the whole authority of government. By his persuasion, Margaret formed the design of carrying off the young king and putting him under the protection of her brother; and when that conspiracy was detected, she herself, attended by Hume and Angus, withdrew into England, where she was soon after delivered of a daughter. Henry, in order to check the authority of Albany and the French party, gave encouragement to these malcontents, and assured them of his support. Matters being afterwards in appearance accommodated between Hume and the regent, that nobleman returned into his own country, but mutual suspicions and jealousies still prevailed. He was committed to custody under the care of the Earl of Arran, his brother-in-law, and was for some time detained prisoner in his castle. But having persuaded Arran to enter into the conspiracy with him, he was allowed to make his escape, and he openly levied war upon the regent. A new accommodation ensued, not more sincere than the foregoing, and Hume was so imprudent as to entrust himself, together with his brother, into the hands of that prince. They were immediately seized, committed to custody, brought to trial, condemned, and executed. No legal crime was proved against these brothers. It was only alleged that at the battle of Flodder they had not done their duty in supporting the king; and as this backwardness could not, from the course of their past life, be ascribed to cowardice, it was commonly imputed to a more criminal motive. The evidence, however, of guilt produced against them was far from being valid or convincing, and the people, who hated them while living, were much dissatisfied with their execution. Such violent remedies often produce for some time a deceitful tranquillity, but as they destroy mutual confidence, and beget the most inveterate animosities, their consequences are commonly fatal, both to the public and to those who have recourse to them. The regent, however, took advantage of the present calm which prevailed, and being invited over by the French king, who was at that time willing to gratify Henry, he went into France, and was engaged to remain there for some years. During the absence of the regent, such confusions prevailed in Scotland, and such mutual enmity, rapine, and violence among the great families, that that kingdom was for a long time utterly disabled both from offending its enemies and assisting its friends. We have carried on the Scottish history some years beyond the present period, that as that country had little connection with the general system of Europe, we might be the less interrupted in the narration of those more memorable events which were transacted in the other kingdoms. It was foreseen that a young, active prince like Francis, and of so martial a disposition, would soon employ the great preparations which his predecessor before his death had made for the conquest of Milan. He had been observed even to weep at the recital of the military exploits of Gaston de Foix, and these tears of emulation were held to be sure presages of his future valor. He renewed the treaty which Lewis had made with Henry, and having left everything secure behind him, he marched his armies towards the south of France, pretending that his sole purpose was to defend his kingdom against the incursions of the Swiss. This formidable people still retained their animosity against France, and having taken Maximilian, Duke of Milan, under their protection, and in reality reduced him to absolute dependence, they were determined, from views both of honor and of interest, to defend him against the invader. They fortified themselves in all those valleys of the Alps through which they thought the French must necessarily pass, and when Francis, with great secrecy, industry, and perseverance, made his entrance into Piedmont by another passage, they were not dismayed, but descended into the plain, though unprovided with cavalry, and opposed themselves to the progress of the French arms. At Marignan, near Milan, they fought with Francis one of the most furious and best contested battles that is to be met with in the history of these later ages, and it required all the heroic valor of this prince to inspire his troops with courage sufficient to resist the desperate assault of those mountaineers. After a bloody action in the evening, night and darkness parted the combatants, but next morning the Swiss renewed the attack with unabated ardor, and it was not until they had lost all their bravest troops that they could be prevailed on to retire. The field was strewed with 20,000 slain on both sides, and the Marshal Trevozio, who had been present at 18 pitched battles, declared that every engagement which he had yet seen was only the play of children. The action of Marignan was a combat of heroes. After this great victory, the conquest of the Milanese was easy and open to Francis. The success and glory of the French monarch began to excite jealousy in Henry, and his rapid progress, though in so distant a country, was not regarded without apprehensions by the English ministry. Italy was, during that age, the seat of religion, of literature, and of commerce. And as it possessed alone that lustre which has since been shared out among other nations, it attracted the attention of all Europe, and every acquisition which was made there appeared more important than its weight in the balance of power was, strictly speaking, entitled to. Henry also thought that he had reason to complain of Francis for sending the Duke of Albany into Scotland, and undermining the power and credit of his sister, the Queen Dowager. The repairing of the fortifications of Terouenne was likewise regarded as a breach of treaty. But, above all, what tended to alienate the court of England was the disgust which Wolsey had entertained against the French monarch. Henry, on the conquest of Tournay, had refused to admit Louis Gaillart, the bishop-elect, to the possession of the temporalities, because that prelate declined taking the oath of allegiance to his new sovereign; and Wolsey was appointed, as above related, administrator of the bishopric. As the cardinal wished to obtain the free and undisturbed enjoyment of this revenue, he applied to Francis, and desired him to bestow on Gaillart some see of equal value in France, and to obtain his resignation of Tournay. Francis, who still hoped to recover possession of that city, and who feared that the full establishment of Wolsey in the bishopric would prove an obstacle to his purpose, had hitherto neglected to gratify the haughty prelate, and the bishop of Tournay, by applying to the court of Rome, had obtained a bull for his settlement in the see. Wolsey, who expected to be indulged in every request, and who exacted respect from the greatest princes, resented the slight put upon him by Francis, and he pushed his master to seek an occasion of quarrel with that monarch. Maximilian, the emperor, was ready to embrace every overture for a new enterprise, especially if attended with an offer of money, of which he was very greedy, very prodigal, and very indigent. Richard Pace, formerly secretary to Cardinal Bambridge, and now secretary of state, was dispatched to the court of Vienna, and had a commission to propose some considerable payments to Maximilian. He thence made a journey into Switzerland, and by like motives engaged some of the cantons to furnish troops to the emperor. That prince invaded Italy with a considerable army, but being repulsed from before Milan, he retreated with his army into Germany, made peace with France and Venice, ceded Verona to that republic for a sum of money, and thus excluded himself in some measure from all future access into Italy. And Henry found that after expending 500,000 or 600,000 ducats in order to gratify his own and the cardinal's humour, he had only weakened his alliance with Francis, without diminishing the power of that prince. There were many reasons which engaged the king not to proceed further at present in his enmity against France. He could hope for assistance from no power in Europe. Ferdinand, his father-in-law, who had often deceived him, was declining through age and infirmities, and a speedy period was looked for to the long and prosperous reign of that great monarch. Charles, Prince of Spain, sovereign of the Low Countries, desired nothing but peace with Francis, who had it so much in his power, if provoked, to obstruct his peaceable accession to that rich inheritance which was awaiting him. The Pope was overawed by the power of France, and Venice was engaged in a close alliance with that monarchy. Henry, therefore, was constrained to remain in tranquillity during some time, and seemed to give himself no concern with regard to the affairs of the continent. In vain did Maximilian endeavour to allure him into some expense, by offering to make a resignation of the imperial crown in his favour. The artifice was too gross to succeed, even with a prince so little politic as Henry; and Pace, his envoy, who was perfectly well acquainted with the emperor's motives and character, gave him warning that the sole view of that prince in making him so liberal an offer was to draw money from him. While a universal peace prevailed in Europe, that event happened which had so long been looked for, and from which such important consequences were expected, the death of Ferdinand the Catholic, and the succession of his grandson Charles to his extensive dominions. The more Charles advanced in power and authority, the more was Francis sensible of the necessity he himself lay under of gaining the confidence and friendship of Henry, and he took at last the only method by which he could obtain success, the paying of court, by presents and flattery, to the haughty cardinal. Bonnivet, Admiral of France, was despatched to London, and he was directed to employ all his insinuation and address, qualities in which he excelled, to procure himself a place in Wolsey's good graces. After the ambassador had succeeded in his purpose, he took an opportunity of expressing his master's regret that, by mistakes and misapprehensions, he had been so unfortunate as to lose a friendship which he so much valued as that of his eminence. Wolsey was not deaf to these honourable advances from so great a monarch, and he was thenceforth observed to express himself on all occasions in favour of the French alliance. The more to engage him in his interests, Francis entered into such confidence with him that he asked his advice even in his most secret affairs, and had recourse to him in all difficult emergencies, as to an oracle of wisdom and profound policy. The cardinal made no secret to the king of this private correspondence, and Henry was so prepossessed in favour of the great capacity of his minister, that he said he verily believed he would govern Francis as well as himself. When matters seemed sufficiently prepared, Bonnivet opened to the cardinal his master's desire of recovering Tournay, and Wolsey immediately, without hesitation, engaged to effect his purpose. He took an opportunity of representing to the king and council that Tournay lay so remote from Calais that it would be very difficult, if not impossible, in case of war, to keep the communication open between these two places, that as it was situated on the frontiers both of France and the Netherlands, it was exposed to attacks from both these countries, and must necessarily, either by force or famine, fall into the hands of the first assailant; that even in time of peace it could not be preserved without a large garrison to restrain the numerous and mutinous inhabitants, ever discontented with the English government; and that the possession of Tournay, as it was thus precarious and expensive, so was it entirely useless, and afforded little or no means of annoying, on occasion, the dominions either of Charles or of Francis. These reasons were of themselves convincing, and were sure of meeting with no opposition when they came from the mouth of the cardinal. A treaty therefore was catered into for the ceding of Tournay, and in order to give to that measure a more graceful appearance, it was agreed that the Dauphin and the Princess Mary, both of them infants, should be betrothed, and that this city should be considered as the dowry of the princess. Such kinds of agreement were then common among sovereigns, though it was very rare that the interests and views of the parties continued so steady as to render the intended marriages effectual. But as Henry had been at considerable expense in building a citadel at Tournay, Francis agreed to pay him 600,000 crowns at 12 annual payments, and to put into his hands 8 hostages, all of them men of quality, for the performance of the article. And lest the cardinal should think himself neglected in these stipulations, Francis promised him a yearly pension of 12,000 livres as an equivalent for his administration of the bishopric of Tournay. End of section 12, chapter 28, part 1. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Section 13 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 13, Chapter 28, Part 2. The French monarch, having succeeded so well in this negotiation, began to enlarge his views and to hope for more considerable advantages by practising on the vanity and self-conceit of the favourite. He redoubled his flatteries to the cardinal, consulted him more frequently in every doubt or difficulty, called him in each letter father, tutor, governor, and professed the most unbounded deference to his advice and opinion. All these caresses were preparatives to a negotiation for the delivery of Calais, in consideration of a sum of money to be paid for it, and, if we may credit Polydore Virgil, who bears a particular ill will to Wolsey on account of his being dispossessed of his employment and thrown into prison by that minister, so extraordinary a proposal met with a favourable reception from the cardinal. He ventured not, however, to lay the matter before the council. He was content to sound privately the opinion of the other ministers by dropping hints in conversation, as if he thought Calais a useless burden to the kingdom. But when he found that all men were strongly riveted in a contrary persuasion, he thought it dangerous to proceed any further in his purpose, and as he fell soon after into new connections with the King of Spain, the great friendship between Francis and him began gradually to decline. The pride of Wolsey was now further increased by a great accession of power and dignity. Cardinal Campeggio had been sent as legate into England in order to procure a tithe from the clergy for enabling the Pope to oppose the progress of the Turks, a danger which was become real and was formidable to all Christendom, but on which the politics of the court of Rome had built so many interested projects that it had lost all influence on the minds of men. The clergy refused to comply with Leo's demands. Campeggio was recalled, and the king desired of the Pope that Wolsey, who had been joined in this commission, might alone be invested with the legatine power, together with the right of visiting all the clergy and monasteries, and even with suspending all the laws of the church during a 12-month. Wolsey, having obtained this new dignity, made a new display of that state and parade to which he was so much addicted. On solemn feast days he was not content without saying mass after the manner of the Pope himself. Not only he had bishops and abbots to serve him, he even engaged the first nobility to give him water and the towel. He affected a rank superior to what had ever been claimed by any churchman in England. Warham, the primate, having written him a letter in which he subscribed himself "your loving brother," Wolsey complained of his presumption in thus challenging an equality with him. When Warham was told what offence he had given, he made light of the matter. "Know ye not," said he, "that this man is drunk with too much prosperity?" But Wolsey carried the matter much further than vain pomp and ostentation. He erected an office which he called the Legatine Court, and as he was now, by means of the Pope's commission and the king's favour, invested with all power, both ecclesiastical and civil, no man knew what bounds were to be set to the authority of his new tribunal. He conferred on it a kind of inquisitorial and censorial powers even over the laity, and directed it to inquire into all matters of conscience, into all conduct which had given scandal, into all actions which, though they escaped the law, might appear contrary to good morals. Offence was taken at this commission, which was really unbounded, and the people were the more disgusted when they saw a man who indulged himself in pomp and pleasure so severe in repressing the least appearance of licentiousness in others. But to render his court more obnoxious, Wolsey made one John Allen judge in it, a person of scandalous life, whom he himself as chancellor had, it is said, condemned for perjury. And as it is pretended that this man either extorted fines from every one whom he was pleased to find guilty, or took bribes to drop prosecutions, men concluded, and with some appearance of reason, that he shared with the cardinal those wages of iniquity. The clergy, and in particular the monks, were exposed to this tyranny, and as the libertinism of their lives often gave a just handle against them, they were obliged to purchase an indemnity by paying large sums of money to the legate or his judge. Not content with this authority, Wolsey pretended by virtue of his commission to assume the jurisdiction of all the bishops' courts, particularly that of judging of wills and testaments, and his decisions in those important points were deemed not a little arbitrary. As if he himself were pope, and as if the pope could absolutely dispose of every ecclesiastical preferment, he presented to whatever priories or benefices he pleased, without regard to the right of election in the monks, or of patronage in the nobility and gentry. No one durst carry to the king any complaint against these usurpations of Wolsey, till Warham ventured to inform him of the discontents of his people. Henry professed his ignorance of the whole matter. "A man," said he, "is not so blind anywhere as in his own house. But do you, father," added he to the primate, "go to Wolsey, and tell him, if anything be amiss, that he amend it." A reproof of this kind was not likely to be effectual. It only served to augment Wolsey's enmity to Warham. But one London having prosecuted Allen, the legate's judge, in a court of law, and having convicted him of malversation and iniquity, the clamour at last reached the king's ears, and he expressed such displeasure to the cardinal as made him ever after more cautious in exerting his authority. While Henry, indulging himself in pleasure and amusement, entrusted the government of his kingdom to this imperious minister, an incident happened abroad which excited his attention. Maximilian, the emperor, died, a man who, of himself, was indeed of little consequence, but as his death left vacant the first station among Christian princes, it set the passions of men in agitation, and proved a kind of era in the general system of Europe. The kings of France and Spain immediately declared themselves candidates for the imperial crown, and employed every expedient of money or intrigue which promised them success in so great a point of ambition. Henry also was encouraged to advance his pretensions, but his minister Pace, who was dispatched to the electors, found that he began to solicit too late, and that the votes of all these princes were already pre-engaged, either on one side or the other. Francis and Charles made profession from the beginning of carrying on this rivalship with emulation, but without enmity. This whole narrative has been copied by all the historians from the author here cited. There are many circumstances, however, very suspicious, both because of the obvious partiality of the historian, and because the Parliament, when they afterwards examined Wolsey's conduct, could find no proof of any material offence he had ever committed, and Francis in particular declared that his brother Charles and he were, fairly and openly, suitors to the same mistress. The more fortunate, added he, will carry her, the other must rest contented. But all men apprehended that this extreme moderation, however reasonable, would not be of long duration, and that incidents would certainly occur to sharpen the minds of the candidates against each other. It was Charles who at length prevailed, to the great disgust of the French monarch, who still continued to the last in the belief that the majority of the Electoral College was engaged in his favour. And as he was some years superior in age to his rival, and after his victory at Marignan and conquest of the Milanese, much superior in renown, he could not suppress his indignation at being thus, in the face of the world, after long and anxious expectation, disappointed in so important a pretension. From this competition, as much as from opposition of interests, arose that emulation between those two great monarchs, which, while it kept their whole age in movement, sets them in so remarkable a contrast to each other. Both of them princes endowed with talents and abilities, brave, aspiring, active, warlike, beloved by their servants and subjects, dreaded by their enemies, and respected by all the world. Francis, open, frank, liberal, munificent, carrying these virtues to an excess which prejudiced his affairs. Charles, political, close, artful, frugal, better qualified to obtain success in wars and in negotiations, especially the latter. The one the more amiable man, the other the greater monarch. The king, from his oversights and indiscretions, naturally exposed to misfortunes, but qualified by his spirit and magnanimity to extricate himself from them with honor. The emperor, by his designing, interested character, fitted in his greatest successes to excite jealousy and opposition even among his allies, and to rouse up a multitude of enemies in the place of one whom he had subdued. And as the personal qualities of these princes thus counterpoised each other, so did the advantages and disadvantages of their dominions. Fortune alone, without the concurrence of prudence or valor, never reared up of a sudden so great a power as that which centred in the Emperor Charles. He reaped the succession of Castile, of Aragon, of Austria, of the Netherlands. He inherited the conquest of Naples, of Granada. Election entitled him to the empire. Even the bounds of the globe seemed to be enlarged a little before his time, that he might possess the whole treasure, as yet entire and unrifled, of the New World. But though the concurrence of all these advantages formed an empire greater and more extensive than any known in Europe since that of the Romans, the kingdom of France alone, being close, compact, united, rich, populous, and being interposed between the provinces of the emperor's dominions, was able to make a vigorous opposition to his progress, and maintain the contest against him. Henry possessed the felicity of being able, both by the native force of his kingdom and its situation, to hold the balance between those two powers; and had he known to improve by policy and prudence this singular and inestimable advantage, he was really, by means of it, a greater potentate than either of those mighty monarchs who seemed to strive for the dominion of Europe. But this prince was in his character heedless, inconsiderate, capricious, impolitic, guided by his passions or his favorite, vain, imperious, haughty, sometimes actuated by friendship for foreign powers, oftener by resentment, seldom by his true interest. And thus, though he exulted in that superiority which his situation in Europe gave him, he never employed it to his own essential and durable advantage, or to that of his kingdom. Francis was well acquainted with Henry's character, and endeavored to accommodate his conduct to it. He solicited an interview near Calais, in expectation of being able by familiar conversation to gain upon his friendship and confidence. Wolsey earnestly seconded this proposal, and hoped, in the presence of both courts, to make parade of his riches, his splendor, and his influence over both monarchs. And as Henry himself loved show and magnificence, and had entertained a curiosity of being personally acquainted with the French king, he cheerfully adjusted all the preliminaries of this interview. The nobility of both nations vied with each other in pomp and expense. Many of them involved themselves in great debts, and were not able, by the penury of their whole lives, to repair the vain splendor of a few days. The Duke of Buckingham, who, though very rich, was somewhat addicted to frugality, finding his preparations for this festival amount to immense sums, threw out some expressions of displeasure against the cardinal, whom he believed the author of that measure, an imprudence which was not forgotten by this minister. While Henry was preparing to depart for Calais, he heard that the emperor was arrived at Dover, and he immediately hastened thither with the queen, in order to give a suitable reception to his royal guest. That great prince, politic though young, being informed of the intended interview between Francis and Henry, was apprehensive of the consequences, and was resolved to take the opportunity, in his passage from Spain to the Low Countries, to make the king still a higher compliment by paying him a visit in his own dominions. Besides the marks of regard and attachment which he gave to Henry, he strove by every testimony of friendship, by flattery, protestations, promises, and presents, to gain on the vanity, the avarice, and the ambition of the cardinal. He here instilled into this aspiring prelate the hope of attaining the papacy; and as that was the sole point of elevation beyond his present greatness, it was sure to attract his wishes with the same ardor as if fortune had never yet favored him with any of her presents. In confidence of reaching this dignity by the emperor's assistance, he secretly devoted himself to that monarch's interests; and Charles was perhaps the more liberal of his promises, because Leo was a very young man, and it was not likely that for many years he should be called upon to fulfill his engagements. Henry easily observed this courtship paid to his minister, but instead of taking umbrage at it, he only made it a subject of vanity, and believed that, as his favor was Wolsey's sole support, the obeisance of such mighty monarchs to his servant was, in reality, a more conspicuous homage to his own grandeur. The day of Charles's departure, Henry went over to Calais with the queen and his whole court, and thence proceeded to Guisnes, a small town near the frontiers. Francis, attended in like manner, came to Ardres, a few miles distant, and the two monarchs met for the first time in the fields, at a place situated between these two towns, but still within the English pale, for Francis agreed to pay this compliment to Henry in consideration of that prince's passing the sea, that he might be present at the interview. Wolsey, to whom both kings had entrusted the regulation of the ceremonial, contrived this circumstance in order to do honour to his master. The nobility both of France and England here displayed their magnificence with such emulation and profuse expense as procured to the place of interview the name of the Field of the Cloth of Gold. The two monarchs, after saluting each other in the most cordial manner, retired into a tent which had been erected on purpose, and they held a secret conference together. Henry here proposed to make some amendments on the articles of their former alliance, and he began to read the treaty, "I, Henry, King." These were the first words, and he stopped a moment. He subjoined only the words "of England," without adding France, the usual style of the English monarchs. Francis remarked this delicacy, and expressed by a smile his approbation of it. He took an opportunity soon after of paying a compliment to Henry of a more flattering nature. That generous prince, full of honour himself, and incapable of distrusting others, was shocked at all the precautions which were observed whenever he had an interview with the English monarch. The number of their guards and attendants was carefully reckoned on both sides. Every step was scrupulously measured and adjusted, and if the two kings intended to pay a visit to the queens, they departed from their respective quarters at the same instant, which was marked by the firing of a culverin. They passed each other in the middle point between the places, and the moment that Henry entered Ardres, Francis put himself into the hands of the English at Guisnes. In order to break off this tedious ceremonial, which contained so many dishonourable implications, Francis one day took with him 2 gentlemen and a page, and rode directly into Guisnes. The guards were surprised at the presence of the monarch, who called aloud to them, "You are all my prisoners. Carry me to your master." Henry was equally astonished at the appearance of Francis, and, taking him in his arms, "My brother," said he, "you have here played me the most agreeable trick in the world, and have showed me the full confidence I may place in you. I surrender myself your prisoner from this moment." He took from his neck a collar of pearls, worth 15,000 angles, and putting it about Francis's, begged him to wear it for the sake of his prisoner. Francis agreed, but on condition that Henry should wear a bracelet, of which he made him a present, and which was double in value to the collar. The king went next day to Ardres without guards or attendants, and confidence being now fully established between the monarchs, they employed the rest of the time entirely in tournaments and festivals. A defiance had been sent by the two kings to each other's court, and through all the chief cities in Europe, importing that Henry and Francis, with 14 aids, would be ready in the plains of Picardy to answer all comers that were gentlemen at tilt, tournament, and barriers. The monarchs, in order to fulfil this challenge, advanced into the field on horseback, Francis surrounded with Henry's guards, and Henry with those of Francis. They were gorgeously apparelled, and were both of them the most comely personages of their age, as well as the most expert in every military exercise. They carried away the prize at all trials in those rough and dangerous pastimes, and several horses and riders were overthrown by their vigor and dexterity. The ladies were the judges in these feats of chivalry, and put an end to the rencounter whenever they judged it expedient. Henry erected a spacious house of wood and canvas, which had been framed in London, and he there feasted the French monarch. He had placed a motto on this fabric, under the figure of an English archer, embroidered on it, Cui adhaero praest, he prevails whom I favor, expressing his own situation as holding in his hands the balance of power among the potentates of Europe. In these entertainments, more than in any serious business, did the two kings pass their time till their departure. Henry paid then a visit to the Emperor and Margaret of Savoy at Gravelines, and engaged them to go along with him to Calais, and pass some days in that fortress. The artful and politic Charles here completed the impression which he had begun to make on Henry and his favorite, and effaced all the friendship to which the frank and generous nature of Francis had given birth. As the House of Austria began sensibly to take the ascendant over the French monarchy, the interests of England required that some support should be given to the latter, and, above all, that any important wars should be prevented which might bestow on either of them a decisive superiority over the other. But the jealousy of the English against France has usually prevented a cordial union between those nations, and Charles, sensible of this hereditary animosity, and desirous further to flatter Henry's vanity, had made him an offer in which Francis was afterwards obliged to concur, that he should be entirely arbiter in any dispute or difference that might arise between the monarchs. But the masterpiece of Charles's politics was the securing of Wolsey in his interests by very important services and still higher promises. He renewed assurances of assisting him in obtaining the papacy, and he put him in present possession of the revenues belonging to the sees of Badajoz and Palinea in Castile. The acquisitions of Wolsey were now become so exorbitant that, joined to the pensions from foreign powers which Henry allowed him to possess, his revenues were computed nearly to equal those which belonged to the crown itself, and he spent them with a magnificence, or rather an ostentation, which gave general offence to the people, and even lessened his master in the eyes of all foreign nations. The violent personal emulation and political jealousy which had taken place between the emperor and the French king soon broke out in hostilities. But while these ambitious and warlike princes were acting against each other in almost every part of Europe, they still made professions of the strongest desire of peace, and both of them incessantly carried their complaints to Henry as to the umpire between them. The king, who pretended to be neutral, engaged them to send their ambassadors to Calais, there to negotiate a peace under the mediation of Wolsey and the Pope's nuncio. The emperor was well apprised of the partiality of these mediators, and his demands in the conference were so unreasonable as plainly proved him conscious of the advantage. He required the restitution of Burgundy, a province which many years before had been ceded to France by treaty, and which, if in his possession, would have given him entrance into the heart of that kingdom; and he demanded to be freed from the homage which his ancestors had always done for Flanders and Artois, and which he himself had, by the treaty of Noyon engaged to renew. On Francis's rejecting these terms, the Congress of Calais broke up, and Wolsey soon after took a journey to Bruges, where he met with the emperor. He was received with the same state, magnificence, and respect as if he had been the King of England himself, and he concluded in his master's name an offensive alliance with the Pope and the Emperor against France. He stipulated that England should next summer invade that kingdom with 40,000 men, and he betrothed to Charles the Princess Mary, the king's only child, who had now some prospect of inheriting the crown. This extravagant alliance, which was prejudicial to the interests, and might have proved fatal to the liberty and independence of the kingdom, was the result of the humours and prejudices of the king and the private views and expectations of the cardinal. The people saw every day new instances of the uncontrolled authority of this minister. The Duke of Buckingham, Constable of England, the first nobleman both for family and fortune in the kingdom, had imprudently given disgust to the cardinal, and it was not long before he found reason to repent of his indiscretion. He seems to have been a man full of levity and rash projects, and being infatuated with judicial astrology, he entertained a commerce with one Hopkins, a Carthusian friar, who encouraged him in the notion of his mounting one day the throne of England. He was descended by a female from the Duke of Gloucester, youngest son of Edward III. And though his claim to the crown was thereby very remote, he had been so unguarded as to let fall some expressions as if he thought himself best entitled, in case the king should die without issue, to possess the royal dignity. He had not even abstained from threats against the king's life, and had provided himself with arms which he intended to employ in case a favourable opportunity should offer. He was brought to a trial, and the Duke of Norfolk, whose son, the Earl of Surrey, had married Buckingham's daughter, was created Lord Steward in order to preside at this solemn procedure. The jury consisted of a duke, a marquis, 7 earls, and 12 barons, and they gave their verdict against Buckingham, which was soon after carried into execution. There is no reason to think the sentence unjust, but as Buckingham's crimes seemed to proceed more from indiscretion than deliberate malice, the people, who loved him, expected that the king would grant him a pardon, and imputed their disappointment to the animosity and revenge of the cardinal. The king's own jealousy, however, of all persons allied to the crown was, notwithstanding his undoubted title, very remarkable during the whole course of his reign, and was alone sufficient to render him implacable against Buckingham. The office of constable, which this nobleman inherited from the Bohuns, Earls of Hereford, was forfeited, and was never after revived in England. End of section 13, chapter 28, part 2. Recording by Cynthia Moyer.
Section 14 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 14, Chapter 29, Part 1. Henry VIII. During some years, many parts of Europe had been agitated with those religious controversies which produced the Reformation, one of the greatest events in history. But as it was not till this time that the King of England publicly took part in the quarrel, we had no occasion to give any account of its rise and progress. It will now be necessary to explain these theological disputes, or what is more material, to trace from their origin those abuses which so generally diffuse the opinion that a reformation of the church or ecclesiastical order was become highly expedient, if not absolutely necessary. We shall be better enabled to comprehend the subject if we take the matter a little higher, and reflect a moment on the reasons why there must be an ecclesiastical order and a public establishment of religion in every civilized community. The importance of the present occasion will, I hope, excuse this short digression. Most of the arts and professions in a state are of such a nature that while they promote the interests of society, they are also useful or agreeable to some individuals, and in that case the constant rule of the magistrate, except perhaps on the first introduction of any art, is to leave the profession to itself and trust its encouragement to those who reap the benefit of it. The artisans, finding their profits to rise by the favor of their customers, increase as much as possible their skill and industry, and as matters are not disturbed by any injudicious tampering, the commodity is always sure to be at times nearly proportioned to the demand. But there are some callings which, though useful and even necessary in a state, bring no particular advantage or pleasure to any individual, and the supreme power is obliged to alter its conduct with regard to the retainers of those professions. It must give them public encouragement in order to their subsistence, and it must provide against that negligence to which they will naturally be subject, either by annexing peculiar honors to the profession, by establishing a long subordination of rank and a strict dependence, or by some other expedient. The persons employed in the finances, armies, fleets, and magistracy are instances of this order of men. It may naturally be thought at first sight that the ecclesiastics belong to the first class, and that their encouragement, as well as that of lawyers and physicians, may safely be entrusted to the liberality of individuals who are attached to their doctrines, and who find benefit or consolation from their spiritual ministry and assistance. Their industry and vigilance will no doubt be whetted by such an additional motive, and their skill in their profession, as well as their address in governing the minds of people, must receive daily increase from their increasing practice, study, and attention. But if we consider the matter more closely, we shall find that this interested diligence of the clergy is what every wise legislator will study to prevent, because in every religion except the true it is highly pernicious, and it has even a natural tendency to pervert the true by infusing into it a strong mixture of superstition, folly, and delusion. Each ghostly practitioner, in order to render himself more precious and sacred in the eyes of his retainers, will inspire them with the most violent abhorrence of all other sects, and continually endeavor by some novelty to excite the languid devotion of his audience. No regard will be paid to truth, morals, or decency in the doctrines inculcated. Every tenet will be adopted that best suits the disorderly affections of the human frame. Customers will be drawn to each conventile by new industry and address, in practising on the passions and credulity of the populace, and in the end the civil magistrate will find that he has dearly paid for his pretended frugality in saving a fixed establishment for the priests, and that in reality the most decent and advantageous composition which he can make with the spiritual guides is to bribe their indolence by assigning stated salaries to their profession, and rendering it superfluous for them to be further active than merely to prevent their flock from straying in quest of new pastures. And in this manner, ecclesiastical establishments, though commonly they arose at first from religious views, prove in the end advantages to the political interests of society. But we may observe that few ecclesiastical establishments have been fixed upon a worse foundation than that of the Church of Rome, or have been attended with circumstances more hurtful to the peace and happiness of mankind. The large revenues, privileges, immunities, and powers of the clergy rendered them formidable to the civil magistrate, and armed with too extensive authority an order of men who always adhere closely together, and who never want a plausible pretense for the encroachments and usurpations. The higher dignities of the church served indeed to the support of gentry and nobility, but by the establishment of monasteries, many of the lowest vulgar were taken from the useful arts and maintained in those receptacles of sloth and ignorance. The supreme head of the church was a foreign potentate, guided by interests always different from those of the community, sometimes contrary to them, and as the hierarchy was necessarily solicitous to preserve a unity of faith, rites, and ceremonies, all liberty of thought ran a manifest risk of being extinguished, and violent persecutions, or what was worse, a stupid and abject credulity, took place everywhere. To increase these evils, the Church, though she possessed large revenues, was not contented with her acquisitions, but retained a power of practicing further on the ignorance of mankind. She even bestowed on each individual priest a power of enriching himself by the voluntary oblations of the faithful, and left him still an urgent motive for diligence and industry in his calling. And thus that Church, though an expensive and burdensome establishment, was liable to many of the inconveniences which belong to an order of priests, trusting entirely to their own art and invention for obtaining a subsistence. The advantages attending the Romish hierarchy were but a small compensation for its inconveniences. The ecclesiastical privileges during barbarous times had served as a check on the deposition of kings. The union of all Western churches under the Supreme Pontiff facilitated the intercourse of nations, intended to bind all the parts of Europe into a close connection with each other, and the pomp and splendor of worship which belonged to so opulent an establishment contributed in some respect to the encouragement of the fine arts, and began to diffuse a general elegance of taste by uniting it with religion. It will easily be conceived that though the balance of evil prevailed in the Romish Church, this was not the chief reason which produced the Reformation. A concurrence of incidents must have contributed to forward that great revolution. Leo X, by his generous and enterprising temper, had much exhausted his treasury, and was obliged to employ every invention which might yield money in order to support his projects, pleasures, and liberalities. The scheme of selling indulgences was suggested to him as an expedient which had often served in former times to draw money from the Christian world, and make devout people willing contributors to the grandeur and riches of the court of Rome. The Church, it was supposed, was possessed of a great stock of merit, as being entitled to all the good works of all the saints, beyond which were employed in their own justification, and even to the merits of Christ himself, which were infinite and unbounded, and from this unexhausted treasury the Pope might retail particular portions, and by that traffic acquire money to be employed in pious purposes, in resisting the infidels, or subduing schismatics. When the money came to his exchequer, the greater part of it was usually diverted to other purposes. It is commonly believed that Leo, from the penetration of his genius and his familiarity with ancient literature, was fully acquainted with the ridicule and falsity of the doctrines which, as Supreme Pontiff, he was obliged by his interest to promote. It is less wonder, therefore, that he employed for his profit those pious frauds which his predecessors, the most ignorant and credulous, had always, under plausible pretenses, made use of for their selfish purposes. He published the sale of a general indulgence, and as his expenses had not only exhausted his usual revenue, but even anticipated the money expected from his extraordinary expedient, the several branches of it were openly given away to particular persons who were entitled to levy the imposition. The produce, particularly of Saxony and the countries bordering on the Baltic, was assigned to his sister Magdalene, married to Thibaut, natural son of Innocent VIII, and she, in order to enhance her profit, had farmed out the revenue to one Archimboldi, a Genoese, once a merchant, now a bishop, who still retained all the lucrative arts of his former profession. The Austin friars had usually been employed in Saxony to preach the indulgences, and from this trust had derived both profit and consideration. But Archimboldi, fearing lest practice might have taught them means to secrete the money, and expecting no extraordinary success from the ordinary methods of collection, gave this occupation to the Dominicans. These monks, in order to prove themselves worthy of the distinction conferred to them, exaggerated the benefits of indulgences by the most unbounded panegyrics and advanced doctrines on that head, which, though not more ridiculous than those already received, were not as yet entirely familiar to the ears of the people. To add to the scandal, the collectors of this revenue are said to have lived very licentious lives, and to have spent in taverns, gaming houses, and places still more infamous, the money which devout persons had saved from their usual expenses in order to purchase a remission of their sins. All these circumstances might have given offense, but would have been attended with no event of any importance, had there not arisen a man qualified to take advantage of the incident. Martin Luther, an Austin friar, professor in the University of Wittenberg, resenting the affront put upon his order, began to preach against these abuses in the sale of indulgences, and being naturally of a fiery temper, and provoked by opposition, he proceeded even to decry indulgences themselves, and was thence carried by the heat of the dispute to question the authority of the Pope, from which his adversaries derived their chief arguments against him. Still, as he enlarged his reading in order to support these tenets, he discovered some new abuse or error in the Church of Rome, and finding his opinions greedily hearkened to, he promulgated them by writing, discourse, sermon, conference, and daily increased the number of his disciples. All Saxony, all Germany, all Europe were in a very little time frame filled with the voice of this daring innovator, and men, roused from that lethargy in which they had so long slept, began to call in question the most ancient and most received opinions. The Elector of Saxony, favorable to Luther's doctrine, protected him from the violence of the papal jurisdiction. The Republic of Zurich even reformed their church according to the new model. Many sovereigns of the empire and the imperial diet itself showed a favorable disposition towards it, and Luther, a man naturally inflexible, vehement, opinionative, was become incapable, either from promises of advancement or terrors of severity, to relinquish a sect of which he himself was the founder, and which brought him a glory superior to all others, the glory of dictating the religious faith and principles of multitudes. The rumor of these innovations soon reached England, and as there still subsisted in that kingdom the great remains of the Lollards, whose principles resembled those of Luther, the new doctrine secretly gained many partisans among the laity of all ranks and denominations. But Henry had been educated in a strict attachment to the Church of Rome, and he bore a particular prejudice against Luther, who in his writings spoke with contempt of Thomas Aquinas, the king's favorite author. He opposed himself, therefore, to the progress of the Lutheran tenets by all the influence which his extensive and almost absolute authority conferred upon him, and he even undertook to combat them with weapons not usually employed by monarchs, especially those in the flower of their age and force of their passions. He wrote a book in Latin against the principles of Luther, a performance which, if allowance be made for the subject and the age, does no discredit to his capacity. He sent a copy of it to Leo, who received so magnificent a present with great testimony of regard, and conferred on him the title of Defender of the Faith, an appellation still retained by the kings of England. Luther, who was in the heat of controversy, soon published an answer to Henry, and without regard to the dignity of his antagonist, treated him with all the acrimony of style to which, in the course of his polemics, he had so long been accustomed. The king, by this ill usage, was still more prejudiced against the new doctrines, but the public, who naturally favored the weaker party, were inclined to attribute to Luther the victory in the dispute. And as the controversy became more illustrious by Henry's entering the lists, it drew still more attention of mankind, and the Lutheran doctrine daily acquired new convents in every part of Europe. The quick and surprising progress of this bold sect may justly in part be ascribed to the late invention of printing and revival of learning. Not that reason bore any considerable share in opening men's eyes with regard to the impostures of the Romish Church, for of all branches of literature, philosophy had, as yet, and till long afterwards, made the most inconsiderable progress. Neither is there any instance that argument has ever been able to free the people from that enormous load of absurdity with which superstition has everywhere overwhelmed them, not to mention that the rapid advance of the Lutheran doctrine and the violence with which it was embraced prove sufficiently that it owed not its success to reason and reflection. The art of printing and the revival of learning forwarded its progress in another manner. By means of that of art, the books of Luther and his sectaries, full of vehemence, declamation, and rude eloquence, were propagated more quickly and in greater numbers. The minds of men, somewhat awakened from a profound sleep of so many centuries, were prepared for every novelty, and scrupled less to tread in any unusual path which was open to them. And as copies of the Scriptures and other ancient monuments of the Christian faith became more common, men perceived the innovations which were introduced after the first centuries, and though argument and reasoning could not give conviction, and a historical fact, well supported, was made to make impression on their understandings. Many of the powers indeed assumed by the Church of Rome were very ancient, and were prior to almost every political government established in Europe. But as the ecclesiastics would not agree to possess their privileges as matters of civil right, which time might render valid, but appealed still to a divine origin, men were tempted to look into their primitive charter, and they could, without much difficulty, perceive its defect in truth and authenticity. In order to bestow on this topic the greater influence, Luther and his followers, not satisfied with opposing the pretended divinity of the Romish Church and displaying the temporal inconveniences of that establishment, carried matters much further, and treated the religion of their ancestors as abominable, detestable, damnable, foretold by sacred writ itself as the source of all wickedness and pollution. They denominated the Pope Antichrist, called his communion the Scarlet Whore, and gave to Rome the appellation of Babylon, expressions which, however applied, were to be found in Scripture, and which were better calculated to operate on the multitude than the most solid arguments. Excited by contest and persecution on the one hand, and success and applause on the other, many of the reformers carried to the greatest extremities their opposition to the Church of Rome, and in contradiction to the multiplied superstitions with which that communion was loaded, they adopted an enthusiastic strain of devotion which admitted of no observances, rites, or ceremonies, but placed all merit in a mysterious species of faith in inward vision, rapture, and ecstasy. The new sectaries, seized with this spirit, were indefatigable in the propagation of their doctrine, and set at defiance all the anathemas and punishments with which the Roman pontiff endeavored to overwhelm them. That civil power, however, might afford them protection against the ecclesiastical jurisdiction, the Lutherans advanced doctrines favorable in some respect to the temporal authority of sovereigns. They inveighed against the abuses of the court of Rome, with which men at that time generally discontented, and they exhorted princes to reinstate themselves in those powers of which the encroaching spirit of the ecclesiastics, especially of the sovereign pontiff, had so long bereaved them. They condemned celibacy and monastic vows, and thereby opened the doors of the convents to those who were either tired of the obedience and chastity, or disgusted with the license in which they had hitherto lived. They blamed the excessive riches, the idleness, the libertinism of the clergy, and pointed out their treasures and revenues as lawful spoil to the first invader. And as the ecclesiastics had hitherto conducted a willing and a stupid audience, and were totally unacquainted with controversy, much more with every species of true literature, they were unable to defend themselves against men armed with authorities, quotations, and popular topics, and qualified to triumph in every altercation or debate. Such were the advantages with which the reformers began their attack on the Romish hierarchy, and such were the causes of their rapid and astonishing success. Leo X, whose oversights and too supine trust in the profound ignorance of the people had given rise to this sect, but whose sound judgment, moderation, and temper were well qualified to retard its progress, died in the flower of his age, a little after he received the king's book against Luther, and he was succeeded in the papal chair by Adrian, a Fleming, who had been tutor to the Emperor Charles. This man was fitted to gain on the reformers by the integrity, canter, and simplicity of manners which distinguished his character. But so violent were their prejudices against the church, he rather hurt the cause by his imprudent exercise of those virtues. He frankly confessed that many abominable and detestable practices prevailed in the court of Rome, and by this sincere avowal he gave occasion of much triumph to the Lutherans. This pontiff also, whose penetration was not equal to his good intentions, was seduced to concur in that league which Charles and Henry had formed against France, and he thereby augmented the scandal occasioned by the practice of so many preceding popes, who still made their spiritual arms subservient to political purposes. The emperor, who knew that Wolsey had received a disappointment in his ambitious hopes by the election of Adrian, and who dreaded the resentment of that haughty minister, was solicitous to repair the breach made in their friendship by this incident. He paid another visit to England, and besides flattering the vanity of the king and the cardinal, he renewed to Wolsey all the promises which he had made him of seconding his pretensions to the papal throne. Wolsey, sensible that Adrian's great age and infirmities promised a speedy vacancy, dissembled his resentment, and was willing to hope for a more prosperous issue to the next election. The emperor renewed the treaty made at Bourges, at which some articles were added, and he agreed to indemnify both the king and Wolsey for the revenue which they should lose by the breach with France. The more to ingratiate himself with Henry and the English nation, he gave to Surrey, Admiral of England, a commission for being admiral of his dominions, and he himself was installed Knight of the Garter at London. After a stay of 6 weeks in England, he embarked at Southampton, and in 10 days arrived in Spain, where he soon pacified the tumults which had arisen in his absence. End of section 14, chapter 29, part 1, recording by Judy Guinan.
Section 15 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MicheleW. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 15, Chapter 29, Part 2. The king declared war against France, and this measure was founded on so little reason that he could allege nothing as a ground of quarrel but Francis's refusal to submit to his arbitration, and his sending Albany into Scotland. This last step had not been taken by the French king till he was quite assured of Henry's resolution to attack him. Surrey landed some troops at Cherbourg in Normandy, and after laying waste the country, he sailed to Macaulay, a rich town in Brittany, which he took and plundered. The English merchants had great property in that place, which was no more spared by the soldiers than the goods of the French. Surrey then left the charge of the fleet to the vice admiral, and sailed to Calais, where he took the command of the English army destined for the invasion of France. This army, when joined by forces from the Low Countries, under the command of the Comte de Buren, amounted in the whole to 18,000 men. The French had made it a maxim in almost all their wars with the English since the reign of Charles V, never, without great necessity, to hazard a general engagement; and the Duke of Vendôme, who commanded the French army, now embraced this wise policy. He supplied the towns most exposed, especially Boulogne, Montreux, Terouenne, and Hedin, with strong garrisons and plenty of provisions. He himself took post at Abbeville, with some Swiss and French infantry and a body of cavalry. The Count of Guise encamped under Montreux with 6,000 men. These two bodies were in a situation to join upon occasion, to throw supply into any town that was threatened, and to harass the English in every movement. Surrey, who was not provided with magazines, first divided his troops for the convenience of subsisting them; but finding that his quarters were every moment beaten up by the activity of the French generals, he drew together his forces and laid siege to Hedin. But neither did he succeed in this enterprise. The garrison made vigorous sallies upon his army. The French forces assaulted him from without. Great rains fell. Fatigue and bad weather threw the soldiers into dysenteries, and Surrey was obliged to raise the siege, and put his troops into winter quarters about the end of October. His rear guard was attacked at Pas in Artois, and 500 or 600 men were cut off. Nor could all his efforts make him master of one place within the French frontier. The allies were more successful in Italy. Lautrec, who commanded the French, lost a great battle at Bicocca, near Milan, and was obliged to retire with the remains of his army. This misfortune, which proceeded from Francis's negligence in not supplying Lautrec with money, was followed by the loss of Genoa. The castle of Cremona was the sole fortress in Italy which remained in the hands of the French. Europe was now in such a situation
and so connected by different alliances and interests, that it was almost impossible for war to be kindled in one part, and not diffuse itself throughout the whole. But of all the leagues among kingdoms, the closest was that which had so long subsisted between France and Scotland; and the English, while at war with the former nation, could not hope to remain long unmolested on the northern frontier. No sooner had Albany arrived in Scotland than he took measures for kindling a war with England, and he summoned the whole force of the kingdom to meet in the fields of Rosline. He thence conducted the army southwards into Annandale, and prepared to pass the borders at Solway Firth. But many of the nobility were disgusted with the regent's administration, and observing that his connections with Scotland were feeble in comparison of those which he maintained with France, they murmured that for the sake of foreign interests their peace should so often be disturbed, and war, during their king's minority, be wantonly entered into with a neighboring nation, so much superior in force and riches. The Gordons in particular refused to advance any farther; and Albany, observing a general discontent to prevail, was obliged to conduct a truce with Lord Dacres, warden of the English West Marches. Soon after he departed for France; and lest the opposite faction could gather force in his absence, he sent thither before him the Earl of Angus, husband to the Queen Dowager. Next year, Henry, that he might take advantage of the regent's absence, marched an army into Scotland under the command of Surrey, who ravaged the Merse and Teviotdale without opposition, and burnt the town of Jedburgh. The Scots had neither king nor regent to conduct them. The two Humes had been put to death. Angus was in a manner banished. No nobleman of vigor or authority remained who was qualified to assume the government; and the English monarch, who knew the distressed situation of the country, determined to push them to extremity, in hopes of engaging them, by the sense of their present weakness, to make a solemn renunciation of the French alliance, and to embrace that of England. He even gave them hopes of contracting a marriage between the Lady Mary, heiress of England, and their young monarch; an expedient which would forever unite the two kingdoms; and the Queen Dowager, with her whole party, recommended every where the advantages of this alliance, and of a confederacy with Henry. They said that the interests of Scotland had too long been sacrificed to those of the French nation, who, whenever they found themselves reduced to difficulties, called for the assistance of their allies, but were ready to abandon them as soon as they found their advantage in making peace with England; that where a small state entered into so close a confederacy with a greater, it must always expect this treatment, as a consequence of the unequal alliance. But there were peculiar circumstances in the situation of the kingdoms which, in the present case, rendered it inevitable; that France was so distant and so divided from them by sea, that she scarcely could by any means, and never could in time, send succor to the Scots, sufficient to protect them against ravages from the neighboring kingdom; that nature had, in a manner, formed an alliance between the two British nations, having enclosed them in the same island, given them the same manners, language, laws, and form of government, and prepared everything for an intimate union between them; and that if natural antipathies were abolished, which would soon be the effect of peace, these two kingdoms, secured by the ocean and by their domestic force, could set at defiance all foreign enemies, and remain forever safe and unmolested. The partisans of the French alliance, on the other hand, said that the very reasons which were urged in favor of a league with England, the vicinity of the kingdom and its superior force, were the real causes why a sincere and durable confederacy could never be formed with that hostile nation; that among neighboring states occasions of quarrel were frequent, and the more powerful would be sure to seize every frivolous pretence for oppressing the weaker, and reducing it to subjection; that as the near neighborhood of France and England had kindled a war almost perpetual between them, it was the interest of the Scots, if they wished to maintain their independence, to preserve their league with the former kingdom, which balanced the force of the latter; that if they deserted that old and salutary alliance on which their importance in Europe chiefly depended, their ancient enemies, stimulated both by interest and by passion, would soon invade them with superior force, and bereave them of all their liberties; or if they delayed the attack, the insidious peace, by making the Scots forget the use of arms, would only prepare the way for a slavery more certain and more irretrievable. The arguments employed by the French party, being seconded by the natural prejudices of the people, seemed most prevalent; and when the regent himself, who had been long detained beyond his appointed time by the danger from the English fleet, at last appeared among them, he was able to throw the balance entirely on that side. By authority of the Convention of States, he assembled an army, with a view of avenging the ravages committed by the English in the beginning of the campaign; and he led them southwards towards the borders. But when they were passing the Tweed at the bridge of Melross, the English party raised again such opposition that Albany thought proper to make retreat. He marched downwards along the banks of the Tweed, keeping that river on his right, and fixed his camp opposite to Wircastle, which Surrey had lately repaired. He sent over some troops to besiege this fortress, who made a breach in it and stormed some of the outworks; but the regent, hearing of the approach of an English army, and discouraged by the advanced season, thought proper to disband his forces and retire to Edinburgh. Soon after, he went over to France, and never again returned to Scotland. The Scottish nation, agitated by their domestic factions, were not, during several years, in a condition to give any more disturbance to England; and Henry had full leisure to prosecute his designs on the continent. The reason why the war against France proceeded so slowly on the part of England was the want of money. All the treasures of Henry VII. Were long ago dissipated; the king's habits of expense still remained; and his revenues were unequal even to the ordinary charge of government, much more to his military enterprises. He had last year caused a general survey to be made of the kingdom, the numbers of men, their years, profession, stock, revenue, and expressed great satisfaction on finding the nation so opulent. He then issued privy seals to the most wealthy, demanding loans of particular sums. This act of power, though somewhat irregular and tyrannical, had been formerly practised by kings of England, and the people were now familiarized to it. But Henry this year carried his authority much further. He published an edict for a general tax upon his subjects, which he still called a loan, and he levied 5 shillings in the pound upon the clergy, 2 shillings upon the laity. This pretended loan, as being more regular, was really more dangerous to the liberties of the people, and was a precedent for the king's imposing taxes without consent of parliament. Henry soon after summoned a parliament, together with a convocation, and found neither of them in a disposition to complain of the infringement of their privileges. It was only doubted how far they would carry their liberality to the king. Wolsey, who had undertaken the management of the affair, began with the convocation, in hopes that their example would influence the parliament to grant a large supply. He demanded a moiety of the ecclesiastical revenues to be levied in 5 years, or 2 shillings in the pound during that time; and though he met with opposition, he reprimanded the refractory members in such severe terms that his request was at last complied with. The cardinal afterwards, attended by several of the nobility and prelates, came to the House of Commons, and in a long and elaborate speech laid before them the public necessities, the danger of an invasion from Scotland, the affronts received from France, the league in which the king was engaged with the pope and the emperor; and he demanded a grant of 800,000 pounds, divided into 4 yearly payments, a sum computed from the late survey of valuation to be equal to 4 shillings in the pound of 1 year's revenue, or 1 shilling in the pound yearly, according to the division proposed. So large a grant was unusual from the Commons, and though the Cardinal's demand was seconded by Sir Thomas More, the Speaker, and several other members attached to the court, the House could not be prevailed with to comply. They only voted 2 shillings in the pound on all who enjoyed £20 a year and upwards, 1 shilling on all who possessed between £20 and 40 shillings a year, and on the other subjects above 16 years of age, a groat a head. This last sum was divided into 2 yearly payments, the former into 4, and was not therefore at the utmost above 6d. in the pound. The grant of the Commons was but the moiety of the sum demanded, and the Cardinal therefore, much mortified with the disappointment, came again to the House, and desired to reason with such as refused to comply with the King's request. He was told that it was a rule of the House never to reason but among themselves, and his desire was rejected. The Commons, however, enlarged a little their former grant, and voted an imposition of 3 shillings in the pound on all possessed of £50 a year and upwards. The proceedings of this House of Commons evidently discover the humour of the times. They were extremely tenacious of their money, and refused a demand of the Crown which was far from being unreasonable. But they allowed an encroachment on national privileges to pass uncensured, though its direct tendency was to subvert entirely the liberties of the people. The King was so dissatisfied with this saving disposition of the Commons, that, as he had not called a Parliament during 7 years before, he allowed 7 more to elapse before he summoned another; and on pretence of necessity, he levied in 1 year, from all who were worth £40, what the Parliament had granted him payable in 4 years. A new invasion of national privileges. These irregularities were commonly ascribed to the Cardinal's councils, who, trusting to the protection afforded him by his ecclesiastical character, was the less scrupulous in his encroachment on the civil rights of the nation. That ambitious prelate received this year a new disappointment in his aspiring views. The Pope, Adrian VI., died, and Clement VII. Of the family of Medici was elected in his place by the concurrence of the imperial party. Wolsey could not perceive the insincerity of the emperor, and he concluded that that prince would never second his pretensions to the papal chair. As he highly resented this injury, he began thenceforth to estrange himself from the imperial court, and to pave the way for a union between his master and the French king. Meanwhile he concealed his disgust, and after congratulating the new pope on his promotion, applied for a continuation of the legatine powers which the 2 former popes had conferred upon him. Clement, knowing the importance of gaining his friendship, granted him a commission for life, and by this unusual concession he in a manner transferred to him the whole papal authority in England. In some particulars Wolsey made a good use of this extensive power. He erected 2 colleges, one at Oxford, another at Ipswich, the place of his nativity. He sought all over Europe for learned men to supply the chairs of these colleges, and in order to bestow endowments upon them, he suppressed some small monasteries, and distributed the monks into other convents. The execution of this project became the less difficult for him, because the Romish Church began to perceive that she overabounded in monks, and that she wanted some supply of learning, in order to oppose the inquisitive or rather disputative humour of the reformers. The confederacy against France seemed more formidable than ever on the opening of the campaign. Adrian, before his death, had renewed the league with Charles and Henry. The Venetians had been induced to desert the French alliance and to form engagements for securing Francis Sforza, brother to Maximilian, in possession of the Milanese. The Florentines, the Dukes of Ferrara and Mantua, and all the powers of Italy combined in the same measure. the emperor in person menaced France with a powerful invasion on the side of Guinan. The forces of England and the Netherlands hovered over Picardy. A numerous body of Germans were preparing to ravage Burgundy. But all these perils from foreign enemies were less threatening than a domestic conspiracy which had been formed, and which was now come to full maturity, against the French monarch. Charles, Duke of Bourbon, Constable of France, was a prince of the most shining merit, and besides distinguishing himself in many military enterprises, he was adorned with every accomplishment which became a person of his high station. His virtues, embellished with the graces of youth, had made such impression on Louise of Savoy, Francis's mother, that, without regard to the inequality of their years, she made him proposals of marriage; and meeting with a repulse, she formed schemes of unrelenting vengeance against him. She was a woman false, deceitful, vindictive, malicious; but, unhappily for France, had, by her capacity, which was considerable, acquired an absolute ascendant over her son. By her instigation, Francis put many affronts on the constable, which it was difficult for a gallant spirit to endure; and at last he permitted Louise to prosecute a lawsuit against him, by which, on the most frivolous pretences, he was deprived of his ample possessions, and inevitable ruin was brought upon him. Bourbon, provoked at all these indignities, and thinking that, if any injuries could justify a man in rebelling against his prince and country, he must stand acquitted, had entered into a secret correspondence with the emperor and the king of England. Francis, pertinacious in his purpose of recovering the Milanese, had intended to lead his army in person into Italy; and Bourbon, who feigned sickness in order to have a pretence for staying behind, purposed, as soon as the king should have passed the Alps, to raise an insurrection among his numerous vassals, by whom he was extremely beloved, and to introduce foreign enemies into the heart of the kingdom. Francis got intimation of his design; but as he was not expeditious enough in securing so dangerous a foe, the constable made his escape, and entering into the emperor's service, employed all the force of his enterprising spirit and his great talents for war, to the prejudice of his native country. The king of England, desirous that Francis should undertake his Italian expedition, did not openly threaten Picardy this year with an invasion; and it was late before the Duke of Suffolk, who commanded the English forces, passed over to Calais. He was attended by the lords Montacute, Herbert, Ferrar, Morney, Sandys, Berkeley, Powis, and many other noblemen and gentlemen. The English army, reinforced by some troops drawn from the garrison of Calais, amounted to about 12,000 men; and having joined an equal number of Flemings under the Count de Buren, they prepared for an invasion of France. The siege of Boulogne was first proposed; but that enterprise appearing difficult, it was thought more advisable to leave this town behind them. The frontier of Picardy was very ill provided with troops, and the only defence of that province was the activity of the French officers, who infested the allied army in their march, and threw garrisons with great expedition into every town which was threatened by them. After coasting the Somme, and passing Hedin, Montreuil, Doullens, the English and Flemings presented themselves before Bray, a place of small force, which commanded a bridge over that river. Here they were resolved to pass, and, if possible, to take up winter quarters in France. But Crequi threw himself into the town, and seemed resolute to defend it. The allies attacked him with vigor and success; and when he retreated over the bridge, they pursued him so hotly, that they allowed him not time to break it down, but passed it along with him, and totally routed his army. They next advanced to Montdidier, which they besieged and took by capitulation. Meeting with no opposition, they proceeded to the river Oise, within 11 leagues of Paris, and threw that city into great consternation, till the Duke of Vendôme hastened with some forces to its relief. The confederates, afraid of being surrounded and of being reduced to extremities during so advanced a season, thought proper to retreat. Montdidier was abandoned, and the English and Flemings, without effecting anything, retired into their respective countries. France defended herself from the other invasions with equal facility and equal good fortune. 12,000 Lansquenets broke into Burgundy under the command of the Count of Furstenberg. The Count of Guise, who defended that frontier, had nothing to oppose to them but some militia, and about 900 heavy armed cavalry. He threw the militia into the garrison towns, and with his cavalry he kept the field, and so harassed the Germans that they were glad to make their retreat into Lorraine. Guise attacked them as they passed the Meuse, put them into disorder, and cut off the greater part of their rear. End of section 15, chapter 29, part 2. Recording by MicheleW. Section 16 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MicheleW. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1C, Section 16, Chapter 29, Part 3. The Emperor made great preparations on the side of Navarre, and though that frontier was well guarded by nature, it seemed now exposed to danger from the powerful invasion which threatened it. Charles besieged Fontarabia, which a few years before had fallen into Francis's hands, and when he had drawn thither Lautrec, the French general, he of a sudden raised the siege, and sat down before Bayonne. Lautrec, aware of that stratagem, made a sudden march, and threw himself into Bayonne, which he defended with such vigour and courage that the Spaniards were constrained to raise the siege. The Emperor would have been totally unfortunate on this side had he not turned back upon Fontarabia, and, contrary to the advice of all his generals, sitten down in the winter season before that city, well fortified and strongly garrisoned. The cowardice or misconduct of the governor saved him from the shame of a new disappointment. The place was surrendered in a few days, and the emperor, having finished this enterprise, put his troops into winter quarters. So obstinate was Francis in prosecuting his Italian expedition that, notwithstanding these numerous invasions with which his kingdom was menaced on every side, he had determined to lead in person a powerful army to the conquest of Milan. The intelligence of Bourbon's conspiracy and escape stopped him at Lyons, and fearing some insurrection in the kingdom from the intrigues of a man so powerful and so much beloved, he thought it prudent to remain in France and to send forward his army under the command of Admiral Bonnivet. The duchy of Milan had been purposely left in a condition somewhat defenceless, with a view of alluring Francis to attack it, and thereby facilitating the enterprises of Bourbon. And no sooner had Bonnivet passed the Tessin than the army of the League, and even Prosper Colonna, who commanded it, a prudent general, were in the utmost confusion. It is agreed that if Bonnivet had immediately advanced to Milan, that great city, on which the whole duchy depends, would have opened its gates without resistance. But as he wasted his time in frivolous enterprises, Colonna had opportunity to reinforce the garrison, and to put the place in a posture of defence. Bonnivet was now obliged to attempt reducing the city by blockade and famine, and he took possession of all the posts which commanded the passages to it. But the army of the League, meanwhile, was not inactive, and they so straitened and harassed the quarters of the French, that it seemed more likely the latter should themselves perish by famine than reduce the city to that extremity. Sickness and fatigue and want had wasted them to such a degree that they were ready to raise the blockade; and their only hopes consisted in a great body of Swiss, which was levied for the service of the French king, and whose arrival was every day expected. But these mountaineers no sooner came within sight of the French camp than they stopped, from a sudden caprice and resentment; and instead of joining Bonnivet, they sent orders to a great body of their countrymen, who then served under him, immediately to begin their march, and to return home in their company. After this desertion of the Swiss, Bonnivet had no other choice but that of making his retreat as fast as possible into France. The French being thus expelled, Italy, the Pope, the Venetians, the Florentines, were satisfied with the advantage obtained over them, and were resolved to prosecute their victory no further. All these powers, especially Clement, had entertained a violent jealousy of the emperor's ambition; and their suspicions were extremely augmented when they saw him refuse the investiture of Milan, a fief of the empire, to Francis Sforza, whose title he had acknowledged, and whose defence he had embraced. They all concluded that he intended to put himself in possession of that important duchy, and reduce Italy to subjection. Clement in particular, actuated by this jealousy, proceeded so far in opposition to the emperor, that he sent orders to his nuncio at London to mediate a reconciliation between France and England. But affairs were not yet fully ripe for this change. Wolsey, disgusted with the emperor, but still more actuated by vainglory, was determined that he himself should have the renown of bringing about that great alteration; and he engaged the king to reject the pope's mediation. A new treaty was even concluded between Henry and Charles for the invasion of France. Charles stipulated to supply the Duke of Bourbon with a powerful army, in order to conquer Provence and Dauphiny. Henry agreed to pay him 100,000 crowns for the first month, after which he might either choose to continue the same monthly payments, or invade Picardy with a powerful army. Bourbon was to possess these provinces with the title of king, but to hold them in fee of Henry as king of France. The duchy of Burgundy was to be given to Charles, the rest of the kingdom to Henry. This chimerical partition immediately failed of execution in the article which was most easily performed. Bourbon refused to acknowledge Henry as king of France. His enterprise, however, against Provence still took place. A numerous army of imperialists invaded that country under his command and that of the Marquis of Pescara. They laid siege to Marseilles, which, being weakly garrisoned, they expected to reduce in a little time; but the citizens defended themselves with such valor and obstinacy, that Bourbon and Pescara, who heard of the French king's approach with a numerous army, found themselves under the necessity of raising the siege; and they led their forces, weakened, baffled, and disheartened, into Italy. Francis might now have enjoyed in safety the glory of repulsing all his enemies in every attempt which they had hitherto made for invading his kingdom; but as he received intelligence that the king of England, discouraged by his former fruitless enterprises, and disgusted with the emperor, was making no preparations for any attempt on Picardy, his ancient ardor seized him for the conquest of Milan; and notwithstanding the advanced season, he was immediately determined, contrary to the advice of his wisest counsellors, to lead his army into Italy. He passed the Alps at Mount Cenis, and no sooner appeared in Piedmont than he threw the whole Milanese into consternation. The forces of the emperor and Sforza retired to Lodi; and had Francis been so fortunate as to pursue them, they had abandoned that place, and had been totally dispersed. But his ill fate led him to besiege Pavia, a town of considerable strength, well garrisoned, and defended by Leyva, one of the bravest officers in the Spanish service. Every attempt which the French king made to gain this important place proved fruitless. He battered the walls and made breaches, but by the vigilance of Leyva new entrenchments were instantly thrown up behind the breaches. He attempted to divert the course of the Tessin, which ran by one side of the city and defended it; but an inundation of the river destroyed in one night all the mounds which the soldiers during a long time and with infinite labor had been erecting. Fatigue and the bad season, for it was the depth of winter, had wasted the French army. The imperial generals, meanwhile, were not inactive. Pescara and Lannoy, viceroy of Naples, assembled forces from all quarters. Bourbon, having pawned his jewels, went into Germany, and with the money, aided by his personal interest, levied a body of 12,000 Lansquenets, with which he joined the imperialists. This whole army advanced to raise the siege of Pavia, and the danger to the French became every day more imminent. The state of Europe was such during that age, that, partly from the want of commerce and industry everywhere, except in Italy and the Low Countries, partly from the extensive privileges still possessed by the people in all the great monarchies, and their frugal maxims in granting money, the revenues of the princes were extremely narrow, and even the small armies which they kept on foot could not be regularly paid by them. The imperial forces, commanded by Bourbon, Pescara, and Lannoy, exceeded not 20,000 men. They were the only body of troops maintained by the emperor, for he had not been able to levy any army for the invasion of France, either on the side of Spain or Flanders. Yet so poor was that mighty monarch that he could transmit no money for the payment of this army, and it was chiefly the hopes of sharing the plunder of the French camp which had made them advance and kept them to their standards. Had Francis raised the siege before their approach, and retired to Milan, they must immediately have disbanded, and he had obtained a complete victory without danger or bloodshed. But it was the character of this monarch to become obstinate in proportion to the difficulties which he encountered; and having once said that he would take Pavia or perish before it, he was resolved rather to endure the utmost extremities than depart from this resolution. The imperial generals, after cannonading the French camp for several days, at last made a general assault, and broke into the intrenchments. Leyva sallied from the town, and increased the confusion among the besiegers. The Swiss infantry, contrary to their usual practice, behaved in a dastardly manner, and deserted their post. Francis's forces were put to rout, and he himself, surrounded by his enemies, after fighting with heroic valor and killing 7 men with his own hand, was at last obliged to surrender himself prisoner. Almost the whole army, full of nobility and brave officers, either perished by the sword or were drowned in the river. The few who escaped with their lives fell into the hands of the enemy. The emperor received this news by Penalosa, who passed through France by means of a safe conduct granted him by the captive king. The moderation which he displayed on this occasion, had it been sincere, would have done him honor. Instead of rejoicing, he expressed sympathy with Francis's ill fortune, and discovered his sense of those calamities to which the greatest monarchs are exposed. He refused the city of Madrid permission to make any public expressions of triumph, and said that he reserved all his exultation till he should be able to obtain some victory over the infidels. He sent orders to his frontier garrisons to commit no hostilities upon France. He spoke of concluding immediately a peace on reasonable terms. But all this seeming moderation was only hypocrisy, so much the more dangerous as it was profound; and he was wholly occupied in forming schemes how, from this great incident, he might draw the utmost advantage, and gratify that exorbitant ambition by which, in all his actions, he was ever governed. The same Penalosa, in passing through France, carried also a letter from Francis to his mother, whom he had left regent, and who then resided at Lyons. It contained only these few words: "Madam, all is lost except our honor." The princess was struck with the greatness of the calamity. she saw the kingdom without a sovereign, without an army, without generals, without money, surrounded on every side by implacable and victorious enemies; and her chief resource in her present distresses were the hopes which she entertained of peace, and even of assistance, from the king of England. Had the king entered into the war against France from any concerted political views, it is evident that the victory of Pavia and the captivity of Francis were the most fortunate incidents that could have befallen him, and the only ones that could render his schemes effectual. While the war was carried on in the former feeble manner, without any decisive advantage, he might have been able to possess himself of some frontier town, or perhaps of a small territory of which he could not have kept possession without expending much more than its value. By some signal calamity alone, which annihilated the power of France, could he hope to acquire the dominion of considerable provinces, or dismember that great monarchy, so affectionate to its own government and its own sovereigns. But as it is probable that Henry had never before carried his reflections so far, he was startled at this important event, and became sensible of his own danger, as well as that of all Europe, from the loss of a proper counterpoise to the power of Charles. Instead of taking advantage, therefore, of the distressed condition of Francis, he was determined to lend him assistance in his present calamities; and as the glory of generosity in raising a fallen enemy concurred with his political interests, he hesitated the less in embracing these new measures. Some disgusts also had previously taken place between Charles and Henry, and still more between Charles and Wolsey; and that powerful minister waited only for a favorable opportunity of revenging the disappointments which he had met with. The behavior of Charles, immediately after the victory of Pavia, gave him occasion to revive the king's jealousy and suspicions. The emperor so ill supported the appearance of moderation which he at first assumed, that he had already changed his usual style to Henry; and instead of writing to him with his own hand, and subscribing himself your affectionate son and cousin, he dictated his letters to a secretary, and simply subscribed himself Charles. Wolsey also perceived a diminution in the caresses and professions with which the emperor's letters to him were formerly loaded; and this last imprudence, proceeding from the intoxication of success, was probably more dangerous to Charles's interests than the other. Henry, though immediately determined to embrace new measures, was careful to save appearances in the change; and he caused rejoicings to be everywhere made on account of the victory of Pavia and the captivity of Francis. He publicly dismissed a French envoy, who he had formerly allowed, notwithstanding the war, to reside at London; but upon the regent of France's submissive applications to him, he again opened a correspondence with her, and besides assuring her of his friendship and protection, he exalted a promise that she never would consent to the dismembering of any province from the monarchy for her son's ransom. With the emperor, however, he put on the appearance of vigor and enterprise; and in order to have a pretence for breaking with him, he dispatched Tonstal, bishop of London, to Madrid with proposals for a powerful invasion of France. He required that Charles should immediately enter Guinan at the head of a great army, in order to put him in possession of that province; and he demanded the payments of large sums of money which that prince had borrowed from him in his last visit at London. He knew that the emperor was in no condition of fulfilling either of these demands, and that he had as little inclination to make him master of such considerable territories upon the frontiers of Spain. Tonstal likewise, after his arrival at Madrid, informed his master that Charles, on his part, urged several complaints against England, and in particular was displeased with Henry, because last year he had neither continued his monthly payments to Bourbon, nor invaded Picardy, according to his stipulations. Tonstal added, that instead of expressing an intention to espouse Mary when she should be of age, the emperor had hearkened to proposals for marrying his niece Isabella, princess of Portugal; and that he had entered into a separate treaty with Francis, and seemed determined to reap alone all the advantages of the success with which fortune had crowned his arms. The king, influenced by all these motives, concluded at Moyer his alliance with the regent of France, and engaged to procure her son his liberty on reasonable conditions. The regent also, in another treaty, acknowledged the kingdom Henry's debtor for 1,800,000 crowns, to be discharged in half-yearly payments of 50,000 crowns, after which Henry was to receive during life a yearly pension of 100,000. A large present of 100,000 crowns was also made to Wolsey for his good offices, but covered under the pretence of arrears due on the pension granted him for relinquishing the administration of Tournay. Meanwhile Henry, foreseeing that this treaty with France might involve him in a war with the emperor, was also determined to fill his treasury by impositions upon his own subjects; and as the parliament had discovered some reluctance in complying with his demands, he followed, as is believed, the counsel of Wolsey, and resolved to make use of his prerogative alone for that purpose. He issued commissions to all the counties of England for levying 4 shillings in the pound upon the clergy, 3 shillings and 4pence upon the laity; and so uncontrollable did he deem his authority, that he took no care to cover, as formerly, this arbitrary exaction, even under the slender pretence of a loan. But he soon found that he had presumed too far on the passive submission of his subjects. The people, displeased with an exaction beyond what was usually levied in those days, and further disgusted with the illegal method of imposing it, broke out in murmurs, complaints, opposition to the commissioners; and their refractory disposition threatened a general insurrection. Henry had the prudence to stop short in that dangerous path into which he had entered. He sent letters to all the counties, declaring that he meant no force by this last imposition, and that he would take nothing from his subjects but by way of benevolence. He flattered himself that his condescension in employing that disguise would satisfy the people, and that no one would dare to render himself obnoxious to royal authority by refusing any payment required of him in this manner. But the spirit of opposition, once roused, could not so easily be quieted at pleasure. A lawyer in the city objecting the statute of Richard III, by which benevolences were forever abolished, it was replied by the court, that Richard being a usurper, and his parliament a factious assembly, his statutes could not bind a lawful and absolute monarch, who held his crown by hereditary right, and needed not to court the favor of a licentious populace. The judges even went so far as to affirm positively that the king might exact by commission any sum he pleased; and the privy council gave a ready assent to this decree, which annihilated the most valuable privilege of the people, and rendered all their other privileges precarious. Armed with such formidable authority of royal prerogative and a pretence of law, Wolsey sent for the mayor of London, and desired to know what he was willing to give for the supply of his majesty's necessities. The mayor seemed desirous, before he should declare himself, to consult the common council; but the cardinal required that he and all the aldermen should separately confer with himself upon the benevolence, and he eluded by that means the danger of a formed opposition. Matters, however, went not so smoothly in the country. An insurrection was begun in some places; but as the people were not headed by any considerable person, it was easy for the Duke of Suffolk and the Earl of Surrey, now Duke of Norfolk, by employing persuasion and authority, to induce the ringleaders to lay down their arms and surrender themselves prisoners. The king, finding it dangerous to punish criminals engaged in so popular a cause, was determined, notwithstanding his violent imperious temper, to grant them a general pardon; and he prudently imputed their guilt, not to their want of loyalty or affection, but to their poverty. The offenders were carried before the Star Chamber, where, after a severe charge brought against them by the king's council, the cardinal said, that, notwithstanding their grievous offence, the king, in consideration of their necessities, had granted them his gracious pardon, upon condition that they would find sureties for their future good behavior. But they, replying that they had no sureties, The cardinal first, and after him the Duke of Norfolk, said that they would be bound for them, upon which they were dismissed. These arbitrary impositions being imputed, though on what grounds is unknown, to the counsels of the cardinal, increased the general odium under which he labored; and the clemency of the pardon, being ascribed to the king, was considered as an atonement on his part for the illegality of the measure. But Wolsey, supported both by royal and papal authority, proceeded without scruple to violate all ecclesiastical privileges, which, during that age, were much more sacred than civil; and having once prevailed in that unusual attempt of suppressing some monasteries, he kept all the rest in awe, and exercised over them an arbitrary jurisdiction. By his commission as legate, he was empowered to visit them, and reform them, and chastise their irregularities; and he employed his usual agent, Allen, in the exercise of this authority. The religious houses were obliged to compound for their guilt, real or pretended, by paying large sums to the cardinal or his deputy; and this oppression was carried so far that it reached at last the king's ears, which were not commonly open to complaints against his favorite. Wolsey had built a splendid palace at Hampton Court, which he probably intended, as well as that of York Place in Westminster, for his own residence; but fearing the increase of envy on account of this magnificence, and desirous to appease the king, he made him a present of the building, and told him that, from the first, he had erected it for his use. Section 16, Chapter 29, Part 3. Recording by MicheleW. Section 17 of Volume 1C of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MicheleW. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1C, Section 17, Chapter 29, Part 4. The absolute authority possessed by the king rendered his domestic government, both over his people and his ministers, easy and expeditious. The conduct of foreign affairs alone required effort and application, and they were now brought to such a situation that it was no longer safe for England to remain entirely neutral. The feigned moderation of the emperor was of short duration, and it was soon obvious to all the world that his great dominions, far from gratifying his ambition, were only regarded as the means of acquiring and more extensive. The terms which he demanded of his prisoner were such as must forever have annihilated the power of France and destroyed the balance of Europe. These terms were proposed to Francis soon after the battle of Pavia, while he was detained in Pizzichetone; and as he had hitherto trusted somewhat to the emperor's generosity, the disappointment excited in his breast the most lively indignation. He said that he would rather live and die a prisoner than agree to dismember his kingdom, and that even were he so base as to submit to such conditions, his subjects would never permit him to carry them into execution. Francis was encouraged to persist in demanding more moderate terms by the favorable accounts which he heard of Henry's disposition towards him, and of the alarm which had seized all the chief powers in Italy upon his defeat and captivity. He was uneasy, however, to be so far distant from the emperor, with whom he must treat; and he expressed his desire, which was complied with, to be removed to Madrid, in hopes that a personal interview would operate in his favor, and that Charles, if not influenced by his ministers, might be found possessed of the same frankness of disposition by which he himself was distinguished. He was soon convinced of his mistake. Partly from want of exercise, partly from reflections on his present melancholy situation, he fell into a languishing illness, which begat apprehensions in Charles lest the death of his captive should bereave him of all those advantages which he purposed to extort from him. He then paid him a visit in the castle of Madrid; and as he approached the bed in which Francis lay, the sick monarch called to him, "You come, sir, to visit your prisoner?" "No," replied the emperor, "I come to visit my brother and my friend, who shall soon obtain his liberty." He soothed his afflictions with many speeches of a like nature, which had so good an effect that the king daily recovered, and thenceforth employed himself in concerting with the ministers of the emperor the terms of his treaty. At last the emperor, dreading a general combination against him, was willing to abate somewhat of his rigor, and the treaty of Madrid was signed, by which it was hoped an end would be finally put to the differences between these great monarchs. The principal condition was the restoring of Francis's liberty, and the delivery of his two eldest sons as hostages to the emperor for the cession of Burgundy. If any difficulty should afterwards occur in the execution of this last article, from the opposition of the states either of France or of that province, Francis stipulated that in 6 weeks' time he should return to his prison and remain there till the full performance of the treaty. There were many other articles in this famous convention, all of them extremely severe upon the captive monarch, and Charles discovered evidently his intention of reducing Italy, as well as France, to subjection and dependence. Many of Charles's ministers foresaw that Francis, how solemn soever the oaths, promises, and protestations exacted of him, would never execute a treaty so disadvantageous, or rather ruinous and destructive to himself, his posterity, and his country. By putting Burgundy, they thought, into the emperor's hands, he gave his powerful enemy an entrance into the heart of the kingdom. By sacrificing his allies in Italy, he deprived himself of foreign assistance, and arming his oppressor with the whole force and wealth of that opulent country, rendered him absolutely irresistible. To these great views of interest were added the motives, no less cogent, of passion and resentment. While Francis, a prince who piqued himself on generosity, reflected on the rigor with which he had been treated during his captivity, and the severe terms which had been exacted on him for the recovery of his liberty, it was also foreseen that the emulation and rivalship which had so long subsisted between these two monarchs would make him feel the strongest reluctance on yielding the superiority to an antagonist who, by the whole tenor of his conduct, he would be apt to think had shown himself so little worthy of that advantage which fortune, and fortune alone, had put into his hands. His ministers, his friends, his subjects, his allies, would be sure with one voice to inculcate on him that the first object of a prince was the preservation of his people, and that the laws of honor, which with a private man ought to be absolutely supreme and superior to all interests, were, with a sovereign, subordinate to the great duty of ensuring the safety of his country. Nor could it be imagined that Francis would be so romantic in his principles as not to hearken to a casuistry which was so plausible in itself, and which so much flattered all the passions by which, either as a prince or a man, he was strongly actuated. Francis, on entering his own dominions, delivered his two eldest sons as hostages into the hands of the Spaniards. He mounted a Turkish horse, and immediately putting him to the gallop, he waved his hand, and cried aloud several times, "I am yet a king." He soon reached Bayonne, where he was joyfully received by the regent and his whole court. He immediately wrote to Henry, acknowledging that to his good offices alone he owed his liberty, and protesting that he should be entirely governed by his counsels in all transactions with the emperor. When the Spanish envoy demanded his ratification of the treaty of Madrid, now that he had fully recovered his liberty, he declined the proposal, under color that it was previously necessary to assemble the states both of France and of Burgundy, and to obtain their consent. The states of Burgundy soon met, and declaring against the clause which contained an engagement for alienating their province, they expressed their resolution of opposing, even by force of arms, the execution of so ruinous and unjust an article. The imperial minister then required that Francis, in conformity to the treaty of Madrid, should now return to his prison. But the French monarch, instead of complying, made public the treaty which a little before he had secretly concluded at Cognac against the ambitious schemes and usurpations of the emperor. The Pope, the Venetians, and other Italian states, who were deeply interested in these events, had been held in the most anxious suspense with regard to the resolutions which Francis should take after the recovery of his liberty; and Clement in particular, who suspected that this prince would never execute a treaty so hurtful to his interests, and even destructive of his independency, had very frankly offered him a dispensation from all his oaths and engagements. Francis remained not in suspense, but entered immediately into the confederacy proposed to him. It was stipulated by that king, the Pope, the Venetians, the Swiss, the Florentines, and the Duke of Milan, among other articles, that they would oblige the emperor to deliver up the two young princes of France on receiving a reasonable sum of money, and to restore Milan to Sforza without further condition or encumbrance. The king of England was invited to accede, not only as a contracting party, but as a protector of the Holy League, so it was called; and if Naples should be conquered from the emperor, in prosecution of this confederacy, it was agreed that Henry should enjoy a principality in that kingdom of the yearly revenue of 30,000 ducats, and that Cardinal Wolsey, in consideration of the services which he had rendered to Christendom, should also, in such an event, be put in possession of a revenue of 10,000 ducats. Francis was desirous that the appearance of this great confederacy should engage the emperor to relax somewhat in the extreme rigor of the treaty of Madrid; and while he entertained these hopes, he was the more remiss in his warlike preparations. Nor did he send in due time reinforcements to his allies in Italy. The Duke of Bourbon had got possession of the whole Milanese, of which the emperor intended to grant him the investiture; and having levied a considerable army in Germany, he became formidable to all the Italian potentates, and not the less so because Charles, destitute as usual of money, had not been able to remit any pay to the forces. The general was extremely beloved by his troops; and in order to prevent those mutinies which were ready to break out every moment, and which their affection alone for him had hitherto restrained, he led them to Rome, and promised to enrich them by the plunder of that opulent city. He was himself killed as he was planting a scaling ladder against the walls; but his soldiers, rather enraged than discouraged by his death, mounted to the assault with the utmost valor, and entering the city sword in hand, exercised all those brutalities which may be expected from ferocity excited by resistance, and from insolence which takes place when that resistance is no more. This renowned city, exposed by her renown alone to so many calamities, never endured in any age, even from the barbarians by whom she was often subdued, such indignities as she was now compelled to suffer. The unrestrained massacre and pillage, which continued for several days, were the least ills to which the unhappy Romans were exposed. Whatever was respectable in modesty or sacred in religion seemed but the more to provoke the insults of the soldiery. Virgins suffered violation in the arms of their parents, and upon those very altars to which they had fled for protection. Aged prelates, after enduring every indignity and even every torture, were thrown into dungeons and menaced with the most cruel death, in order to make them reveal their secret treasures, or purchase liberty by exorbitant ransoms. Clement himself, who had trusted for protection to the sacredness of his character, and neglected to make his escape in time, was taken captive, and found that his dignity, which procured him no regard from the Spanish soldiers, did but draw on him the insolent mockery of the German, who, being generally attached to the Lutheran principles, were pleased to gratify their animosity by the abasement of the sovereign pontiff. When intelligence of this great event was conveyed to the emperor, that young prince, habituated to hypocrisy, expressed the most profound sorrow for the success of his arms. He put himself and all his court in mourning. He stopped the rejoicings for the birth of his son Philip; and knowing that every artifice, however gross, is able, when seconded by authority, to impose upon the people, he ordered prayers during several months to be put up in the churches for the pope's liberty, which all men knew a letter under his hand could in a moment have procured. The concern expressed by Henry and Francis for the calamity of their ally was more sincere. These two monarchs, a few days before the sack of Rome, had concluded a treaty at Westminster, in which, besides renewing former alliances, they agreed to send ambassadors to Charles, requiring him to accept of 2 millions of crowns as the ransom of the French princes, and to repay the money borrowed from Henry; and in case of refusal, the ambassadors, attended by heralds, were ordered to denounce war against him. This war it was agreed to prosecute in the Low Countries, with an army of 30,000 infantry and 1,500 men at arms, 2/3 to be supplied by Francis, the rest by Henry. And in order to strengthen the alliance between the princes, it was stipulated that either Francis or his son, the Duke of Orleans, as should afterwards be agreed on, should espouse the Princess Mary, Henry's daughter. No sooner did the monarchs receive intelligence of Bourbon's enterprise, than they changed, by a new treaty, the scene of the projected war, from the Netherlands to Italy; and hearing of the pope's captivity, they were further stimulated to undertake the war with vigor for restoring him to liberty. Wolsey himself crossed the sea in order to have an interview with Francis, and to concert measures for that purpose; and he displayed all that grandeur and magnificence with which he was so much intoxicated. He was attended by a train of 1,000 horse. The Cardinal of Lorraine and the Chancellor Alençon met him at Boulogne. Francis himself, besides granting to that haughty prelate the power of giving, in every place where he came, liberty to all prisoners, made a journey as far as Amiens to meet him, and even advanced some miles from the town, the more to honor his reception. It was here stipulated that the Duke of Orleans should espouse the Princess Mary; and as the emperor seemed to be taking some steps towards assembling a general council, the two monarchs agreed not to acknowledge it, but, during the interval of the pope's captivity, to govern the churches in their respective dominions by their own authority. Wolsey made some attempts to get his legatine power extended over France and even over Germany; but finding his efforts fruitless, he was obliged, though with great reluctance, to desist from these ambitious enterprises. The more to cement the union between these princes, a new treaty was some time after concluded at London, in which Henry agreed finally to renounce all claims to the crown of France, claims which might now indeed be deemed chimerical, but which often served as a pretence for exciting the unwary English to wage war upon the French nation. As a return for this concession, Francis bound himself and his successors to pay forever 50,000 crowns a year to Henry and his successors; and that great solemnity might be given to this treaty, it was agreed that the parliaments and great nobility of both kingdoms should give their assent to it. The Mareschal Montmorency, accompanied by many persons of distinction, and attended by a pompous equipage, was sent over to ratify the treaty, and was received at London with all the parade which suited the solemnity of the occasion. The terror of the emperor's greatness had extinguished the ancient animosity between the nations; and Spain, during more than a century, became, though a more distant power, the chief object of jealousy to the English. This cordial union between France and England, though it added influence to the joint embassy which they sent to the emperor, was not able to bend that monarch to submit entirely to the conditions insisted on by the allies. He departed, indeed, from his demand of Burgundy as the ransom of the French princes; but he required, previously to their liberty, that Francis should evacuate Genoa, and all the fortresses held by him in Italy; and he declared his intention of bringing Sforza to a trial, and confiscating the duchy of Milan, on account of his pretended treason. The English and French heralds, therefore, according to agreement, declared war against him, and set him at defiance. Charles answered the English herald with moderation; but to the French he reproached his master with breach of faith, reminded him of the private conversation which had passed between them at Madrid before their separation, and offered to prove by single combat that he had acted dishonorably. Francis retaliated this challenge by giving Charles the lie, and after demanding security of the field, he offered to maintain his cause by single combat. Many messages passed to and fro between them; but though both princes were undoubtedly brave, the intended duel never took place. The French and Spaniards, during that age, zealously disputed which of the monarchs incurred the blame of this failure; but all men of moderation everywhere lamented the power of fortune, that the prince the more candid, generous, and sincere, should, by unhappy incidents, have been reduced to so cruel a situation, that nothing but his violation of treaty could preserve his people, and that he must ever after, without being able to make a proper reply, bear to be reproached with breach of promise, by a rival inferior to him both in honor and virtue. But though this famous challenge between Charles and Francis had no immediate consequence with regard to these monarchs themselves, it produced a considerable alteration on the manners of the age. The practice of challenges and duels, which had been part of the ancient barbarous jurisprudence, which was still preserved on very solemn occasions, and which was sometimes countenanced by the civil magistrate, began thenceforth to prevail in the most trivial incidents; and men, on any affront of injury, thought themselves entitled, or even required in honor, to take revenge on their enemies, by openly vindicating their right in single combat. These absurd though generous maxims shed much of the best blood in Christendom during more than 2 centuries; and notwithstanding the severity of law and authority of reason, such is the prevailing force of custom, they are far from being as yet entirely exploded. Section 17, Chapter 29, Part 4. Recording by MicheleW.